If we had, yes, donate to the school, $ FDMG school on your Cash App. 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 If you need to mail in your donation, make it payable to the FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. That is Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We appreciate $1, but we would rather have 10. We appreciate $20, but we would rather have 50. We appreciate $50, but we would rather have 100. We appreciate $100, but we would rather have 200. We're trying to renovate a school, brothers and sisters. We're trying to renovate a school. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not fixing a flat tire. We're not opening up a penny candy shop. We're not selling water ices, okay? We're not selling hot dogs. We're renovating a school. Do you understand? Do you understand? So please, brothers and sisters, give what you can. We're building an institution, okay? We're trying to give our children a chance that we didn't have. That's what we're doing. I don't have to pin it because I done already told you what it is. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Don't be lazy. $ FDMG school. Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning on in. We are back. Quick question. Thank you all so much for your patience. I want to thank y'all so much. Happy holidays as we get things rolling. We got a little bit to get in, but we might be back tomorrow. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming.
Hold on. Yeah. Nah, I got this. I got this.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Thanksgiving is tomorrow. I hope you guys have some time to spend with your family. I may be live streaming tomorrow. I want to see if you guys are interested. We can get together tomorrow. Last year we did a marathon. I think we went like 11 hours, the longest live stream I've ever done. If you guys are interested in doing something like that tomorrow, maybe not 11 hours or 10 or 9 or 8, but we can get together. Let me know inside the chat room. Hope everyone's doing well. I've been away. I'm going to do a video for you members to explain why, and I'll give you guys an update on everything that's been going on. But I am back now, and we got quite a bit to get into. And I'm looking forward to 2025. Can you believe this? Another year is almost wrapped up dealing with this Umar Johnson saga. And of course, the FDMG school scam that's been ongoing. Umar Johnson conceptualized it in 2005. He also said before that. So it could be 2004, 2003, but we're going to give Umar the benefit of the doubt. He conceptualized FDMG in 2005. So that means this has been going on for 19 years now. Of course, there are people who argue, well, yeah, but he didn't make any announcements about this until 2010. You're right. I've done the research. I showed that receipt. In January of 2010, Umar stated that the school would open September 11, 2013. In that post, he says something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing, promises to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG, Pan-African School for Black Boys, some shit like that. He changed the name so many times, it's ridiculous. The Pan-African Popcorn School for Black Boys and stuff. Specializing in learning disabilities, disruptive behavior disorders. And yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend, because it's a private school. In Umar's mind, he says it's independent, but it's basically a private school. Yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening September 11, 2013. He said that in 2010. This is about to be 2025. That would be 15 years in about a month. He said that 15 years. It's crazy. He said that in 2010, it was going to open in 2013. And then some of you Umar Johnson followers, you guys, you'll say, what's up, Black Mario, too, by the way? Y'all say something like, yeah, but you know, he didn't start collecting money for the St. Paul's College until 2014. Yeah, this is true. He started collecting money for the St. Paul's school scam back in 2014. In the spring of 2014, I have Umar on record saying in April of 2014, I also have him on record saying in May of 2014. We'll go with April. Well, that means that it's been over a decade. It's been over a decade. And then, of course, he finally purchased these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, February of 2019. And here we are. We're about to finish up. We're going into December of 2024. In about 3 months, it's going to be 6 years since he acquired these abandoned buildings. There's still no school. Not one Black child has been educated. And all you Umar Johnson followers can do is make excuses for the guy at this point. But see, that's part of the problem, is all of the excuse making that you're making for a 50-year-old deadbeat baby mama creator, Lothario, who literally lives inside of his mother's closet in Section 8 housing. And he got the nerve to tell Black people what they should be doing in male-female relationships. Now, everything that I just said is factual. I can prove it without a shadow of a doubt. I have receipts, whether that is video evidence or documentation you can find online, including court records. And so the poll question for today is quite simple. Should Umar Johnson be talking about male-female relationships? And I'd like for you guys to vote during this live stream, if you don't mind. Okay. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Cook Crash Chat, thank you for being here. Also, thanks to the mods for being here. I know I've been away, but I'm back and in full effect. Holly B's in the building. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Holly B and Star Seeker and QTZ. What's up? Thank you so much for tuning on in. I appreciate social media currency. And Patrick, how's it going, Patrick? Piccolo says he shouldn't. That's life. So the question is, let me actually read the actual poll question so that we can have it at the beginning, and I'll check in on the vote count as we go through. So far, 140 people voted. Should Umar Johnson, a baby mama creating? He is a baby mama creator. He has at least 2 baby mamas. He don't pay his child support either. Deadbeat. He's absent. He's not inside of his children's lives. In fact, with one of his daughters, at least one of his daughters, he cannot see the child by himself, which is quite telling in and of itself. He's admitted that it's called he does not have unsupervised visitation, meaning that he has to be supervised. He can't be alone with his own child. So you Black folk out there who think you're going to send your child to this fake ass school that does not exist, something wrong with you, because if he can't even be around his own kids, what makes you think you want to send your kids to him? And I have him on record, the Lothario, the sexual pervert. I have him on record filming Black women's body parts. I've given examples of this. He did this on an airplane coming over from overseas. He did this to a flight attendant. There was also a young lady that was sitting over on his right, and he kept filming her, and he thought it was funny, but he has a history of this type of behavior. He's perverted. Should someone like this be talking about male-female relationships? Should Black people even want to send your children to someone like this? Now, this is on record. I can pull up the video right now. I back up everything that I say here. And when I speculate, I say I speculate. But he's taking video, live streaming it. It's actually a crime too, by the way, what he's doing. Of the flight attendant as she walks back and forth, he has his cell phone. I don't have my cell phone, but I've shown it. But that's not all. This guy, I have him inside of a slave dungeon in Africa. For all you RBG people out there talking all this black power and pan-African talk shit, listen, this is y'all's prince. This is what he was doing over in Africa inside of a slave dungeon. He's following around this lady and has his camera on her backside like a pervert. He's not focusing on the tour guide. He's focusing on her backside in a slave dungeon. Ironically, as he's doing this, the tour guide's talking about how the African women, some of these women were our ancestors, they were sexually exploited in these slave dungeons, and Umar's up here like a pervert recording this black woman's backside in a slave dungeon. I can pull up the receipt right now and show you everything I say here. I can back it up with receipts. And oh yes, I have all now. I have every single one of Umar Johnson's trash ass college tours for these young children that he used to do. This was back in 2016. It is some of the most disturbing shit anyone will ever see. And the idea that he can't see his own children by himself, court ordered. But what he does is he does the same thing he was doing to these women, these grown women, on the plane and inside of the slave dungeon. He's done it at it was either at the Frederick Douglass House, historical house, or the Harriet Tubman historical house. He was filming black women in there too, filming their body parts like a pervert. He don't have the camera on the tour guide. He has it on their body parts. But guess what? He did the same thing in these college tours. He did the same thing to little girls. I can back it up, and I have all of them. I spent about 3 days tracking this stuff down, and I've downloaded all of them. Some of them I thought weren't online anymore, but no, I found them. Filming these little girls' body parts. And I happened to see something else that it doesn't make anything any more disturbing, because it's all disturbing to me. You Umar Johnson followers, this is who you following. But there is this one video where there's Umar with his perverted ass, with his phone, and there's a little boy sitting next to him. This is on the college tour. And Umar take his phone and he goes under the table and he records the little boy's crotch. So it's not just that he does it to women. All this is online too. It's not just that he does it to girls, little girls. He does it to little boys too. And this is the person you all support, defend, and you rah-rah on this school shit, not realizing that something's wrong with him up here when it comes to psychosexuality. He's a pervert. And I've been grappling with this as I work through this document. Then we're going to get into it for today. I can back everything up. I'll say any of you Umar Johnson followers, if you want me to prove any of this, I can pull it up. I can't put it because I've been grappling with this. It's a moral and ethical dilemma for me. Because on one hand, people need to see the truth about Umar, that he's a pervert, but not just in terms of his exploitation of black women, but also the fact he's perverted when it comes to little girls and little boys. And I said it. See, there's a lot of people out here, they'll talk about Umar, but they don't have the courage to tell the truth. I'll tell the truth. Listen, I can back all this up. And listen, I have all the receipts. I can show it to you. The conundrum for me, though, however, is that it's so disturbing that anyone would do something like this to a child, to a woman, period, but to little girls and little boys. And then to live stream it and have it online for everyone to see. On one hand, it's so disturbing, but then on the other hand, people need to see the type of perversion that's present within Umar Johnson. But then there's the conundrum. How do I show that to people? without violating, you know, I just don't, I've been grappling with this. The only thing I could think of doing is blurring out but I can't even do that because it's still perverted what he's doing. But people still need to see it. So somehow, somewhere, I have to figure this out as I'm working through this documentary on how because people have to know the truth about this guy. But there's a moral and ethical dilemma on my part. I got me and my wife, we got 5 kids, you know, and so to see this type of behavior, polite, same thing, to see this type of behavior, you know, and you Umar Johnson followers, some of y'all are unaware of this. Some of you guys are aware, but you don't give a shit. And that's when you get into the cult mentality. Something wrong with you. See, like I said before we get into the show today, I can back everything up with receipts. Okay. Matter of fact, I've been going through all these old videos of Umar. I've been going through his complete timeline. I'm still not out of 2018. I'm still working through that, but I'm trying to get caught up in all of my notes, and then I'm reorganizing videos. I mean, it could be thousands of videos at this point. It's thousands of Umar Johnson videos. No, it's not thousands. It has to be over 1,000. And I'm reorganizing so that they're archived in a particular way, so that when I pull them up, I can find them easier as I'm working through this documentary with Umar, because it's going to be a complete timeline dealing with Umar Johnson. Anyway, I've been dealing with that recently and just working through that. So I've kind of taken a step back from producing the documentary and doing, because I've been releasing segments of the documentary, like rough drafts for members, and thanks everyone who's a member here on YouTube. I've been doing that for you all, but I had to take a step back because I got to go back and reorganize. I need to do it now before I get too far into the documentary. If I do it now, it has saved me a lot. It has saved me literally hundreds of hours later on down the line. So I'm making sure I'm getting that done. I also have a 4 terabyte solid state drive coming that I bought from Amazon, and I need that in order to run the software more efficiently, because the amount of videos that I'm dealing with is just massive. Anyway, that's a quick update. I want everyone to understand this, that everything I say about Umar Johnson, I can back it up. And one of the things that I know about Umar is, of course, he's a deadbeat. He doesn't take care of his kids. Okay, he's been on child support for over 20 years. I have all the documentation in terms of the child support. A lot of it you can't find online anymore. Actually, you can't find, especially the 2 baby mamas that I do know he has. You can't find it online anymore because it truncates if the docket gets too long, and it's massive, or if it reaches I think it's 10 years out, something like that. But I have all the original screenshots that will all be inside the documentary. He's a deadbeat daddy. He's a baby mama creator. He's a cookie crusher. What that means is he sexually exploits Black women. That's where you get into the Lothario aspect of this. Yeah, he's a Lothario. He's a misogynist. And yet he has the nerve to speak on male-female relationships. So what we're going to get into today, just to kind of get things moving again, is we're going to get into a video. It actually came out today on YouTube, or yesterday, but I think Umar posted about it a couple of days ago. There's other videos that people have sent me. I just haven't had the time to really get into. And if we do get together tomorrow and do like a long marathon, we can do it tomorrow. If you guys want to hit the one, we can pull out other stuff too, and just, you know, for the whole day we can hang out. My wife, I told her, well, listen, you can either cook or you can order food. I said, if you order food, I'll probably live stream. She was like, oh, I'm ordering food because she don't want to have to cook. So you live streaming this year? I said, I don't know. That's why I set everything up here so that they can have the whole downstairs if I do decide to live stream. It's totally up to y'all. Y'all want to get together. You know, people got to cook. You go come back, go hang out with your family, come back, and we'll still be live streaming. We can have a good time. So let me know what y'all want to do. All right. There's a couple of super chats that came in. Let me get to those, and then we'll get into the video for the thing. Again, thank you all so much. Yeah, Lothar, Umar's, let me give you guys the definition of a Lothar. It's amazing that I have to say this, that there's so many Black women who've been deceived by this guy. He's a great deceiver. And people who have not done their due diligence and haven't done their research into the guy, you will be manipulated by him. And you will think that he's one thing, but in point of fact, that's not who he is. I know who Umar is. See, I've studied this guy. I've done extensive research. No one has researched Umar more than I have. And I'm not saying it as a statement of arrogance. It's a statement of fact. Okay. He's a Lothario. He's sexist. He's misogynistic. He doesn't like to be challenged by Black women. He doesn't like to be questioned by he doesn't like to be challenged by anyone, but Black women in particular, because he has this view about Black women that you guys are subservient. You're supposed to be less than and in a subservient position to him. Meanwhile, he literally lives with his mama. He has these enmeshment issues. And on one hand, he claims to be the primary caretaker for his mother, but he's traveling all over the world. But really, it's an enmeshment issue. It's a dysfunctional relationship that he has. On one hand, it's his need to be in her presence, but through control. You see. But the other thing is that it allows him to continue to be like a little boy who does not have his own place, doesn't have his own car, doesn't have his own job, doesn't have anything to do. So when he doesn't have a place to stay from speaking engagement where they give him a hotel room and some food to eat, he has to end up right back into his mama's closet. So it's a very unhealthy relationship. And this is one of the reasons why Black women, see, if you raise boys this way, they're going to remain boys. And Umar's a mama's boy. In fact, that's why his daddy sent him away. When Umar was in either ninth grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, yeah, 9th grade. He may have been 8 because he said 8th grade. When he said 9th, let's go with 9th grade. I'll have it all cleared up inside the documentary. But he sent them away to a private school. It was a boarding school away from the family. Out of all the kids, sent him away. And he said that Umar was too close to his mother. Well, guess what? Here we are, I don't know, 40 years later? No, excuse me, 35 years later. And he still has these enmeshment issues with his mama. See, but it's also about control. It's about, I want to keep her in her place, but also she provides him with a place to stay. Umar hasn't had his own place to stay in over a decade. Think about, is it a decade? I have to go back and look at my receipts because I do have the eviction notices and all that kind of stuff dealing with Umar. And while he was staying with his mom, the eviction notice. And that's how I found out that he actually stays in Section 8 housing. Ironically, Umar Johnson fathers a lie about my wife and lie about me and about my kids too, by the way. And one thing they should say was that we were living on Section 8. That's not true. Never have. But lo and behold, while they're saying that Umar literally was living inside Section 8 at his mama's spot in the closet. It's a closet, a little closet space. I have all the receipts on that too. See? So the point that I'm getting is you Black women, if you raise boys that way, then they're going to remain as boys. And that's how Umar was raised. He's still a little boy to this day, always trying to run back to mommy. When his father sent him away, it was shattering for him. Very difficult, traumatizing, because he was so attached to his mama. See? And so his whole life has been about getting back to his mama, but then also controlling her and keeping her in her place so that he can always return because she always provides a place for him to stay. And this is the guy that people think is some sort of Black leader. What has he led exactly? What has he organized? You guys can't give me one thing. He's an institution, but what institution are you talking about? Don't say them abandoned buildings up there in Wilmington, because he just took $400,000 out of the millions of dollars that he raised. Well, it's not millions. I don't think it's millions. I think it's 1.6, 1.7 million, $1.8 million maybe by now. Try to give him the benefit of the doubt. But he just takes $400,000 and he throws that down and purchases abandoned building and now here we are almost 6 years later, still nothing. That's not an institution. Those are abandoned buildings, still on the vacant property list. See? But see, you Umar Johnson followers, you guys have been so manipulated. I'm not here to demean you either, because you have to deal with the reality of the situation. He's not an organizer. He's not a Black leader. What has he led? What has he organized? Not a damn thing. What institution has he built? Not a damn thing. See, if someone gave you $1.6, $1.7 million, and you take $400,000 to buy these abandoned buildings, you done built shit. You ain't built nothing. That's why there's still not one Black child has been educated after all these years. He conceptualized this again in 2005. We're talking 19 years, almost 20 years, and not one Black child has been educated. And he lies to you guys all the time. I'm a school psychologist. He's not a school psychologist. When? Where? To be a school psychologist, you have to be working in the schools. You don't necessarily have to work at a school because you can do it independently. But Umar gave that lifestyle up in 2010. I have all the receipts on that. He's not a professional. He doesn't have his own office. When's the last time you heard Umar say, I'm going to my office? When's the last time you seen him live stream from his office? Think about this. All the live streaming Umar do, you ain't never seen Umar live streaming from his office. He'll live stream from his mama's closet, though. He'll live stream out of a rental car. He'll live stream sometime once in a while. He'll live stream up there in them trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware, with mold on the wall. I'm just saying, he deceives people. He tells people that he's all these different things, but he's none of those things. He's a cyber bomb. He's a deadbeat. He's a Lothario. He's a misogynist. He's a sexist individual. Yes, and he's a con man. And so many people have just, At this point, I don't get it, but it is what it is. Here's the definition, and we're going to get into the before. Then we do the super chat to get to the video for today. What's a Lothario? A Lothario is a man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in his sexual relationships with women. So he has these sexual relationships. It's really exploitive in the first place, but he behaves very selfishly. It's always about him. I want to crush cookies. I want you to do this. I need this. I want to smash. King Kong, this type of shit. That's why Umar's always talking about cookies, which is a euphemism for vagina. Snow bunny cookies and hot fudge cookies and a pina colada cookie and brown. This is colorism. He likes to give y'all black women different colors associated with your private parts. He also associates sex with food. I can prove that too. The psychology of Umar. See, because he's gluttonous on one hand, he likes the food, but he's also likes to sexually exploit because he's a Lothario. So he associates the two things together. Okay. That's why he's always talking about cookies. And I want to crush cookies. And I want the hot fudge cookies. Well, that's all sex talk, but really it's exploitive. It's exploitive of you black women. Y'all just don't get it. See, a lot of you black women, you're so used to black men treating you like shit that when Umar does it, it's just like, okay. He'll say all the right things, run game. Yeah, we need to marry these black. Umar, are you married? When's the last time you heard Umar talking about he was in a long-standing relationship with a woman? He'll talk all that talk, but that's just to run game to get in them draws. It's really that simple. You black women need to wake up. I don't get, especially older ones, because y'all done been dealing with that shit most of your life, and you still falling for the shit. Y'all don't mean to be like that, but at some point you're gonna have to grow. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to grow up and deal with the reality. If you're gonna choose, then don't complain about the shit, because you can't have it both ways. Yeah, I want the black man to respect me, that you follow around Umar's skirt, who disrespects you at every single turn. He's a Lothario. He's irresponsible and he's selfish when it comes to his sexual exploitation. And again, selfish. You got to be selfish in the first place to exploit black women like that anyway. He's 50 years old. Who's living like that at 50? What kind of man at the age of 50 still chasing after draws like that? What kind of freak off? That's crazy. You 50, living in your mama clothes and still chasing them draws at 50. Ain't got a job, ain't got a car, ain't got a house. Always online begging, always want black women to send you money and still chasing them draws. That's crazy. But evidently, you black women, you cool with that's on y'all. Ain't just all right. He behaves selfishly and irresponsibly. See, there's no part of the irresponsibility is that like there's no connection. So I'm just gonna have sex with. That's what he does. He goes on these little trips. He sex up the whip. He come back to his mama clothes there. And it's really that simple. One last time, Lothario is a man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in his sexual relationships with women. And that's Umar. All right. Let me do this. Let me do these super chats, then we're going to get to the topic for today. Okay. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah. Everyone, happy Thanksgiving. Christmas is around the corner, too. Hope you guys are going to have a wonderful Thanksgiving tomorrow. Maybe I'll get on here and we can live stream, too, for an extended period of time. I'll figure it out by the end of the live stream. If you guys want to, we'll do it. He shouldn't, that's the life of a homeless person, give you lifestyle and financial advice. Well, I want to point this one out because Umar shouldn't be giving, in my opinion, shouldn't be giving relationship advice because he's a deadbeat and he knows nothing about male-female relationships at all. But the other thing is that he's also homeless. I have this video where he says, I can't take the women home because I got a lot of important stuff sitting around, because he doesn't trust women like that. He thinks that women are out to get him, and the black women that you guys have been sent. He calls y'all COINTELPRO, that the government sending y'all to undermine his whatever the shit he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, but whatever he say he's doing. Deadbeat bum. Anyway, I have this, but I was saying to myself, no, that's not the reason why he can't bring the woman over to his place, because he ain't got no place. Where you gonna bring to his mama closet where he flipped that phone and all that filth? Where are you going to take him? That's why when he was dealing with that stripper, again, Lothario, when he tried to call her conscious stripper because it makes it seem more palatable. Oh, she was conscious. That's why. No. You want to get in there because that's his type. He want the freak off type, the stripper type. I'm apologize. I don't mean to say it like that, but that's what he wants. He's a freak off type. Umar's a freak off type. He wants the stripper on the pole with the blonde weave. That's what he wants with the booty pics and all this kind of stuff. I don't get it. Listen, older people, we should be, I don't get it. The younger people do that, but we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be sending the booty pics and these types of things. No. It's a cybersecurity issue too. I have a degree in cybersecurity. We shouldn't be doing that. The younger people do it. They shouldn't be doing it either. But I don't get it. Umar, she released all the screenshots. I believe because he admitted to someone can make up the shit. I get it, but he admitted that he said, "Yeah, at least some of those are true." No, you knew because she sent that booty pic, and you saw that booty pic, and she said she needed to get on that poll so she could get that money to make that donation to FDMG. That's what she said. And at a certain point, she was like, "Why we got to keep going to the hotel? Why can't I come to your house?" Because he didn't have a house. Anyway, it's such a mess. It's such a mess. Anyway, let me do this. I have to do this. I don't want to, but I have to. Good question, chat undefeated. Give me 1 second, please. You know, it might not even be here because I moved all those files over to the other folder. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Is it this one? Oh, here it is right here. Okay, it's in this folder. Give me 1 second. I don't like showing this, but I'm gonna show it just because as a Umar, he can't take you to no house or nothing. Yeah, it's still not coming up. Well, let me go to my other drive here. Hold on 1 second. I like to have my receipts in order, but since we're here, I might as well pull it up. I don't mean to laugh, but it amazes me. You're gonna take a relationship from a guy who lives in filth, like he literally lives in filth. This it? No, this isn't it. I put up the wrong one. Hold on 1 second. I thought I had. I know I have it listed under filth, but I think I put phone. Oh, let's bring up the phone call. That the SETI rant phone call. That's not the one we want either. I thought I put flip phone. Yeah, here it is right here. Yeah, let me play this for y'all. Then we get to super chats. Then we get into the video for today. We're doing good on time. Okay, we're gonna take our time. All right. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in too. I appreciate it. Y'all hit the like button. I appreciate that too. Make sure you vote on the poll too. We have a poll question. Should Umar Johnson, a baby mama creating deadbeat misogynist Lothario, be speaking on relationships? Right now, 87% say no, 13% say yes. Here's the video I was referring to.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment.
See how he starts lying. He never relocated to Wilmington, Delaware either. He's a habitual liar, pathological liar.
It's a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
See, instead of owning it like a man, he has to just start lying. But he lies all the time. That's one thing people don't understand about Umar. He's a pathological liar. He's a habitual liar though too, but mainly a pathological liar. There's a difference between the two.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes.
Look at this filth. This is the filth that he's living in. This is mama's spot too. If memory serves me right, I have to go back and get the timeline on his residency, but I do believe that he was staying with his mama in this one too. And look at the filth that he was living in.
At gmail.com. FD.
Look at this.
MG.
He's giving relationship advice, but he can't even keep her because he's like a little kid, you know, like a teenager. I'll be telling my son, I say, clean this shit up. They'll tell you, I don't do it malicious. I just clean this shit up. Just clean it up, man. Come on. Okay, Dad. I don't keep asking because that, you know, they too grown. The older ones, they too grown now. I shouldn't even have to say nothing, but Okay, I'm gonna get to it. And then I'll come back 2 days later. It just looks the same. I said, son, you said you're gonna quit. Yeah, I'm about to get to it right now. I said, all right. Back in the day, I'm much more lenient these days. But when I was that age, I was not. I just couldn't. I had to. Even to this day, I'm like that. Everything has to have this be right where it needs to be. But Umar's still like that. Even in his 50s, he's still like that. He's 50 now. He's filthy. You know, he doesn't take care of himself. He don't know how to clean up. He living in filth. I don't mean to laugh, but you should not. You should. What are we putting one in here for? Did I say? Well, am I behind? Yeah. I'm so behind this chat room. It's crazy. I'm so behind this chat room, y'all. I'm so sorry. And look, all the homies in here. D-Daz all's up in here. What's up? I'm gonna get to all these super chats too. I apologize. What's up, Boston man? What's up, Jays? Hey, Bridget. Ta. Yeah, he sure did. He go straight to line. That's what he do. What's up, Derek? I thought I saw how's it going, Leela? And John Paul 14. I thought I saw a real. There he is. I got to get one of them hats for sure now. Where can I get a cowboy hat like that? I don't know. Maybe I'm sure they have stores I can go to, but if there's something online, I didn't even check Amazon. I can check Amazon, but let me know 100% real, man, because I got to get me one of them hats. I've been saying that for a long time because it's Black Friday. I'm trying to. Anyway, this is the filth that Umar's living in, and he's like a big old kid. He's like a little child, really. He's a 50-year-old child.
Resume.
Look at this.
At G.
See, and this is part of the deception part of Umar too. He'll put a little backdrop that looks all African and African artifacts and all this other shit. But that's just a facade, like Pan-African. He's not a Pan-Africanist. He's a Lothario. He ain't got no job. He stay with his mama when he can in Section 8 housing. But all this Black power, but this isn't uncommon for the Black conscious community too. And I'm not saying everybody in the Black conscious, but a lot of these people in the Black conscious community, they're like $15 away from being homeless and shit. It's crazy. A lot of them stay with their mama. I know some they stay with their mama. They're living off of women. They got the Black queens that be paying for their shit because they don't want to take care of themselves. But they'll play the part. They'll put on the kufi. They'll put on. I mean, if they have to, they'll put on the suit and tie. Shit. If they got to fake it until they make it, well, they do what they got to do. But that's just the illusion that they give to people. But the truth of the matter is that they're men who have not been able to make it in the world. And I get it because I've struggled too myself. Okay, these days it's a lot different, and I'm so thankful and I'm so blessed. In 2025, I've already made a commitment to take things to the even further. But I don't even want to say anything other than that. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it right there, but you guys will see. Okay. I've already talked to my wife about it and made some investments in making this happen. So it's gonna happen. But this is not uncommon in the Black conscious space. And a lot of individuals online, like they will present themselves like Umar as some relationship expert and all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, he's not even in a committed relationship and he's sexually exploits Black women. Well, the same thing applies to this idea of the Black leadership online. I call it internet-based leadership. Okay, if they didn't have the internet, they would just be, on a corner somewhere. It's probably someone be homeless and shit. Umar's basically homeless. It's not like he has his own home on paperwork. Okay, he stay with his mom when he can. But the point is that it's not uncommon for these types, the Black conscious community, men in the Black conscious community's space, to really, they'll pretend, they'll wear the dashikis and shit, they'll have the little artifacts and they'll talk all this, a queen this and the Black woman is God, but they be running through these women and sexually exploiting them, get them draws, you know what I'm saying? And ain't got a pot to piss in and they even trying. Got kids, baby mamas all over the place, ain't in none of the babies' lives consistently, and want to commit to no Black women because part of it is they want to be able to continue to make their rounds as this Black power pimp. These are losers in society, and I'm talking about in real society. And I've been there. Trust me, I've been there. Okay, I was in the Black conscious community way back, 1990, 94, 95. So this isn't uncommon, but see, Umar, he'll set up behind him this whole facade, like he's this Black power and Black consciousness, and I'm the next Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, and you know, on and on and on to the break of dawn. But at the end of the day, he's living in filth. They had mama living in this filth too. Look at this shit. This is not. I mean, I had to draw the line at in 19, 20, 21, maybe, but not like this. Not this like this. Because I'm with my sons. I tell them, clean this shit up. They don't do it. But it ain't this bad. You know, then their mama go ask them nice, they end up doing it. I don't get that. Anyway, look at this film.
Mail.com is what we looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened?
See, he'll have this whole setup back here with Marcus Garvey. Marcus, you see Marcus Garvey's ad. Marcus Garvey like, you look at the picture. Look at the picture. Marcus Garvey's like, this ain't my room. got me in this shit. Well, you got me living in this filth like this, Umar. Look at him. Look at Marcus Garvey in the back.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. So
that African mass is crying.
The apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process of relocating.
I mean, that mass is shocked. Anyway. All right, let's get to it, people. I'm clowning around a little too much, but I'm glad to be back. All right, let me get to these super chats I've been saying I was going to get to like for the last month. What's up, Iceman Vamp? Says, since it's Thanksgiving, what do you think the chances are that Umar will make an appreciation message telling his followers he's thankful for what they do for him? 0 or 0%? I would say it's probably 0%, but he be watching these, so he may show up tomorrow and do something. But Iceman, he never thanks his, and you know this, you could correct that, you know it's about Umar. He feels entitled. As far as the narcissism, he feels entitled. So he doesn't thank people for anything. Rarely do you hear him like that. And oftentimes when he says it, I shouldn't even say it there because it's not even that he says it often. Every blue moon, as it were, theoretically speaking, when he thanks people, it's not genuine. See, because he feels entitled to other people's money. Part of it is the narcissism and the for Umar, he has this sense that he's so important and he's this great revolutionary black leader. But I mean, he lives in fields. Cut it out. It's ridiculous. And because of that, he feels entitled to money and he feels entitled to you women's cookies, his sex. He wants them draws. That's what it comes down to. He feels entitled to that. So someone who thinks like that, they're not going to thank people unless it's a display based on people criticizing them for thanking them, but it's not genuine. See, that's Umar. So I highly doubt that. What Umar will start to do, usually what he does around this time is he starts to demean people for spending money on Black Friday and then also spending money for Christmas. And he'll tell people, hey, listen, you should be, because he feels entitled that money should be coming to him. Meanwhile, he hasn't updated people on how much money he's collected for these trap bandos since 2000. I want to say 2018. He said $850,000. I'm going to put together, I think that'll be the next segment that I'll put together for you members. And thanks everyone for who's been a member. In the documentary, the rough draft is I'll put together that timeline. I have all the research done leading up to, I have it up to 2017, but I only need that 2018. It's okay. I have enough to prove the point. And I'll put together when he first announced how much he had collected at a certain point, and then I'll show you year by year, and in some cases month by month, the changes in how much money he raised. And you guys are going to be shocked to see what the end result is. You see, he feels entitled to Black people's money, and he wants whatever money you would be spending for your loved ones on Black Friday, or even for yourself for that matter. He believes that it should be coming to him, and he'll shame you for spending your money, your hard-earned money, on what you want to spend it on, including if you want to spend it on your children. Same thing with Christmas, what you want to spend your money on for Christmas, because he wants that money coming to him. He doesn't have a job. See, it's interesting, Iceman Man, and he has no appreciation for the people who sent him. Matter of fact, he disrespects you donors more than anybody else. He disrespects you at every turn. I have all these videos where he's chastising y'all because y'all ain't doing enough and you ain't sending. Next time, make it 20. Y'all ain't shit. This type of talk. That's crazy. And then you guys take the abuse. He's very abusive in that way. It's a narcissism because he feels entitled to you guys' money, but you continue. It's like Jim Jones. You guys continue to support and defend the guy, but he disrespects you all the time. Real quick, and I mean to go off on this, but this is such an important point, Iceman Vamp. The fact that you Umar Johnson followers who sent him money, The fact that he does not even update you on how much money he's received shows the lack of respect that he has for you in the first place. Because in essence, what it says is, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't have to tell you nothing. And he'll tell you, if you're a donor, you're getting updates. No, there's plenty of people that's donated that's been here. They ain't got no updates. If he's updated you donors and told you anything more than $850,000, you let me know. Get in contact with me and let me know. And then show me the receipt. I was gonna say the receipt because you ain't got it. See, you ain't got it. See, that goes to show you he has no respect. And he's not going to thank you genuinely, including on Thanksgiving. Okay. Thanks, Iceman fans for super chat. Where did it go over to? All right, let me do these other ones real quick. We gotta get to the show for a day. Black Wolf says, "Sup, Lenon, cook chat. Umar shouldn't speak on what type of fish food to use. What food to use? Shit, absolutely nothing besides a book on how to talk." What are you talking about? What type of fish food? What kind of freak off talk are you talking about? What kind of freak off talk are you talking about, Black Wolf? Sup, Little Cook said Umar shouldn't speak on what type of fish food to use. What in the world? Absolutely nothing besides a book. Yeah. The only thing that Umar has produced is two books. That's it. 2 books, and they're not peer reviewed. There's no source material. He doesn't have any source material. That's crazy right there. Okay, he has a side D, but when he puts together these books, he doesn't offer any type of source material. That's crazy to me. If you have an undergraduate degree, you know you have to cite your sources. Umar doesn't even do that, but he does. Not so much these days as much as he used to, Black Wolf, but back in the day, his the books that he wrote, that was really the thrust of his message. These days, his message is more about sexual exploitation. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. Let me not say it that way. It's more about sex and relationships, and then hot topic issues, that are kind of social media driven. Snow bunny crisis and interracial dating or anything going on in the news dealing with that's popular. That's because he's more of a social influencer than anything else. He's not a leader or anything like that. But ultimately, the only thing that he's produced are those 2 books with no source material. See? And even though in the past he used to talk a lot about the material inside of those books, these days not so much. And part of it is because he's run that well dry, and he moves on to the next thing that brings him money. Right. All right. Thanks, Black Wolf, for the super chat. How's it going, Miss Smith? I think it's a super sticker. Thank you so much for the super sticker. It doesn't show up on my end, so I can't see it. I would have to go on to YouTube and see that the super sticker. But thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Information. What's up, information, man? Much respect to you. Yeah, much respect to you too. Okay, I hope you're having a wonderful. Really, I guess you could say vacation season is about to jump off. Okay, so I hope that you have a wonderful Thanksgiving tomorrow. Again, I would like to come tomorrow and just live stream throughout the day. It'll be real laid back. I got notes I need to type out. Maybe I'll put some videos on with Umar, and we'll just, just kind of kick it. And my wife's going to order some food, so I'll probably be sitting up here eating and stuff too. But I already moved everything up here into our little small room, my wife and I. We gave our daughters the master bedroom. Has own bath, and it's nice. But we get in and look out the window, is a lake. It's wonderful. But we gave them that because they deserve it. And but that's fine. I don't mind having the little small space for my wife. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna leave it right there, family. We're gonna leave it right there. But much respect to you, information man. This is one of the homies right here. Thank you so much for super chat. How's it going, Sasha? Sasha says Umar not even in a long-standing relationship with the barber. Let alone a woman. This is true. You're absolutely right about it. Every once in a while he'll get his hair cut. He'll at least the size. But Umar stated that he was taught how to cut hair when he was in the military. It's basically a military academy, right? From 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade that he was taught how to cut hair. He considers himself to be a barber. Of course, it doesn't necessarily appear that way these days, but there was a time where he did take the time to get his hair cut, and he doesn't do that as much these days. And part of it is because of his self-destructive lifestyle. He has a substance abuse issue. A lot of people don't want to admit that. I'll say it straight out. He has a substance abuse issue. And amongst other things too, he got some serious mental health issues. But the substance abuse issue is it's important for people to recognize, because it also goes to show you he also has a gambling problem too. Okay, he's that video where he's gambling people's money away. That's crazy at casinos. There's 2 videos that have circulated, and I have both of them. But anyway, the point I want to make is there was a time he cared more about his physical appearance consistently, not just when he has to go overseas or when he's on the Breakfast Club where he'll get himself cleaned up a little bit. At least he tries to. But there are times where it looks as if Umar literally hasn't bathed in a week, and he looks as if he hasn't slept for 3 or 4 days. And there's reasons for that too, because there's times where he doesn't have enough money to get the substance or substances that he needs, and he starts to have withdrawal symptoms. And that's when you'll see him. He'll be looking real disheveled and real antsy, and he starts scratching and shit and sniffing. He'd be rocking back and forth and shit. And black people just be like, oh no, no, y'all need to cut it out. Because if you saw somebody out on the street corner and you didn't know it was Umar, they were behaving like that, you know what you would say. Okay? But you give Umar a pass. That's just the problem with this internet shit. So he doesn't care. He doesn't care about those types of things as much, which is these days. But that's what tends to happen with people who have substance abuse issues, and they don't care about things that they used to care about in the past, including their physical appearance. Well, that's Umar. Okay. Even this, and I'm not here to shame, because he can wear his hair as he ever he want to, but for him to be 50 years old and be playing in his hair and shit, I'm like, anyway. Thanks for being a member too, Sasha. I appreciate it. Okay, Lorray, that's a nice hat too. Lenon, just wondering if you've ever covered David E. Taylor. This guy makes Umar look like an angel. Shake my. No, I haven't even heard of him. That's one thing is I've spent so much time researching Umar that I haven't really gotten deeply into anyone else. And that's one of the drawbacks to my YouTube page, but it is what it is, because I don't think that what I'm doing with Umar, I don't think it's ever been done, more specifically covering a school scam, a scam that has been going on for 19 years now. Again, I haven't been covering for 19 years, but I've done the research going back over 19 years. I actually done the research to Umar's birth going on back then. So to be able to cover all that and then have receipts to back up my findings, I don't think that that's ever been done. Not for one specific individuals, for where you cover their whole life and at this point in real time. I think that's quite unique. Now I could be wrong about that, but it's something I've thought about in the past. But David E. I'm looking at the picture. Isn't he like a preacher or something like that? David E. Taylor is first and foremost a friend of Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've seen this guy on something. Yeah, I've seen him. I think I've actually played a video of his in the past. Is that this guy? No, it wasn't this guy. But I know that I've seen this guy before. I don't know much about him. But there was maybe it was him. I played a video of him. He was talking about people sending him money for something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I haven't covered him. I have seen some stuff on him though in the past. Maybe I should look into him. Yeah, there's a lot of charlatans out there. Umar's not the only one. I think Umar is unique because there's so much wrapped in to him as a person. There's psychological issues, there's mental health issues, there's sexually exploitative issues. There's the looming issue of how he records little children and their body parts. That to me, and I don't see how people, if you see it, how could you continue to follow Umar? And there's people who are teachers who follow Umar Johnson. They're dealing with kids every single day, and yet he engages in this type of behavior. They're supposed to be mandated reporters, and yet Umar engages in this type of behavior. And they defend him and they follow Umar. I'm gonna have that inside a documentary too. Well, it is what it is. The truth is gonna be told. So it's not just Umar. I just think Umar is a unique case, and there's plenty of other people. Jay Morrison is another one. Zaza Ali is another one. Polite, who's in jail, he's another one. The list goes on and on and on. There's plenty of people out here engaged in these types of behaviors and the scamming and the scheming and exploiting of Black people. And yeah, this guy's another one because I've seen something on him. I just haven't covered him. Okay, thanks, Lorray. That's a nice hat. Did 100% real man, did he tell me where I get that hat from? I'm serious about it this time, y'all. I have to do it. Okay. Jabba says Umar is just like Tommy from Martin. Yeah. Tommy did have a job though. From what I remember, towards the end of the last season or something like that, they said, I can't remember what season it was. I watched it recently. He did say that he had a job. Okay, was it verified? I don't know. But that was an ongoing joke on Martin. I watched the whole series recently because it started coming on. Not recently. It was about 6 months ago. It was on Netflix. It came on Netflix. I watched all of them. Anyway, Umar, he doesn't have a job. He's unemployed. He has not worked as a professional since, and I'm going to say circa, which means in and around 2010, 2011. So we're talking 13 years, almost 14 years now. But he hasn't worked professionally. So whenever he tells people that he's a school psychologist, he's not a school psychologist. See, Umar never got a license either to practice. You guys know that? He'll talk about certification for this and so, but he never got a license. What that means is that he has to work under someone. But he tried to act like he's this great school psychologist. No, he has to work under someone, and they have to sign off on all of his shit. He can't do shit by himself. Who's working with Umar to sign off on his shit? Who's a professional? Come on, cut it out, people. Don't y'all think we would know who that is by now? See, Umar, he lies to people. He tells he's all these things. No, he ain't got no job, Tommy. His job is to get online and beg and try to get black people to give him money for shit, for nothing. It's bad. Anyway, thanks to Paul 14. All right. Yeah, that's one of my favorite shows. I watched it recently. Thanks for Super Chat. Okay, I got this one too. Thank you so much, Laura, for being here. Iceman Vamp says the fact you got an Umar file labeled filth is. Hey, I have my way of archiving. I just put filth and flip phone, flip phone filth, something like that. That way I'll know all I gotta do is type in filth or flip phone and it'll come up every single time. But that's why I'm going through all of my files. It's a long process, but it'll save me hundreds of hours later on as I work through this documentary. And I'm reorganizing things and I'm renaming things in a specific format so that I can pick things up and filter through things real easily. For archival purposes as I'm looking for files. And I also have a Microsoft Word document, which is hundreds of pages long at this point. I think it's hundreds of pages at this point that have all the notes from all these videos going all the way back to 2000. I think it's 2000. I want to say 2009, 2010, when you first start to see, maybe 2011, when you start to see Umar online. But I also have videos that were uploaded later on, but we'll go all the way back to 2005, 2006-ish. Okay, I'll have that inside the documentary too. Anyway, thanks, Iceman Vamp, for super chat. Japal also says his crib looks like a bachelor's pad. No. That's not Japal. That's not a bachelor's pad. That's a hoarder's pad. See, hold on. Let's not, because that's what I'm saying. I can understand if you know you're but even when I was a bachelor, I just couldn't. Because I'm just like everything has to be where it needs to be. That's how I am. But Japal, this is not no bachelor's pad. Here, let's go one more time.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes.
This ain't no bachelor's pad, because I'm sure there's some men in here in the Cook Crush chat. You're a bachelor and you're not living in filth like this. It is just a hoarder situation. See, so in that video I have, Umar says, I can't have the women, at my place because he didn't have a place, first of all, because he's a homeless. But he said, I don't want them sick because I have so many important documents and paperwork around. No. This is what he was talking about. I should do a video that's just those two videos where he's talking about how, because I have it in my notes where he's talking about, I can't have the women at my place. No. I have important documents. I don't want them to see. No, you have filth. That's what it is.
Gmail.com. FD.
Look at this. Any of you women in the Cookie Crush chat, if you come on now, you would. This is not a bachelor's.
MG resume.
I can't. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
At G.
Look at this filth. I mean, there's trash on top of trash.
Email. Look at this.
I mean, the boxes are leaning over, and it's bad when the boxes are leaning over and they're just stacked up against the wall.
Doc.
Look at this. This is not a bachelor, Paul. This is not no bachelor. Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul. This is not.
Is what we looking for.
That's Hoarder. If you guys watch that, I can't watch it, but there's a show called Hoarders, and that's what this is right here. That's Umar. Thanks, Paul, for super chat. Iceman said he's a pan-tractionist. Yeah, Marcus Garvey rolled around his grave. Marcus Garvey rolled around. He's in all this filth. He's a pan-trashinist. Wow. All right, thanks a lot, man, Val. How's it going, ladies? They said they are professional debaters. Quick recycle look good. All right, thank you. Yeah. That was a big moment in the Black conscious space. Some of you guys, if you've been around a while, you remember the whole debate scene. They don't do it as much these days as they did back then, because a lot of the people that were involved in that, they're not around. Some of them are in jail. And I'm not just talking about polite. There's another guy who used to do the debates. He's in jail too for drug distribution or some shit like that. But he ended up going to jail and some sort of drug deal in the prison. The person that he dealt the drugs to died. So he got caught up on some charges on that. I can't remember his name. A Natural Tahuti, I think. I remember that hit the one. I mean, this is old shit right here. But back then with the Sod Netter made a lot of money off of that debate scene. And Polite used to debate. Umar, I don't ever remember Umar debating because he wasn't really around consistently at that time. Young Pharaoh was another one used to do the debates. Star Suit and Seti used to do the debates. There's quite a few people that used to do that, and it was very profitable. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such a huge fallout and they started all the infighting was because it was over the money. And ultimately, because they couldn't get along and they couldn't structure deals the right way where everyone was happy, that whole scene just crumbled to the ground. And a lot of those people who were making a lot of money through the debate scene, even though they act like they were against each other, it was really just a hustle. They didn't want to deal with each other, and the egos got involved in that type of stuff. But they were professional debaters back then. That's really what it was. Okay, these days not so much. You don't really see it. Still happens, but not like it used to. It was very profitable. Yeah, a lot of people don't remember that, but that was a long time ago. Thanks, lady. Japal says Umar cleans himself like a what in the world? Now, Japal, I'm gonna take offense there because cats, they really do they're very clean animals. They will clean, they clean themselves over and over. They can't stop. That's just how they are. Umar's he don't take care of himself. It's sad. I remember this person says, "What do you mean? You say all this stuff about Umar, and I get it. You show the receipts, but you're saying he can't take care of himself. That's going too far. No, he can't take care of himself. That's not going too far. It's a statement of fact. I just showed you how his living conditions. See, he needs you black women to take care of his ass. He needs you all to send him money. He needs y'all to provide everything he needs, including his sexual desires. That's all on y'all. See, he can't take care of himself. He don't have a job. He don't have his own vehicle. He don't have his own place to stay. Umar has nothing. See, and if the internet got turned off tomorrow, he would literally be out on the street corner like a bum when his mama kicked him out. He'd be out there living out on the street, probably in a cardboard box. That's what he would do. See? He can't take care of himself. He's 50. He can't take care of himself. See? Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Alden. Gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Alden. I appreciate that. That's nice. Very kind of you, sir. Tata says all that filthy room needs is stink lines. No. I don't know if that's gonna help. And I just think it's so far over the top. I in my mind, if anyone saw that Umar Johnson's followers, if you saw that Umar was living like that, pretending to be this great black leader, if you deal with the reality of the situation, you have to draw the conclusion that no, he's not some sort of great leader. All of it is just talk. See, you can't live like that. And see, like I said earlier, instead of him owning it, and like a man said, I know it's filthy in here, I apologize. No, he starts making up lies and shit, talking about, yeah, I'm about to move to Wilmington. No, he never moved to Wilmington. The other thing, if memory serves me correct, and I got to go back in the timeline. If memory serves me correctly, he was staying with his mama at this time. So what this means is that he's supposed to be the primary caretaker, but he's living in filth, and he got his mama living in this filth too. There's no we can't justify that. Again, I got to go back in the timeline to make sure that this. I'm fairly certain. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain. Oh, we just need to go. I already know where I need to look, but there's no justification for this. Umar Johnson, you can't justify this. And there's other things too. Like the SETI rant as another example. Maybe if we live stream tomorrow, we can pull up the SETI rant and watch that. Thanks, Tata, for the super chat. And then Iceman Fam says those debates are what brought us to SETI rant. Yeah, in part it did. The SETI rant. But the thing is that a lot of the beef that started to circulate at a certain point, a lot of it was sourced out of these debates. And if the debates didn't happen and all the egos weren't involved, a lot of these people, they wouldn't have been going at each other at a certain point. I mean, there's always origins to these different beefs. And Umar's beef with SETI, his beef with Sa Neter deals with money too. He was upset that Sa Neter had him come out to speak, and Polite was there. It was a meeting of the minds, or meeting of the masters, of the young masters, or some shit like that. And Umar was upset because he was supposed to be the headliner. You know, supposed to be to give the last speech, and Polite spoke. Young Pharaoh spoke, and I think someone else. I can't remember. It may have just been those two. I can't remember if it was another person. But anyway, Umar he was upset because by the time he got there, they weren't ready for him to speak, and time was running out. And Umar is. He wants all the time. And Polite was still talking, and he got really upset about that. Once Polite finally got off of the speaking, he still had all of his products set up. That was when he had the New Covenant. A lot of people don't remember this, but that was one of his quotes, early quotes. And Umar was upset because while Umar's trying to talk, Polite was still walking back on stage, you know, behind him with all of his merchandise and stuff. Umar got mad about that too. And then what really set it off, Umar felt offended, and he felt as if he was being disrespected because he always wants to be the HNIC. He wants all the attention on him. But at the end of the event, when he got paid, he felt like he didn't get paid what he should have gotten paid. And that's the origins of the Sa Neter beef. Okay. And he still takes shots at Sa Neter to this day, just like he still takes shots at Tariq Nasheed. Anyway, a lot of the beefs that came out later, it's actually sourced from these debates that were going on back in the day. But that's such a long time ago. It really is such a long time ago. Okay, let's get into the video for today. Thank you all so much. Let me just real quick, ask tomorrow, would people be interested in me coming back tomorrow and doing like a mini marathon and live streaming, you know, throughout the day? If you would find that to be interesting or something that you would want to come and check out, and again, you can come and check 30 minutes and go do what you got to do and come back later on today. If you hit the one right now, let me know. Okay. And I'm just want to look in here and see. And that way I can get an idea if I should do it or not. Yeah. What's up, ESB? Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah. How's it going, Queen Scorpion? And the thing is that I told my wife, you want to cook, you can cook. She was like, no, I thought you was going to live stream. Because she don't want to cook. She just want to order out. I don't like ordering out because it costs more to order out. But she said, I don't feel like she didn't cook last year either. She deserved it. You know what I'm saying? She put all this work with all these kids. Okay, so look like people. What's up, Motionless Diamond? Well, how's it going, Yolanda? It looks like people would be interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna call it. Tomorrow I'll get together. I don't know what time. It'll probably be earlier on today. I'll put together some videos. If you guys have any ideas during the live stream on something I could pull up, just let me know during the live stream. If you have any ideas right now you want to put in there, stuff we can watch for tomorrow, just let me know. What's up, Boston Man? Sportsbet 01. What's up, James and Honeypot? How's it going, Honeypot? Guys, Little Princess, how you doing? Thank you so much with the mod and skills. How's it going, Rosalind? Hope you're doing all right. And for you members, I'll do a video. I'm gonna try to do it tonight. If not, I'll do it early tomorrow morning, and I'll explain why it is that I was away. I just don't want to talk about personal stuff here. I've learned some very tough lessons. What's up, Golden Child? Sharing too much online, at least for everybody. So I'll do a video for you members, and we can get together either later tonight or tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it before we actually start the live stream for the day, and we'll just get together for 10-15 minutes. What's up, Lisa? Thank you so much. Okay, Bridget said it, and we gonna do it. Shit. Okay, so I'm gonna call it. We gonna get together. I'll be on here tomorrow throughout the day. Y'all come and kick it for a little while. We'll hang out. Say what's up. My homie Dominique is at the building. Jimmy Jamboree. What's up, man? Just come on through it and kick it for a little bit, then head on back, and then come on back. Can we watch Tariq? I don't know, Tata. That's too much. That's too much, because I'm telling you, that one right there, I wanted to do it last year, but I'll have to think about that one, Tata. I mean, you asking, so I'm gonna have to at least think about that. I don't know, because we could do it. I could put together all of them. Because remember, Umar went at he went at the Boys Watkins too. Remember that? I can put them all together because I've already gone through the timeline with all those videos, and I have them inside of my notes. So let me just put this one down. I'll think about it. Rant against Umar. That one was crazy. That's got to be one of the craziest ones. Yeah, Tariq went in. How's it going? My best life, my best life, my life 234, my life. What's up, Mr. Maxwell? Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. What's up, Trudy Lonzy? We'll do it tomorrow for sure. Oh, thank you so much. It was my birthday, not this past Monday, but the Monday before. But I'll talk with you members about it. I mean, I didn't really get to enjoy my birthday, but that's a whole nother thing. I'll tell you, it's personal. I'll talk to y'all about that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I turned 49, I think. Yeah, 49. Because I'm getting up there. I'm thankful. I'm so thankful to be alive. Thank you so much. So I appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, so we'll do this tomorrow. Okay, for sure. Okay. All right, how's it going, Dre? Hope you're doing all right. Chris Greaves at the building, and Kaye. Take out on, yeah, no, that's what she wants, because my wife, she don't want to have to cook. Okay. Just something happened, did my thing go out? Oh, you want to, oh yeah, we'll do that one for sure. Queen Mother. I already have that archive as Queen Mother. Okay. Yeah, my wife, she don't want to have to cook. She just, she done that for such a long time. And the kids, they get to order whatever they want to. Tarika is the reason the world knows Umar Johnson. Now, I can't say that that's the reason why the world knows Umar, but I will say this, that well, no, there's some truth in that. There's some truth in that. And the reason I'm saying is because Umar, even though he will act as if he was international prior to Hidden Colors, the truth is, and the receipts show that he was not. Okay, he'll talk about this interview that he did with Ben Yaz Israel, something like that, in Chicago. We've covered that video, and that was like a launching pad, and how he gave him a video, a CD of a copy of that interview. You can still find that interview online. It'll be in a documentary. And then Umar, he took that same DVD to New York with him. And I think he said, he took it to New York, and that it really became the beginning for Umar. It was in around 2010, 2011. And that's when Umar, he claims that that's when he became international, but that's not true. He became international through the Hidden Colors series. So there's truth to what you're saying right here. Umar doesn't want to give Tariq credit because, first of all, Umar, he doesn't ever want to give anyone else any credit. And he always felt as if he was in competition with Tariq, especially around the money part. And I've already explained where the origins of that. It's not even a beef, because Umar was taking shots at Tariq for years, and Tariq finally responded. And Tariq, he was smart about it, because if he had responded earlier, then it would have compromised the Hidden Colors series. You see, because if you have two people who are in the series and they're beefing with each other, it's not a good look, and it's going to impact sales. People who were Umar Johnson followers at the time, they'll be less inclined to purchase the Hidden Colors series, right? And vice versa, but people who are more inclined, more supportive of Tariq Nasheed, they probably wouldn't have, purchased Umar Johnson's book, okay, or had him come out to speak, compared to what would have happened. But so Tariq, he didn't come out and talk about that right away, and it was strategic on his part. But at a certain point, he had no choice, and he came out and he spoke, and he roasted the shit out of Umar. But no, young Tali A50C2. There's truth in this, because Umar didn't become an international sensation until after Hidden Colors. Okay, and this is a statement of fact, although Umar will not admit that. But the receipts show that if you guys go back into Umar's archive online, you'll see that is the case, that you didn't see him with international acclaim, as it were, until after the Hidden Colors series. And this is all factual. I can back this up with receipts online, because I've already done all the research. I've gone year by year. I'm in 2000, getting into 2018 now. Okay. All right. Okay, so we will tomorrow. We will, it was crazy for sure. We will get together tomorrow. You want to play some Granny Archer footage? Okay, that we'll pull up some of the block parties tomorrow. We got plenty to get into. Okay. So today, thank you so much, Honey Pot. I appreciate it. Yeah. Umar called him Moist Watkins, Moist Joyce. That's what he called him. I said, dang. Okay. 70 Best says happy. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I really wish I'd gotten on here, but I just could not. Again, I was explaining this to members. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Okay, I'm so thankful to be here. I'm thankful that you guys are here. I appreciate you guys. I don't take any of y'all for granted. Okay, I do not. You guys take the time to come and hang out, and I have a great time. Yeah, it did. Hidden Colors made him a lot bigger. Okay, and again, I'm not saying that it's because of Hidden Colors that Umar became who he is, but it played a major role. Umar wants to minimize that. In fact, he wants to make it appear that it had nothing to do with his ascent or his ascendancy. But no, it absolutely does. He just doesn't want to admit that, because Tariq Nasheed as far as Hidden Colors is concerned, he's the HNIC. Umar, he has a very difficult time admitting any other black person to have that level. He wants that level, and that's one of the problems with Umar Johnson. He wants to be the greatest of everything, and everyone has to be subservient, including you black women. That's what we're going to get into now, because Umar was interviewed by this sister. She, I think she's Ethiopian, from what I saw. I'll give you some of her information. We'll watch that video for the rest of this live stream, but we will be back tomorrow with the marathon. Okay, we probably won't go 12 hours like last year, but we get some time in tomorrow. Okay, and again, thank you all again for the happy birthday wishes. And again, I wish I could have live streamed to be with y'all and have some cake and stuff, but I was not in a position to do that. But I'll explain that to you members either later tonight. Let's do it tomorrow, because after this, I'm going to get everything shut down. I got to start getting videos together for tomorrow. And then tomorrow, before we start the show, we'll get together for members, and we'll chit chat a little bit. And then we'll get into the live stream tomorrow. So thank you so much, 75 for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay. And again, thank you all, everyone who sent the super chats. Thanks to the mods for handling business. Before we get into the video for today, let me just check. And it's apropos. The question, the poll question is: should Umar Johnson, a baby mama creating, deadbeat, misogynist Lothario, be speaking on relationships? And so far, hold on, let me refresh this. Is this actually? It's not even working for some reason. Yeah, hold on one second. Yeah, I don't know what this is doing. Makes no sense. And then the other thing just went down. I don't. Let me just. I'll have to do it this way. Let me get out of this other browser, and we're going to go here instead. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Oh, it may not even let me do it. Let's see. What? Oh, okay. I'll see what it's asking. This is cybersecurity stuff. Okay. Oh, let me see if it goes now. Okay, yeah, I just got the verification two-factor authentication on my cell phone. Okay, let me pull this up now. Oh, it may not even let me do it. Let's see. Let me see if it lets me do it. Okay, yeah, it's going to let me do it. Okay. All right, give me 1 second, because the interface is a little bit different here than what I'm used to. Okay, here it is. All right, let me pull up the poll and see how we doing. Okay, so 437 votes so far. Should Umar Johnson, a baby mama creating deadbeat misogynist Lothario, be speaking on relationships? 85% say no. 15% say yes. So get your vote in. If you can't do it now, you can do it a little bit later on. Again, we're going to watch this video. And Umar's giving relationship advice, and there's a young lady. She is. It looks like. Let me see. I got to pull this back up. Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me pull her, because I want to at least promote her. Not promote. I just want, if people want to go and look at the whole thing, because we may not even get to the whole thing. If you guys want to go and check out the whole thing, you're welcome to do so. Let me see if this actually comes up. Okay, yeah. So the YouTube page is called the Bittersweet Podcast. Bittersweet Podcast. So they only have, and I don't mean to say it this way, but the 1,000. Is this 1,000 subscribers? Yeah, they don't have many subscribers. Maybe they're just getting started. I don't know. Yeah, it's yeah. It looks like it's a newer YouTube page. Yeah, 3 months, 11 months, a year. Oh, it's been on. No, it's actually been on for a while. 2 years, 3 years. Okay, so they've been on for over 3 years, but they only have 1,000. Is that right? Yeah, I guess, because they only get, anyway. The video that Umar is in is 33 minutes long. It's gotten 21,000 views in 7 days. But there's other videos that they have on here. Another one over here, they only have 178 views. Anyway, it's called Bittersweet Podcast here on YouTube. So that's what we're going to get into today. And this ties to the series of the disrespect of Black women. A lot of people, and thanks again, 70 a lot of people have been deceived Umar's the great deceiver into thinking that somehow Umar cares about black women or he has respect for black women. He does not. He has no care for you. He doesn't respect you. He disrespects you at every single turn. I haven't watched this video, but I guarantee you that he exhibits behavior of someone who is sexist and misogynistic in this particular video. Mark my words. We'll see. Okay. I'm going to pull it up and we're going to watch that and we'll see. What year was infamous Umar hot tub video? Now there's at least two hot tub videos though. One of the hot tub videos is from 2016, and that's when he was on the what did he call those? I can't remember the full title of it, but it was the college tour videos. That was one of those videos. He's in the hot tub. But then I think the one you're talking about, FDMG people, and thanks for being here too, is the video where Umar was in Japan. I think it was in Japan. It might have been China, but I think it was in Japan. Was it China or Japan? Anyway, I have the video. I'll pull that up tomorrow. That's another we can get into. Yeah, he was in the hot tub and acted a doggone fool. I'll put hot tub tune there. How about that? The year, I can't remember the year. I want to say 2017. I'm going to go with 2017. I could be wrong about that. Let's say circa 2017. But I'll pull that up for tomorrow during the live stream. Okay, I'm putting my list together, and I'll try to get back through this chat room. It was Japan. Okay, it was Japan. Yeah, how's it going, Mama? Yeah, that was in Japan. I'll go back through this chat room between now and tomorrow. And if I see people put in the other suggestions for tomorrow for stuff we can get into. One thing is I want to get into again is the Zora rant, because that's an excellent example of Umar's hatred and disrespect of black women. Yeah. So I'll pull that one up tomorrow. He's had so many different beef videos though too. Someone said China. I don't know, man. Anyway, I have it. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up tomorrow for sure. Thanks for the super chat, FDMG people. Okay, so let's go ahead and someone said the video of them cutting grass. Okay, yeah, I'll pull up the we gonna cut it down. We gonna cut it down video. All right, I'll put it up tomorrow. Okay, we'll have a good time. All right, we just hang out. All right, okay. Let's get to the video now for today. Okay, we're already an hour and 20 minutes in. It's all good though. Here is the video, and I think this came out yesterday. And here it is right here.
It has to be strong. Africa has to be respected. None of us can do better than the continent we come from.
Okay, now let me tell you something. This is a bunch of bullshit. This is the pan-African rhetoric. And Umar acts as if Africa is like, you know, the size of FDMG, that he's in total control and he's running out this shit. And you know, that's just a bunch of bullshit. The truth of the matter is that the vast majority of African Americans are not trying to go back to live in Africa. Okay. No disrespect to Africa either, by the way. No disrespect. But I will also say that there's a significant portion of the population of Africans over in Africa that want to come here. Amen. So this whole idea of going back to Africa is antiquated talk that's sourced from Marcus Garvey, who never even went to Africa. It's antiquated talk. That's another thing about a lot of this Black Power shit. A lot of it's just antiquated talk. They're talking points from the 1960s and shit. In some cases, 70s. That shit's old and played out. We got the internet these days. What are you talking about? Umar, Africa's all that. Go take your ass back to Africa. You ain't going to, where you going to live? You going to live inside your mama don't live over there. Where you going to stay? You going to relocate your mama closet to Africa? What you going to do? Where you going to stay at up over there? How you going to crush the cookies that and get the zebra cakes and shit? What you going to do with the... I'm not saying it don't happen. I'm just saying. The point I want to make is all this talk, it's just old, antiquated talk, okay? I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it, okay? It's ridiculous, okay? And I'm not, listen, let me just be clear. I'm not being disrespectful to Africa. You guys understand that my great-grandfather migrated here from Africa on my mama's side, okay? He's from Cape Verde Islands. So, no, I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm not African. The truth of the matter is I'm not African. It's okay. I'm no more African than an African is American. If that makes sense. But Umar talks this talk, but it's just his old antiquated rhetoric from Marcus Garvey, and it's antiquated. It's not functional in 2024, going into 2025. That's just a statement of fact. See? Anyway, here we go.
Honest, my queen.
A lot of the dilemmas that get sent in from my listeners talk about struggling to find a man who
Struggling
dates.
to find what kind of. A big difference between the snow bunny and the African queen is the snow bunny will find a black man in progress.
Black women are willing to hold it down for the man. I feel like we're always there supporting them. If anything, black women get the short end of the stick.
If it ain't nappy, I ain't happy.
Umar's so juvenile. All right. Let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, guys? It's your girl, Wintana, and you are tuned into the Bittersweet Podcast. And today we have a very, very special guest on the podcast today. We have American African pan-Africanist psychologist.
What's the American African? What in the world is American African? What's going on here? That's like saying a Chinese Russian. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this shit out. What is South American Italian? I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm saying Italian because I watched the other day. I was watching The Godfather, part 1 and part 2. I didn't get to the end of part 2 because my TV was acting up. Anyway. But what did this lady say? And I'm not gonna be mean or nothing like that. Okay, I'm just saying. She's reading. I guess anyway. What's her name too? But I think they put her name on there. Let me just her YouTube page is called Bittersweet Podcast. Okay, I'm gonna try to wash my mouth. Here we go.
Hannah, and you are tuned into the Bittersweet Podcast. And today we have a very, very special guest on the podcast today. We have American African pan-Africanist psychologist, motivational speaker, Dr. Umar Tunde. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself, queen?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm so excited to have. I actually can't believe you're here in Australia.
Me either.
On the Bittersweet Podcast.
They're in. Okay, so he was in Australia. So she's down in Australia. What's up, Black? And I'm a happy belated birthday. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And me and Black Mountains, we go back a long time. A long. It's been a wild ride. And as I'm working through this documentary, I'm making sure I'm keeping notes of people who've helped, whether it's directly or indirectly with the research aspect. And Black Anonymous has helped tremendously with the research aspect of this. There's other people too. Y'all know who you are, James and Dion. So I will make sure to give you guys credit when the documentary is done. It'll be sometime towards the middle of next year. But Black Anonymous has been around a long time, and respect to you. Thank you so much for all of the support and the research aspect in particular. And very, very instrumental in all of this over the years. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, here we go.
Long time coming.
Is this your first trip here?
First time in Australia. You guys were the last content.
Yeah, Barry. American African. It sounds like a defector. I know, that's wild. I ain't heard that one. We might be coming up with, he said American African. Okay.
I've done every other continent but you.
Thanks,
How are you
Cam.
liking it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I've had a great time so far. I landed in Sydney Thursday morning, didn't see any black people for about 5 hours. I was going to go back to the airport and go back to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But then I flew to Melbourne and I started seeing African people. So I said, I guess this was not a CIA setup.
So Melbourne's the most that you've seen.
Yes. In Queensland yesterday, we had a great program there as well, but not as many Africans.
Yeah.
Melbourne has been the New York City of Australia.
Melbourne is definitely, and I think over the years, I don't think it would have been the same situation if it was a few years ago.
Okay.
Or I don't know if more people are flying into Melbourne, or we just have more of a culture we're creating more of a culture now as we grow up.
Okay.
So it's beautiful. We love that you're here. We love having you here.
Glad to be here.
I also want to give a big shout out to Magang, who is the founder and owner of Can you please help me with
Our cable line.
by Al-Kabulan. Now, guys, I found out about this probably last year, that there is an African historical library here in Australia, here in Melbourne, and it's in the western suburbs in Footscray. So please check it out. I'm going to have all the links in the bios and the descriptions for you guys to donate, because it's an amazing initiative. It's something that we need.
It is, very much so.
So I wanted to get right into...
I'm sorry. I just think I mean, listen, I know people commenting how she's beautiful. Now, I get it, but I just think she's showing a little too much leg. I know she has on the stock and stuff, whatever that is, but a little too much leg. That's all. No disrespect. I'm just saying. I mean, people, you do it how you want to, wet ladies, wherever you want to. Just a little too much leg. Okay. UK Philemon says, you're right. I'm a South African myself, and I can confirm that Africans in general would love to have a taste of America than the other way around. Yeah, this is a statement of fact. And no disrespect to Africa or South Africa or any place over in Africa. It's just this is a statement of fact. You know, and I think for many Black people here, United States of America, we can say African American or African descendants of slaves, whatever you want to call it. There is, at least for some, there is this nostalgia associated with Africa. I think a lot of it has to do with being historically disconnected from a landmass that we can say, well, that's where we came from. So I'm saying we can say that, but it's not like we can, for a lot of us, we can't pinpoint. Now I can, I do have ancestry on my mama's side. I can say, okay, I know where in Africa they was at, that kind of stuff. But a lot of us, we don't have that. Like on my dad's side, I can't say, okay, I know where in Africa. Outside of DNA tests, so they give you the idea, but so there's like this need to kind of connect. And so I think there's a romanticization that takes place for African Americans or Blacks here in the United States of America about Africa. And we say, yeah, you know, we're Africa this, Africa that. Umar kind of talks that talk too, but it's really, he derives that from Marcus Garvey, where in point of fact, Marcus Garvey never went to Africa. The point is that the truth of the matter is that there's a greater percentage of people in Africa that would want to come here versus the amount of people here in the United States of America without this idea of nostalgia that would actually want to go and live in Africa. Okay. And that's just a statement of fact. But a lot of this Black power talk, it centers around this idea that we have to be connected to the motherland or the mother continent, as we call it. And the truth of the matter is that if you want to be connected to it, simply calling yourself African, it doesn't connect you. It's just a terminology. It's a term. That's all. And then the way that oftentimes it's an oversimplification of Africa itself. It's a massive continent with different dialects, different cultures, languages, dialects within those languages. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Culturally speaking, it's vast. Religion, spiritual systems, etc. But we tend to, here in the United States of America, we tend to oversimplify it. And I think that that's just an outgrowth of a lot of the propaganda that we got from so-called Black leadership about Africa and the need to, quote unquote, repatriate. One thing people don't know about Umar, a lot of people don't know about Umar, is that a lot of his rhetoric earlier on was about repatriate, what he called repatriation, but he never even did that himself. See, but he was just taken from Marcus Garvey's talking points, okay, without realizing that the vast majority of people, if they had a choice, relative to Black people here in the United States of America, if they had a choice between living here in the United States of America over in Africa, they would love to be up over here. In fact, a lot of the people, Africans who are here now, they would like to be here and stay here. Okay. Anyway, I belabored the point, but this is a statement of fact, and this is no disrespect to Africa or anything like that. It's just how it is, and it's not just people in Africa. People around the world, they want to be here. South America, they want to come here. Even in the Europe places, they want to come here. And that's why we have this a lot of immigration of different people from around the world. Anyway, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. What's up, SOB? Say, hey, Cook Chat and Lenon. What BS is Umar on now? Okay, he's being interviewed by this lady over in Australia, I believe, and we're just gonna see where it goes. It's not a long video, so we'll probably be here for another hour or so. But tomorrow I plan on coming and doing a long live stream throughout the day for Thanksgiving. Okay, and happy Thanksgiving to you, SOB 308. What's up, big man? Says Umar the lactating bear hates women because their kids from feeding him at the what are you talking about? Umar the lactating bear hates women because they kids because their kids what from feeding. What in the world? I don't know. Okay, let's we're gonna keep this one going, family. How's it going, big man? Happy I was gonna say happy Halloween. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll be back tomorrow with a marathon. Yeah, you know, big man. Oh, keep their kids. Okay. Umar the lactating bear hates women because they keep their kids from feeding him. Okay. That was all good. We got you. Big Man's one of the OGs from back in the day. All right, let's get back to it. Thanks for super chat. I appreciate it. And thanks SOP for super chat. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
The topic with you, my topics today. I wanted to ask you, before we get into everything, if you can explain a little bit about pan-Africanism.
Pan-Africanism can be summed up in 3 basic principles. Number 1, all African people constitute a single human family. Whether you're in Ethiopia, Nigeria, South Africa, whether you're in Australia, Jamaica, Brazil, whether you're in Texas, New York, Toronto, whether you're in Paris, UK, or Ireland, we are one people. No matter what our religion is, no matter what our nationality is, no matter what language we speak, whether your hair is nappy like mine or more fine like yours.
Here we go. Because see, I've talked about this with Umar. He notices these types of things because he's a colorist. Hit the one on this, because I've talked about this with Umar. That's one other reason why people have to understand. He has all these lingering issues about skin color and skin hair texture that go back to his childhood. So you gotta go look at his dad. His dad, light skin, light eyes. You know, Umar has even when he talks about the different cookie flavors, which is cookie colors, and cookies being a euphemism for vagina, it's really an outgrowth of colorism. And so he even still uses terms like nappy-headed. He'll say nappy-headed, this type of thing, or fine. You know, you have fine hair. That shit, for him to be talking, it just goes to show where his mentality is at. You know, just as an example, one of my daughter's hair is thick, like my sister's. And my wife, kind of, okay? But then my other daughter's like real curly. But I don't make that distinction, and I don't say shit like, yeah, well, your hair is this way and your hair is that way. I don't do that because it can hurt self-esteem one way or the other. I'm not going to do that shit. Now, when we was growing up, we used to talk that type of talk, your hair nappy and this type of shit. No, but see, that's how you grow up in a certain environments, but I'm not passing that legacy on to the next generation. I'm not going to do it. You guys going to never hear me talk about skin color of my kids or skin, hair texture, none of that shit. But when we was growing up, we was talk like that, nappy headed this and that. Look at you looking like a, we used to talk, but I don't tolerate that shit in my household, and I don't participate. And I've told that to my kids emphatically. See, I've told, no, we don't talk like that. I don't want to hear that in this, and I'll tell them. And they don't do it, but there's been times they think they're playing around. No, because I'm not playing that shit because it damages people. Umar still has that issue. That's why he points this shit out unnecessarily about this Ethiopian woman who happens to live in Australia. See, Umar picks these things up, but it's really symptomatic of his mentality. He still has these hangups about color, skin color. He actually thinks he's really dark. He's not particularly dark. See. He obviously his hair is, I don't know what to say about it because his hair is all over the place, but he recognizes that his hair is quote unquote nappy in his mind, and her hair is quote unquote fine. Even the terminology, fine. And that's actually oppressor language, but he still uses it to this day. Okay. Umar, you need to get a haircut, bro. Anyway,
what language we speak, whether your hair is nappy like mine or more fine like yours.
See that's deep to me in and of itself. That's deep to me. Yeah. He always talking about the lemon and vanilla and the pina colada because he likes the lighter skinned women. He does. This preference. Whatever people, if you have a preference, you have a preference. But see, Umar, he just be playing games. He like white women too. He do. He just don't want to admit it because he talk all this black power shit talk. So he can't back out of it now. But if he can have him a vanilla cookie, he'll get it. He'll take it. But he always talked about pina. That's one of his favorites. He always talked about pina colada. Someone said something else. Yeah, well, his grandfather is Cuban, and all of the paperwork, and I have the paperwork. He classified himself as white. So what would be called a white Cuban. So Umar, you ain't that far away. I don't mean to say it like that, but you ain't that far away. Okay. Someone said something else. I'm trying to yeah, it is. It's him trying to run a little game though, too. Your hair is, is fine. Yeah, okay, Umar, you just cut it out, Yeah, Umar, he's saying Brazil. Someone said something else I was gonna call it because I was gonna pull it up, but I done lost it in the thing. Yeah, this is true, Captain. There are people who are moving to Africa, black people from here, but I ain't going. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. This is what I'm gonna say something about. Thank you, Lenon. My mom's side is extremely colorist with light skin and eye. Yeah, my father's mother had lighter skin. She had red. They used to call her red. She had red hair, and I remember my wife Aida to see her. I think this was the second time we went to go see her. And my son, my oldest son, he was probably like, I don't know, 8 months or something like that, or 10 months old. But we went over there to her house and we were talking, and she told this story about this fish in this fish tank. And I was intrigued. I was like, what is she talking about? She was like, yeah, there's this fish tank. I don't even know whose fish tank it was because they didn't have no fish tank at that house, but she was talking about the fish tank. And she was like, and there was all these fish, different colored fish, and swimming around. Everyone was just peaceful. All the fish were peaceful, living peaceful. And then here come the blackfish. I said, what? The blackfish started biting and snapping at all the other fish and causing a ruckus and making all the problems. And then she looked at me, she go, just like a nigga. I said, what? I didn't know what this. I said, what in the world? I said, what are you talking about? It's a fish. That's what fish do. That ain't got nothing to do with the color of the fish. But they were always they were colorists because they used to treat my oldest sister. And I'll just say she had a different daddy. And so she was dark. She's real pretty too, by the way. She had beautiful dark skin. I mean, real beautiful. She's pretty. I mean, my sisters are pretty. There's a lot of women in my family, they're real fine. That's why I don't be taken back by fine women. It's like I grew up around them. You ain't gonna that's why I had to marry one. I told my sons, I said, we don't do ugly women. I said that in front of my mom. My mom was like, you shut your ass. But anyway, she used to treat my oldest sister different because she was darker skin, and I never appreciate that shit. Now, again, like I said, when we were growing up, we used to talk that talk, but it's not a legacy that we move forward in my household moving, once we had our kids. Our kids are different color, different hair texture, but at the end of the day, we don't play them games up in there. I told my kids a long time because I know how damaging it can be. But my grandmother in particular, she was like that, and I didn't appreciate that. I still don't to this day. Now she's passed on, so rest in peace, but it just goes to show you the mentality that's associated with this colorism thing. And Umar has that. He still has these issues, to this day. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
We are still one family, and we should identify as African first. So it's not just enough to know you're African. You must prioritize your Africanity. So you're never a Christian who happens to be an African. You're an African.
Oh yeah, she real fine.
Who happens to be a Christian.
She be looking good too, because I have 5 kids, and I'll still be looking. You know what I'm saying? We've been together now since I was 25. It's been almost 25. I'll still be looking. Man, you still be looking at you know what I'm saying? She be changing. I'll be like, to this day. I don't know if the other baby had it. I don't think it's a problem. I think God made it that way. Okay. I think God did. That's what God said. Yeah, we're going to do it like that. Okay, let's go.
You're never a Muslim who happens to be an African. You're an African who happens to be a Muslim. And why? God made you African. Your family made you Christians. People leave the church every day. People leave the masjid every
Yeah, this happens because my wife does. She changed color too. Like in the summertime, she's a little browner. So this happens too. Yeah.
Every day. People renounce their Australian citizenship every day. People renounce their American citizenship every day. You can never renounce being African. God made you black. Being black, being African is the most divine. It is the most sacred.
Okay, this is a bunch of bullshit right here too. Being African or not African ain't got nothing to do with God. Okay, and then all this talk about African is the most divine. Okay, now you're getting into, it's really a eugenics philosophy. Okay, I don't believe in that shit. I say, black people, we God. No, I don't want to hear all that shit. It's just a bunch of bullshit.
Group membership you have, and we should prioritize it. That's principle one. Principle two, as Africa goes, so goes all African people.
Y'all
if we
crazy.
wonder why in Australia we suffer racism, in America we suffer racism, in the UK where I was last week we suffer racism, in Ireland where I'll be in January we suffer racism. Why?
Ireland?
Because we have not built up Africa to be strong enough to look out for her scattered black children wherever we may be in the world. The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, the greatest Pan-Africanist of all, he said that a strong man is strong everywhere. So as I travel the world, as someone who's been almost just about everywhere, wherever I find Chinese, they're being respected. They're in a position of power. Wherever I find South Asian Indians, they're being respected. They're in a position of power. Wherever I find Anglo-Saxons or European Jews, they're being respected. They're in a position of power. And wherever African people are, even in Africa, we are disrespected and seldom in positions of power. If we want to be strong, if we want to be respected, Africa has to be strong. Africa has to be respected. None of us can do better than the continent we come from.
Okay, that's bullshit. You don't come from Africa, Umar. I'll come back in just a moment. Big Man says, Umar the thick-hip bear has nappy hair because it's tangled from berry juice and salmon meat from his bear claws. Umar do have some claws, though. I said that a long time ago, Big Man. Umar got claws, okay? While at the Philly River in Dora the Explorer. Only Big Man can tie in Dora the Explorer, okay? No, but no, it's true though. Umar, he got some claws. I said that a long time ago, and they asked you to. Let me stop. I got an email from Juanita, and she just would ask me if I had seen a video by O'Shea Duke Jackson. I haven't seen the video, but I do know what he's talking about in that video because I covered it. And what he's referring to, and there's other people that covered it too, but I broke the story. Someone sent me a link to it right after King Randall posted it on his X page, formerly known Twitter. And you guys remember this, I covered this. This is Umar scammed, and I'll have this in the documentary. Okay, so there's no need for me to rehash the whole story, but he scammed King Randall. I think it was like $3,200 or something like that. It could be 2,000 something. I can't remember exactly, but that just goes to show you, Umar, it's about the money. It's not about helping these black boys. Umar agreed to come down there and speak with his bear claws. Let me stop. He agreed to come down there and speak, and King Randall sent him in advance, it's the money for the engagement, but Umar didn't show up. It's not uncommon for Umar to do that too. And Umar didn't return the money, and King Randall showed the receipts of the exchange, the text messages, where he was requesting the money back, and Umar initially saying that I can't remember if he said he was going to send it, but ultimately Umar doesn't send it back. He doesn't send the money back. He scammed this young brother who actually has a school that's actually doing stuff for black children. He scammed him out of the thousands of dollars, didn't give him the money back. And then the last thing that Umar said to King Randall, because King Randall at a certain point was just explaining, no, I'm not being disrespectful. I basically asked you, to return the money. And Umar said, nigga, please. I covered this. I have it. I'll put it back in the documentary. I'll show all the receipts. It just goes to show you what type of person Umar is. He's the great deceiver. He will act as if he's about black boys. He's about black conscience. He's about uplifting black people, but he'll scam his own people, which is what he's been doing with this fake school, FDMG, anyway. But for him to do it to someone else who actually has a school, and who's younger. I think King Randall's 25 years old. Umar's 50. How do you do that to someone who's young enough to be your son? This goes to show you the type of person Umar is. See, Umar's a scammer. He's a scamming, thick hip man on this way. He's a scammer. That's what he does. See, it amazes me. I'll put again. I already covered it, but I will have that in the documentary for sure, because I think that's just another example. There's other examples too I have where Umar had scammed people who out there in Canada. I can't remember how much it was because this was such a long time, many years ago. I interviewed them. I have the receipts, and I'll if it fits, I'll put it inside the documentary too. He has a history of that type of behavior. Okay. Again, Umar misrepresents himself. He acts as if he has respect for you women, you black women, but he has none. He acts as if he wants to marry you, but he's not married. He's 50, and meanwhile he's sexually exploiting you at the same time. You know, he's a great deceiver of people, and that's what he does. And really what it comes down to for Umar is two things. It comes down to sex and money. And he equates the two. Well, food too. I mean, that comes in there too, but that's a whole nother topic for another time. Thanks, big man, for the super chat. And then brother, what's up, brother Jose? Hola. Says, have you ever done a Google image search of Melanesian people with blonde hair? No, I haven't done it, but there are plenty of people who have darker skin complexions and they have blonde hair. You guys can look it up. In fact, they call them Aborigines, but I don't like that name. But in Australia, there's people. There's also people in Africa too. There's people in India, you know, who are darker skinned and they will have blonde hair. You know, it's just genetics. That's all it is. Umar doesn't want to deal with that, with these types of facts, because really Umar, he has the mentality of someone who was a pseudoscientist from like the 1700s, wherein they didn't even understand, you know, they didn't have the technology to look into DNA or to look into any of that stuff. You know, they had very little knowledge of it. Most of us these days, just based on graduating high school or maybe having a little bit of experience in college and getting some sciences in college, we know more about science these days in 2024 than these pseudoscientists in the 1600s did. And they spent their whole life studying science. They don't know shit compared to what we know today, just by virtue of the internet. You know, they have no clue. But Umar still has that mentality. And part of that mentality is that in order to be quote unquote African, you can't have blonde hair. Or you know, but again, this is all dealing with these old antiquated thoughts and ideas of these white, I shouldn't even say white, but European racist, European pseudoscientists. They were classifying human beings based upon phenotype, you know, and that's where they came up with bullshit like the black race. There is no black race. The white race, there is no white race. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, well, then if that's the case, they also classified the yellow race. Where's the yellow race at? Is that the Asians? Well, yeah, they used to say that shit, but they don't say it now. So why does it not apply now? Because the Asians get offended by that shit these days. We should be offended too. And white people should be offended. White really is a social classification here in the United States of America. That's why there are people of European descent, like the Italians. They weren't even classified as white in the social hierarchy here until more recently, relatively speaking. There's other groups of people too. Jews, they weren't called white. That's why Jews had to go through all kinds of persecution at the hands of Europeans, who we would call white people. Well, wait a minute, how's that the case? Because they didn't have the classification of white. So no, there is no white race. That's a social construct. Race is a social construct. What about the brown race? Who's that? I don't know. Well, that was another one. You had then that was the red. That was supposed to be the Native Americans. That's where you get the Washington Redskins racist shit. And the Atlanta Braves, and they're, you know, back in the day, they don't have it now, but they did racist shit. See, that's not scientific. You're going to classify people because of skin color, but if you guys look at it, there's people who have skin color darker than mine, darker than most of y'all, and they got blonde hair. So how do you classify those people then? And what about the people that got the thin hair? I don't say that it's Umar. He'll call it fine. I don't look at it the way it's just thin. You know, the thin hair who have darker skin. And you get slick back the hair like that. What about those people? See, it's a bunch of bullshit. But Umar still thinks like that to this day. He has all these hangups dealing with skin color, but a lot of that is sourced out of the whites. And they were pseudoscientists, you know, who were trying to classify groups of people to justify the enslavement of African people and also the enslavement and destruction of indigenous people around the world. That's some shady shit, and people still hold on to that shit to this day. I don't play that shit. I just don't. Anyway, I'm going on. Yeah, y'all go look it up. Go look it up. Thanks for super chat to Big Man and also Brother Jose. Okay, let's get back to this. We got to make some progress here. Here we go.
Take care of the mother, and the mother will take care of her children. Principle number 3, self-determination. Everything that is to be done for African people must be done by African people. We build our organizations exclusively with black people. We fund our organizations exclusively with black money. We build our families exclusively with black women and black men. Everything must be all black, everything. Self-determination. You don't see Jews begging Chinese to help them. You don't see Indians begging Arabs to help them. You don't see Anglo-Saxons begging Latinos to help them. And black people, African people, got to stop begging other people to help us do what we need to learn how to do for ourselves. Self-determination.
Yeah, but there are
self-respect.
But there are people who do that have darker skin and then they have straight blonde hair. There are. There's people in India that do. It happens, but it's a genetic issue more than anything else. But see, the point that I'm getting at is that we equate blondness with whiteness, but that's not a scientific fact. What about all of the quote unquote white people who have black hair? You see what I'm saying? Hey. We equate. Well, I shouldn't even say we, because I don't necessarily do this, but it's part of our social engineering and social programming. We'll equate thin noses with white people as if there's not darker skinned people who have thin noses. I got a big old nose. Okay, I love my nose. I don't give a. But there are also white people who have noses that are bigger than mine. So where do we get that type of programming from? Well, again, it goes back to these pseudoscientists that were classifying. They would say things like, and then we'll get to it. They'll say things like, if these people with broad noses, they have to be of African descent somewhere down the line, so they're not part of the pure race. See, and then they'll say shit like, and people who have the thin noses and the thin lips, these are the people of the Aryan race, and they're superior. This type of bullshit. But I know white people that got big old noses. I know the people who are dark skinned Africans that got thin noses. One of my I still consider him to be like a brother. He ain't married to my sister anymore, but he has a real thin nose, dark as you want to be. He used to live off a skyline with east side Peru back in the day. So all of that talk, I mean, it's just. But Umar still holds on to that. Some of us still hold on to that, but it's not something. I mean, me and my wife, we've tried our best not to pass that shit down to our children, because it's non-functional and it's dysfunctional and it causes a lot of suffering in people's lives, and we just don't believe in passing that type of shit down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. Let me get to these other super chats, then we're gonna get back to it. Here we go. Holly B, how's it going? Holly B says, happy holidays at Lenon and the Cooker. Said, thank you for another year of laughter, and I'm looking forward to more. All right. Well, tomorrow we're gonna be back tomorrow. We're gonna do a marathon. I gotta get videos together. We have a good old time. My wife's gonna order out, so I'll probably have me some food in here. Maybe I'll go and pick up a cheesecake for y'all. y'all want me to pick up a cheesecake for y'all tomorrow? It'll be a vegan one because I'm gonna eat it. Okay. Yeah, I'll email you some. Okay. Thank you so much, Holly B. Yeah, I'm hoping that everyone enjoyed this year and the content this year. 2025 will be a little bit different, though. I'll say that without saying too much. I'll still provide my coverage of Umar. And I just wish I could be more consistent, but there's always things coming up, especially with 5 kids. I thought it would get easier, but it is on good. It's always something new. But I'm thankful for everyone who's taken the time to join in for these live streams. And if you come in for the archive, thank you so much. And I sincerely hope that you guys are enjoying this content. Again, there'll be more diversification for sure next year. I've already invested into some of the equipment and so forth. Okay, so you're gonna look forward to that. I just don't want to say too much yet. All right. Thanks, Holly B. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. And the lady said he has no plan for any of this he's talking about. Yeah, Umar doesn't have any plans for anything. He has ideas, but that's different. An idea is not a plan. See, a plan is more formulated. Okay, there's more structure, there's more direction. Umar is Umar is an idea guy. He just comes up with shit off the top of his head. You know, like the 500-acre compound shaped like Africa with a river around it. This is going to be the FDMG campus that had 2 schools in it. It's going to have a landing strip for the airplanes and shit. It's going to have a massive baseball field and a track and field facility. He came, I mean, all this crazy stuff, a zoo, these massive dormitories and all this kind of, this he just comes up. He's an idea guy, but he has no plans. And I think that this is symptomatic of something else too, that we tend to give black men passes in these regards. All the things that they say that they want to do or that we're going to do, but it's just I'm gonna, but don't never do shit and then complain about shit afterwards. No, you get up off your ass and go get shit done. Then we expect black women to make up for the difference. See, life just doesn't work that way. You got to get up and get things done. You know, I'm not there where I would like to be, but I've turned things around significantly, and I'm so thankful. And it's not by sitting on my ass and complaining about stuff. No, you have to hold yourself accountable, and then you make decisions, and then you come up with a plan, and then you go through the plan. And it's not just my plan; it's my wife's plan. She got a certification. Well, we put her certification up on the wall. And when we live stream downstairs next time, you guys will see it up on the wall. I actually put it above my degree, and now she's working on her associates, and hopefully she'll go for a master's. And I just want to encourage her to. I'm going to encourage her to go for a master's. You know. And that's just part of the plan. And we always, you know, we talk and then we'll say, hey, I wish we had done this earlier on. And it's true. Yeah, it would have made things a lot easier. But we're here right now, and the love is there. The kids, they're doing good. We're doing our best. Things are a whole lot better. But that's because we had a plan, and we're walking our plan day by day. And we're doing it together, as opposed to just having ideas but no plan, just be running off the side of your neck. That's what Umar does. That's why he never gets anything done. See, real quick, then we're gonna get back to it. If people really think about it, if you guys go back, and you would have to do the research, but I've already done the research. If you go back 10 years ago and you look at where Umar was at 10 years ago and you compare it to where he's at today, he's actually regressed. He's less accomplished today than he was back then. And not to say that he was accomplished back then, but at least he had the illusion of being accomplished. These days, I mean, this guy looking like a straight pookie and shit. See, but there's a reason for that, because he said all these things I'm going to do. As real quick, lady, as I'm going through these older videos of Umar, one of the ways that I'm archiving this is based on promises and all the different promises of the things that Umar said that he was going to do. And you'd be amazed at the type of shit he came up with, and none of it's coming to fruition. Well, that's symptomatic of Umar's life. See, and that's what I mean by, for black men, it's just a bad representation. We don't have the luxury of living like that. See, we and this is something my teacher told me a long time ago. You have to be twice as good just to try to have a chance to make it. I know that's some shit right there. I mean, it's sad, but it's some shit. It's some real talk. And I'm not here to complain and whine and I can't believe it. And, you know, white supremacy. I don't want to hear all that shit. At the end of the day, you got to play the game. You play to win. See? But Umar doesn't play the game to win. He plays the game to come up off of black people. That's all it is. So he's a scammer. That's what he do. Ideas after ideas with no plan of action whatsoever. And that's symptomatic of his life. And it's dangerous because of the example that he sets for younger black men, for them to see that it's such a level of mediocrity. And then in their mind, okay, I can just be at least as mediocre. At least as mediocre as Umar. And I'm Big Papa too now. No. You got to raise the bar. See, and Umar, he ain't going to raise the bar because he's a deadbeat. He don't take care of his kids. He's a little boy living inside Mama Claus. Anyway, thank you, lady. This is true. Big Man says, Umar, the angry corner bear. Real quick, I used to call Umar the angry corner boy because he used to always be inside his Mama Claus in the corner man. Okay, but now we're going to the angry corner bear. Umar, the angry corner bear. Hates women because a polar bear named Kim, here we go, refused to share her kill of sea lion. Where you come up with this? Share her kill of sea lion with him, and her name reminds him of the dancer that reported him to PayPal. What in the world? Now, Kim Ringo, by the way, that's the stripper that Umar was dealing with. Okay, this is old stuff back here. You guys got to go back and you guys can go on to Google and you can type in Umar Johnson, Kim Ringo. Her name is spelled different though. You type in Kim Ringo and put in text message or something like that. I'm gonna pull it up here and just go and look at that. That was some wild. That was wild. That's one of the biggest controversies dealing with Umar. Was him dealing with that stripper. Anyway, okay. Thanks, Big Man, for super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get to this video. We're at 2 hours. We'll go for another 30 minutes. We should be able to get through the. Well, we'll see. Well, because I got to get me some sleep tonight because we going in tomorrow. All right, we going in tomorrow. I got to get me some sleep. Here we go.
Can the two things coexist when you say religion and our race? So you know
Absolutely.
How you said, okay, so you know how you said you're black first.
Yes.
Can you be both first?
You can't be both first because
Why?
religion is an institution. Don't confuse religion with God. That's a big mistake people make.
Yeah.
Religion is an institution created by man to serve the needs of men. When the Arabs invade.
Yeah, this is Umar. He says this. He says Arabs. It's actually disrespectful to say it that way. I wonder if Umar has any idea how racist it is. It's and I don't know the origins of it and why it is, but to say Arab it's actually it's demeaning to people of Arabic descent, if you are, who live in Arabia, if you will. Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know the political science how this is supposed to be phrased. But Barry, one of the things that I've thought about with Umar is that for him to even be saying that and to be, and he was raised as Orthodox Sunni, as an Orthodox Sunni Muslim. Did you guys know that? Yeah, Umar was, because his father converted to Shia at a certain point. Though, too, I have that inside of my notes. It's something I learned recently. So I'm going to assume that Umar, he ended up converting too at a certain point. If you guys don't know the story, Umar's his given name when he was born was Jermaine Shoemake. His mother's last name being Shoemake. Okay, his father didn't marry his mother until a little bit later on. His father left and went into the military when Umar was about 1 year old. But he doesn't. Jamal Johnson, Umar's father, didn't marry Barbara Shoemake until later, and that's when Umar goes and lives in North Carolina, because that's where his father was stationed. Yeah, North Carolina, South Carolina. I just said North Carolina, and his father was stationed there. So while that's why this is what I think. I think that there were financial benefits to him marrying her, and that he didn't want to pass up on. So he marries her, and then she's able to come with the kids and live with him on base. Umar tells a story where he was on base and how he sees an alien in this whole big story, which is actually, it's another story that he tells later on in life that's similar, but just without the alien aspect, where he was over in Africa. But this is a whole nother story. It's interesting. I'll try to pinpoint that and draw the correlation when I do the documentary. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to pull it off or not, but there's something I noticed about Umar and his fairy tales and the type of shit he be saying. A lot of it's regurgitated shit. He just regurgitated. He said it in a different story later on down the line, but it'd be the same shit he's saying. Anyway, I don't need to be talking like that, but he's character. He's Umar character. But anyway, so he lived down there for about 3 years, and then his father divorces Barbara, and then they're forced to move back to Philadelphia, and then they live in poverty. And Umar tells the story, and that's why there's a video where he talks about his childhood. He doesn't mention his father because during that time period, his father was not an active participant. By that time, he had divorced. Umar also, I've heard him say things like his father was present, but then I've also heard him say things like his father wasn't present. I think he has this issue of dealing with the reality that basically his father abandoned him. He doesn't know what it means to have a father consistent in his life. So he took whatever he could. And that's not uncommon too. For some of us, if our fathers weren't around, we may still think that somehow it was good enough, but that's just because we didn't know what it was like to have them around consistently. So we took what we can get and we just normalized the shit. See, when I think about my relationship with my sons and my daughters, for that matter, compared to my father, his relationship with me and his daughters and my brother, it's not even comparable. See, but growing up, it becomes normalized, whatever it is that you're offered or whatever it is that you're provided. But it doesn't mean that it's an accurate representation of reality. I think Umar's confused. He has some cognitive dissonance when it comes to that, because I've heard him say things where, basically his father was not around and how it was a struggle, his mother being a single mother raising all these kids. But then I've also heard him say things like, yeah, my father, he was still present. No. His father was present, but not consistently present. And in addition to his lack of commitment to Barbara Shoemake, consistent commitment, also the issue of him being in the military and being deployed, in some cases overseas, did not allow him to be consistently present in Umar Johnson's life. Okay, now, I'm saying all this to say that at a certain point, Umar, he's raised as Orthodox Sunni, I think it's Sunni Muslim, but then at a certain point, his father converts to Shia. Okay, and I'm going to assume that Umar converted too. I'm not quite sure about that, but he did mention this. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, Barry, is because it amazes me that Umar could be brought up in that religion, but then he still refers to Arabs as Arabs. Isn't that strange? That's like being raised Christian and you refer, I don't know, to Jesus as Jesus. I don't know. It's just, but anyway, to call these people Arabs is actually disrespectful. But I don't know if even Umar even realized that or not. You know, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, and I don't know what the origins of that is. I mean, I can probably look it up. Yeah, he got 6 degrees. I could probably look it up and find out. But he does that. Yeah. Someone said Mama Cicero. All right, thanks, Barry, for super chat. Thanks, Big Bam, super chat was a lady. Okay, let's get back to it. We got to make some progress now. We're doing good because this video isn't that long. Here we go.
Invaded North Africa and conquered our northern territory. They had no mandate from God to do that. When the Europeans took Christianity and used it to justify the transatlantic slave trade, they had no mandate from God to do that.
Hey,
so we have to recognize.
How's it going, Hassan? Yeah, happy holidays. We get into the holiday season. Yeah, that's the Jesus.
Religion is an institution that is separate from the Almighty Creator. Religion purports to be about helping you build a relationship with the Almighty Creator, but there's no greater mistake you can ever make than to confuse a man-made institution with the Almighty God. Religion is religion.
Yeah.
God is God.
Okay.
And the two can coexist because as Pan-Africanists, we believe in freedom of religion. Marcus Garvey was a Christian.
Yeah.
El Hajj Malik El Shabazz Malcolm X was a Muslim.
Yeah.
So we believe in freedom of religion. I have no issue with your religion unless your deity looks like your enemy. So if you run around with a white Christ, we got a problem because it's Pan-African.
Thanks for breaking this down. Arab is the ethnicity. Iraq, Yemen, Sudan speaking people, although Sudan is very complex. Arabic is the language that Arabs in those regions speak. Yeah. But see, the thing is, we don't say Arabic, right? But Umar, he will say Arab. And you know, the reason why this comes to mind is because I used to cover conspiracy theories, and there was a pastor who would come around. It was a white pastor who would come around September 11th, usually a couple of months before September 11th, and he would spread all of this rhetoric about Arab people, like negative rhetoric, but he would always refer to them as Arabs. And even back then it was offsetting, but part of it was a propaganda that was being spewed back then. I don't think it's spread quite like it is, like it was then, but I'm sure it still exists. But the fact that Umar still talks like that to this day, and he was raised as a Sunni Muslim at the very least, because I think Umar converted too. I'm not quite sure. I would have to find out for sure as I'm researching, because he talks about how he should perform. He calls it salat or something like that. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing that, but Umar, he was raised in that culture. For him to say that, it's really, really bizarre. It really is. But thanks for the clarification. I appreciate it. All right, here we go.
We believe in self-determination. Jesus should look like me because I'm African.
I know, partner.
Not only should Jesus look like me because I'm African, Jesus was an African, and Jesus was born in a cave in Ethiopia. And it wasn't until the Nicene Council of 325 that Emperor Constantine changed that fact and said Jesus was born in a manger in Bethlehem. Prior to the Nicene Council of 325,
he's talking about Council of Nicaea. I know what he's talking about.
The whole world knew that Jesus was a blue, black, purple African who was born in Ethiopia.
The knowledge. Okay, I wanted to talk about quickly before I jump into the bulk of this episode. I wanted to talk about self-determination because I went to your lecture on Saturday. And you spoke about how we shouldn't be taking money from the white man or these organizations, right? But I think a lot of the times we need to.
I got the video. Someone called him out on that too. A woman called him out on that. If someone reminds me, we can play it today. If not, we can do it for tomorrow. I think it'd be good to do it for tomorrow for the marathon. But it's just another example. People over in the UK and obviously over down there in Australia, they ain't playing games with Umar.
Look at where we are positioned as Black people, as a community.
Well, listen, Umar, listen, Umar said that Jesus was born on his birthday. So shit, I mean, he can come up with anything. Okay, I'm sure there's people said that Jesus was born in Ethiopia, and people said he's born all over the place. I get it. But the reason why he's saying that right here is because she's Ethiopian. He just trying to run a little game. That's all it is. You guys understand what I'm saying? Yeah, Jesus was Ethiopian and this is my blah 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 blah. That's why he's saying that. Now, some people think he was. It don't make me no difference. Okay, it don't really make me no difference. Whatever y'all want to think, it don't make me no difference. But that's why Umar is saying it here.
And we don't really have the privileges, especially, let's talk about Australia.
Hey, Thomas.
We haven't been here for as long as these other cultures have been here for. So we haven't established organizations or systems for ourselves right yet. Mm-hmm. So there are grants, there's funding, there's things that we need to accept to be able to build ourselves as a
Jesus
community.
was born in a cave.
And I remember a woman asking you about that, and you said the opposite. So can you talk about why you think that's not, like, why we shouldn't be doing that? Yeah.
The hand that pays is the hand that rules. You can't show me any people in human history at any time, any color, on any continent who empowered themselves using the funding of the very government that oppresses and marginalizes them.
What is he talking about?
It doesn't happen. Now, if you say, Dr. Umar, I'm getting funding from the Australian government to work with young girls, I'm not going to criticize that. I'm getting funding from the Australian government to reduce violence in our community. I'm not going to criticize that. I'm getting funding from an Australian business or bank or corporation to help the homeless women. I'm not going to criticize that. But if you say, I am a frontline pan-Africanist organization that's fighting for freedom, justice, and equality for the Australian African, then it becomes a contradiction. You cannot be a frontline revolutionary or frontline activist group who's fighting for freedom, justice, and equality for all Australian Africans and take money from the government. That's a contradiction. But if you're only taking money to service a certain issue or challenge or concern in our community, I will be patient with you because you're serving a need that needs to be met.
Yeah, interesting how he phrases it. Because I've seen this in my research with Umar. He feels as if he's the authority figure over even over hypothetical scenarios that he's creating right now. He'll say things like, I'll give you a little leeway. Who are you? You know what I'm saying? Or I'll have more patience with you because, well, who are you? You see what I'm saying? This is the thing about Umar. He's a very interesting character. I've noticed this pattern with him.
Australian Africans and take money from the government. That's a contradiction. But if you're only taking money to service a certain issue or challenge or concern in our community, I will be patient with you because you're serving a need that needs to be met. But then my bigger question would be, how long are you going to be on this financial umbilical cord to your oppressor?
Yeah, Dominique, good point. FDMG is a nonprofit. Isn't that government? It sure is. See, Umar gets the benefit of the nonprofit, which means that any money that he brings in, as long as he has nonprofit status, although it was revoked, okay, we've talked about that in the past. The benefit by going through the government and having this nonprofit is that any money that he receives is not subject to taxation. And that's why in the years that he was collecting money, after his first EIN number that was associated with his nonprofit back then was revoked, the nonprofit status was revoked, all the money that he collected after that was considered to be personal income. And that's why he has tax liens during that time period, because he wasn't paying taxes on that shit. And it was personal income because then you have the 501(c) status. Okay. Ultimately, he got it. That's why even when he purchased these abandoned properties in Wilmington, Delaware in February of 2019, you guys started to see he was talking about taxes that were due. Well, if he had nonprofit status, there would have been no property taxes either. So there's property taxes is one issue, but then there's also taxation on the donations that are received. If you don't have the nonprofit status, it's considered to be personal income. The benefit of having nonprofit status to the government, which Umar now has, is that he doesn't have to pay taxes on the properties now, but he also doesn't have to pay taxes on any donations that he receives that he's tricking off for his own personal lifestyle at this point. You guys understand what I'm saying? So this is why Umar is such a hypocrite, because he'll accept all of the benefits associated with having the status, the nonprofit status, for his own personal benefit, while taking money from Black people, including money coming from Black people who own government aid. Well, that's quote unquote the white oppressors' money too, right? But he'll take that money and then he'll have his nonprofit status so that he has the benefit of not having to pay taxes on the money that he receives, and not having to continue to pay property taxes on these abandoned buildings that have been sitting now for almost 6 years. You think about that. I mean, what kind of business plan is that? If you're going to purchase these trap bundles for $400,000 allegedly, because we don't even know, he may have gotten these shits for free. He never provided any evidence. That's what I found online receipts. I'll just say that's what I'll say. But he could have gotten them shits for free, or he could have got it for $50,000, $100,000. But he never provided any proof. But the point is that why would you purchase these trap bundles and sit on these shits for 6 years? They haven't generated any income. It's a money pit. In other words, it's just you throwing money away. He still has monthly bills that he has to pay on these shits. And I call it shit because they're shits. He has it's just he has property. He had property taxes, but those finally got paid off. He tricked off about $140,000 of Black people's money just on that, because he didn't have nonprofit status on these shits. How you gonna trick off on other people's money, $120,000, $140,000 like that? And then all of the other bills that have accrued, and penalties and fines for the different bill, waters shit and all, it hasn't generated any income, and it's all other people's money. These shits they're a money pit. This movie from back in the day with Tom Hanks and this lady, and they bought this house and they thought they was gonna fix this house up, but it was a money pit. And there's money out there. There's a business of shits. That's this FDMG is some shits. But I guess it don't matter, Umar, because it ain't like he paying for it. It's other people's money. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, y'all get on your cash, get your PayPal. And because so tired of these shits. Yeah, I know. I mean, this is I'm not gonna say it's worse than Jay Morrison and the Black Wall Street, but it's got to be up there. You know what I'm saying? Because Jay Morrison, at least he had events and shit. He had different things. You know what I'm saying? They get together. Everybody dress up like they from 1920s and shit. They dance to some old ass music. You know what I'm saying? He has some things going on. You know what I mean? With Umar, these shits ain't not one thing happened. You know what I'm saying? The most exciting thing was the dog shitted on these shits, on the steps of these shits. That's the biggest thing that done happened. All right. Somebody say, yeah. Blue black Wall Street. Umar with his colorism. Yeah. He's like, I'm in the floor. Where are you? Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. I'm sorry. I don't even know how we got on this. I got carried away. Anyway, here we go.
Yeah.
Until you get to the point where you can finance that program yourself. In other words, Queen, I can tolerate us getting the funding to some extent, especially our women, right?
Yeah.
But what is the exit date? What is the freedom date? What is the emancipation date? Can you tell me where and when are you projecting to cut off the funding?
Listen, Nick, I'm sorry. Okay. Umar, what are you talking about? You don't raise millions of dollars off of Black people from Black people. Did I say 1.6 earlier? No, it's more than that. That's to 2.7 million dollars by now. What am I talking about? I said 1 point. I was tripping earlier. Now that I think about it. He had $1 million by the end of 2016. We almost damn near 9 years later. What would y'all think? He had $1 million in about 2.5 years. We just say 3. If he had $1 million in 3, what y'all think? How much money you think he done collected over the last decade, almost 11 years now? Easy. 2.6, 2.7. Earlier I said 1. I apologize. I have to think about it. Umar, why don't you stop coming up with these scenarios about what this woman should be doing with whatever money you think she have? I don't even know why you even talk about her money, hypothetically even. And why don't you focus on what all this the money you done tricked off for these fake fancy, funky schools up there in Wilmington, Delaware. They ain't even schools, they traps, bandos. That's what you need to be talking about. See, Umar talking about everything else. And what other people need to be with doing with their money. And I can do this for you, especially for you, black. What are you talking about? What that got to do anything? See, now we get into the sexism part.
From the Caucasian and start funding yourself.
Well, I think it's
Umar, when are you going to start funding FDMG yourself, Big Papa? Huh? Papa Bear with the claws? When are you going to start funding these shits yourself? How about that? Let's start right there tonight. We're just getting started. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're just getting started right now. Okay, the show's officially started right now. Umar, when are you going to put some money in for these shits? First, you got to get a job. I got to use my pinky because I know it ain't going to happen. That's why I got to give you just a little pinky. First, you need to get a job. Okay, that's not going to happen because you're allergic to work. Okay, y'all want to keep Umar away? You put down a job application. He ain't coming nowhere near nothing. Wherever you put that, you can put down a 8-course meal on the table with cheesecake included. But you put a job application, Umar ain't gonna come close to it. When are you gonna put your own money down on these shits? How about that? That's what I want to know.
You can, like, I think if you take it for seed funding to build a business, like, look, let's talk about this podcast and this studio. I think to build it and to grow a community at the beginning, it's necessary because we don't have the resources. And then after some time where you've built an established brand or you've built an like you've built something, you can then start to ask people actually create a business that's like running on its own, or having people or have people want to donate towards the business or put money into it.
I can agree with your strategy, but when you say it's necessary,
yes, I think it's necessary.
I would push back to some extent. You know why? I'm willing to bet that Australian Africans, and I'm speaking collectively of everyone, from the Ethiopians to the South Sudanese and everyone in between, I'm sure they're buying Christmas gifts. I'm sure they're going to musical concerts. I'm sure they're going to nightclubs. I'm sure they're smoking marijuana and drinking.
Okay, wait a minute. See, here we go. Now he got to go ghetto. See, Umar, you don't even have a job. Why are you talking about what other people are doing with their money, even if it's hypothetically, when they work hard for that money? I don't even think it computes for Umar because he's been living like a cyber bum for so long that it doesn't even compute in his mind. He wants everyone to give him money, and then he wants to tell black people what they should be doing with the money that they receive from working their jobs, but he wants everyone to give him money while he's unemployed. You know, Umar, you know what you remind me of? You remind me of someone who is unnecessarily on government assistance and has been for so long that they don't want to try anything different because it's easy. Could they go and get a job? Yeah. But they're so used to it. You know, like there's people who go into prison and then they get out, but they end up going back again because they've been institutionalized. I have a cousin like that. He be doing stupid shit. Whenever you get out, you do stupid shit to go back. Just dumb shit. Like, who even thinks of doing? I mean, are you trying to go back to jail? Yeah, because he has friends in there. You know, the people his homies and all that shit. It's easy. He ain't got to work or none of that shit. He used to call me back in the day when we was young on the collect call to, hey man, you got something for me, man? Listen, when I get out, I'm gonna take care of you, man. I'm you know, I just need. Then he get out, then he go right back in. Well, that's Umar. He's just dependent on other people for his livelihood, and yet he gonna tell people what they should be doing with their money. He does. It's amazing. But like I said at the beginning of this live stream, he feels entitled to black people's money. Okay, it's a mental health issue because most people don't think like that. Like, the money that you make from your job, I deserve it and I need it and I should have it, even though I don't have. See, that's Umar. He don't have no jobs, but he expects people, and then he has everything to say about everybody else. Yeah, you're right. She explained exactly why his school is a failure. You're absolutely right about that. See, I wonder if Umar even want to bring that up. Let's see.
I'm sure they're buying Nikes and Christian Dior and Gucci and Louis Vuitton. I'm sure they're driving Mercedes and BMW.
Umar, you be wearing Nike shoes, and one time you posted a picture of a Louis Vuitton. I think it was Louis Vuitton. It might be some other shit. I don't even know what that shit is. I got too many kids be trying to think like about that kind of shit. Anyway, he had posted it on the Instagram page. Someone sent it to him as a gift.
So don't tell me it's necessary to take government funding, because if you have money to buy the things you want, you certainly have money to fund the things you need.
Facts. What if we're not doing both? I don't think there are people that are going clubbing. There can be people that are going clubbing and there can be people that are not going clubbing and putting money towards their passion instead, but don't have enough funds to do that.
I'm sure.
Yes.
But I'm speaking as a community.
As a community.
Because we should act as a community.
And listen to this though.
Okay, no. See, Umar wants black people to act as a community when it comes to their money because he wants their money. He doesn't want black people to act as a community in the community, because if that was the case, that's what he would be doing. Is that what Umar's doing? Think about this. If you take other black people's money, you done tricked off 2.2 million, but you take 400,000 to purchase these trap bandos in Wilmington, Delaware, you would think that after almost 6 years, you would have done some sort of community organization and community events and the type of shit that you say we should be doing collectively, right? But did Umar do any of that? No. He traveled all over the world. He's basically a traveling trick daddy. That's what he is. He's trying to crush them cookies, find some women to crush them cookies, get them draws. That's it. But all the stuff hypothetically that he says black people, they should be doing, he's not even doing that shit himself. But see, he proposes it because he wants black people's money. That's really what it comes down to. That's all this comes down to.
As a community, unfortunately, we're not seeing I feel like
look at Umar. See, he does not like to be challenged, and he wants to talk. He wants to over talk her. I'm surprised he ain't done it yet. He's done it a little bit, but usually he goes crazy.
It takes us a while to see each other as credible. We don't put money into ourselves until we get to a certain point. We don't do that. And so if it takes taking money from funding bodies to do that and to build and then going to the community, then that's what it takes.
But here's what I want you to see. I want you to recognize that in your argument, when you say necessary, it's not necessary. It's because we don't prioritize what we need to be doing that it becomes necessary. In other words, if the Australian African community wanted to fund itself, we could. We choose not to. Yeah. And that's why you're getting the funding. So the funding from the government is a consequence of the fact that we're not prioritizing black excellence. Yay.
I can agree to it.
Yay.
I can agree to it.
Yay.
See that? Yeah, Umar, he's interesting. Yeah, he kind of forces her to it, because there was a part of it where I think she was going to actually say something back, but then he goes, yay, and starts snarling and shit. You all catch that? And then he feels accomplished. This right here is the narcissistic smirk, because he feels like he won. Okay, he won over this black Ethiopian woman here. And he's proven his point, and he proves that he knows what he's talking about, and she does not. Even though this is probably his first or second time over there, but he act like everything that's going on over there. Watch this again.
In your argument, when you say necessary, it's not necessary. It's because we don't prioritize what we need to be doing that it becomes necessary. In other words, if the Australian African community wanted to fund itself, we could.
See that shit right there? Did y'all see? Did y'all catch it? Hey, let me play it again.
As what we need to be doing that it becomes necessary. In other words, if the Australian African community wanted to fund itself, we could. We choose not to. Yeah. And that's why you're getting the funding. So the funding from the government is a consequence of the fact that we're not prioritizing black excellence.
See this? See this? Look at his facial expression. This reminds me, just to a lesser degree, and you guys, yeah, exactly, James. And shout out to James too. James has helped a lot with the research stuff, and I don't know how. I mean, I want to be able to thank so many of you guys, but I just same thing with Black Anonymous and Brother Dion. I don't take anything for granted. When you guys send me videos, you say, check this out, check this out. I think you sent me this one. I think it was you. I appreciate it. And when the documentary is done, I'll make sure I'll give you credit. Okay, just as for research purposes, it's the right thing to do. I'll put thank you for the additional research by such and such and such and such. I really appreciate it. And this is James. What James is saying here is precisely what I'm alluding to here. With Umar, this is like a lesser version of when he shouted down or attempted to. She stood her ground, and shout out to Queen Mother. He tried to shout down the elder who was trying to get him off of the stage. Okay, you guys remember he didn't win that quote unquote battle. I mean, it's in his own mind, but he didn't win that battle. That's why he ran off the stage like the punk that he is, like a little baby. You guys remember that? Hit the one. See, and so that was more like a narcissistic injury. The narcissism. He didn't succeed in what he was attempting to do and intimidate this woman so that he is proven to be right. And he can, he has this sense of power and control over her. It didn't work with Queen Mother. Now in this situation, he's still being threatening, but he's doing it in a much more passive aggressive way. I think that's really the right word to use. And so instead of seeing, because she capitulates in the end, you see, instead of the narcissistic injury, what you see is the narcissistic smirk with Umar. But the snarling shit, this is something I noticed with Umar a long time ago. When he gets agitated, he starts to snarl and shit. The term is it's autonomic. It's body language that's autonomic, and you can look for this with Umar. There's certain things that he says you can tell where his state of mind is. In this way, in this sense, he was in this situation, he's trying to put her in her place, and he wants to prove himself to be right. He wants her to capitulate to him, and then you see the narcissistic smirk at the end. Okay? Thanks, James.
Yay.
I can agree to it.
Yay.
I can agree to it.
See that?
Yay.
See now, and then he has to look at the camera because he wants to be acknowledged in this moment as the victor over this black woman. You guys see this? I mean, it's really, really deep. Yeah, it's a grimace. It is. And how's it going, 2DD? Well, how's it going at Avis? Yeah, it is. It's very unmanly. I've dealt with rude elderly women, and I do my best to bite the tongue. Yeah. Yeah, you got it. How's it going, again? One more time, just to see the smirk. Really interesting. The body language too.
I can agree to it.
Yay.
I can agree to it.
Yay.
See him? He has to look at the camera to get the acknowledgement, like, yeah, I won.
Let's move on to the bulk of this topic, because I know we don't have that much time. I wanted to talk to you about Black love.
Yes.
I feel like there is a war between Black men and Black women.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of the dilemmas that get sent in from my listeners talk about, it's about women talking about struggling to find a man.
By the way, I don't agree with her on that. I don't think there's a war at all. I just think that the way that we have been raised, the dysfunction is just simply passed on from one generation to the next. It's not normal or natural to any group of people to be at war with each other, and in particular, if you're in a situation where you can build a future together that's mutually beneficial. See, and if it's something that you desire and something that you want with, let's say, if you're a man, you want with a woman, or you're a woman, you want with a man, it's something that is the most natural thing to actually take place. Okay, but we have to be prepared for that. And we have to be raised in a certain way, or even if we weren't raised around it, be able to prepare ourselves so that we can have something like that. It's not an issue of being at war. If anything, we're at war internally. I'll say it like this: my wife has been a profound blessing in my life on so many different levels. I always had an appreciation for women, but she took this level of appreciation to the extreme, to where I appreciate women. Period. See, and if we'd never met each other, in my mind, I still would have had a level of respect, and I would still have at some point at least built a loving relationship with the woman, because it's a woman. I mean, it's just a natural thing that should take place. So it's not an issue of us being at war with each other. I think that's an overstatement. I also think it's an oversimplification. It has more. I think that it has more to do with on an individualistic level, because if we're all at war with each other, then how is it that there are many of us haven't been able to establish long-standing loving relationships? Now, does that mean that we stay together for our whole life? Not necessarily, but that there's a level of love and appreciation when we are together. You see, and that we appreciate things. I mean, there's things about women, it's just subtle shit that I just be like, man, I really appreciate that. You know, just subtle things that most people don't even think about. But because my wife been together so long, it's just those subtleties. You know, let me give you another example. Like I told my kids, I said, y'all need to clean up downstairs. I'll be getting tired of cleaning up after these kids. I feel like I'm too old for it, and they too old for it. It makes sense. Okay. Okay. And I remember I told them to clean up. I came upstairs and I was talking to my wife. And I said, let me go back down there because I know ain't nobody cleaning up. She said, well, what happened? I said, well, I told them to clean up. She said, you want me to go down there and talk? I said, no, I'll go down there. I'm about to go off. She said, no. I'll go take care of him. Okay. Now it was subtle, but that was her way of, she didn't want me to go down there. First of all, she don't want me getting upset. Okay. But then the other thing, she don't want me going off on the kids. Now me going off on the kids, it's not like I'm throwing shit and cursing them out and nothing like that. But that was her way of diffusing the situation to where she just went down and talked with them and they ended up doing it. Okay. It's things like that. You see, subtle things like that you develop a higher level of appreciation for women. So the point that I'm making is that it's not an issue of being at war. I mean, if you have the desire to be in a loving relationship with someone, you're going to make that happen. You just have to you have to be in the right mindset. You have to be in the right place in your life. They have to be in the right mindset. They have to be in the right space and time in their life. And it doesn't mean that because you meet them, all of a sudden everything's going to be perfect all the time either. But at least you have a foundation to start to work from. That's what me and my wife did. Okay. So I just want to say this. I don't agree with this young lady about we're at war. What I look at is that people who are unable to be in loving relationships, but there's just issues that they need to work through. And they also need to be patient as they work through those issues. But at the end of the day, the most normal, it's assuming that you're heterosexual, you're homosexual, you rephrase it however you want to, or bisexual, you rephrase it however you want to. But if you're heterosexual and you want to be in a heterosexual relationship, well, then it should be natural and normal for you to be able to establish a loving relationship with someone. It just has to be the right person. Okay, it doesn't mean that you have to, and if it's not the right person, you choose poorly, it doesn't mean that you're at war at all. Just mean you made a bad choice. Okay, I just don't like that type of terminology because it sets up this dynamic as if, everything is so bad amongst Black people and that we're at war with it. I don't believe that shit at all. Not at all. Okay. Again, anyone could be in a loving relationship. They just have to be prepared for it. They have to be in the right state of mind in order to have something like that. And when you have it, you know what it is, and you're blessed and you're thankful and you're grateful. And I'm thankful and I'm grateful to my wife every single day. Okay. It's not an issue of war. Okay. It's about your state of mind going into any relationship. Here we go.
Struggling
to find what kind of man?
Find a Black man.
What kind of Black man?
What do you mean, what kind of Black man?
What kind of Black man? Struggling to find what kind of Black man?
Okay, let's talk about it.
Black men all in Australia.
No, we have.
So what kind of Black men are you struggling?
Yeah, see how he's over talking her? And look at see his demeanor too. See? Look at Shan said, Lenon haven't had a date in a minute. It's so now, listen. I don't know what it's like these days. I don't know. You have a point, Chan, but I know one doggone thing. If I was single, it wouldn't be difficult. Not with what I know now, being with my wife all the time. It wouldn't be difficult. It just would not, And there's plenty of good, fine women out there. I don't get it. That's what I'm saying. I just don't get it. I said, man, I can't find me. I said she, and I don't know what you talking about. I say, y'all better be happy because I mean, I'm telling you, I would have had me about 5, 6, 7, 8 baby mamas by now with 6 kids. 8 baby mamas with 6 kids. That's crazy. 6 kids, 8 baby mamas by now. But thank the Lord, I met my wife when I was 25, and we've been together ever since. And I'm telling you, if I never met my wife, and if I had the mindset that I had today, and then the knowledge that I had based on all the experience with my wife, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Not at all. And there's plenty of good women out there. Y'all cute too. Y'all be looking good. I don't get it. That's why I'm hearing men saying stuff like, "Yeah, I can't find these women out here." I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all just don't have the levels of appreciation. And I see things I don't think that other men see because I've been with my wife for so long. It's subtle shit, and that's the stuff that make the biggest difference. It's subtle things. But some things I guess you have to have through experience to be able to really appreciate, or in some cases you have to see it modeled. And a lot of us, we didn't see it modeled in our parents' relationships with people that was around us. But you do have a point, Shan. I don't know what it is in the dating scene these days, but I'm gonna tell you, if I had everything that I have today, the mindset that I have today, the knowledge that I have today, based on my experience with my wife, and we weren't together, it wouldn't be difficult for me to get into a loving relationship again. No, it just wouldn't be. All right. All right, let's finish this up because I think we're about halfway through. But Umar is getting a little more aggressive and animated here. I expected that with Umar. He's tried to compose himself as much as possible so far.
From my listeners, talk about, it's about women talking about struggling to find a man, struggling to
find what kind of
to
man?
find a black man.
What kind of black man?
What do you mean? What kind of black man?
What kind of black man? Struggling to find what kind of black man?
Okay, let's talk about it.
Black men all in Australia.
No. We have.
So what kind of black men are you struggling to find? Are you struggling to find a millionaire? Are you struggling to find somebody who's 6'3" with a 6-pack stomach?
No.
Are you struggling to find?
See, all of this is what is the word for this? I always forget this word. It's like surface level. Good question. What is the yeah, I know, James. He's starting to, but what is the word? There's a term for and not projecting, because this is something different. Frivolous. It's like when you see surface level shit, but you're not really thinking, and you can't think beyond that, where it's deeper than that. Yeah, there it is. Thank you so much. I can't tell. I always forget this word, OF. I always forget this word, Eddie. Okay, I always forget this. I don't know why. Thanks, DD. This is he is. But that's what Umar Johnson does. He already won that first exchange, so he wants to capitalize on that. Okay. Yeah, shallow is another way of, but superficial is the word. What's up, Jimmy Jamboree? Superficial. Umar, he's a superficialist. Okay. Whenever he talks about relationships, it's always on a very superficial, mundane level. And part of it is because he doesn't have any experience of being in a long-standing, loving relationship. See, me and my wife have been together, it's been damn near 25 years. That's a significant period of time. You know what I'm saying? That's a significant period of time, in my opinion. Okay, older people, they've been together for 40 years. Like, oh, y'all just babies. I get it. We're gonna get there. But the point is that if someone asks me specific questions about relationship, I'm not going to start framing shit like a juvenile and talking superficially. You know, how much money he got, or if he got a 6-pack. Most women don't give a shit about that. They don't care if you got a 6-pack. Come on, man. Now, does it matter? Maybe. I mean, as long as you're healthy, but most women aren't saying, okay, does he have a 6-pack? That's a major factor as to whether or not I'm going to consider him as a partner. No, most women ain't thinking like that. Most young women ain't even thinking like that. Same thing with the money. Now, there are some women that care a lot about that money. I get it, but most women ain't like, well, he has to be a millionaire, and that's the reason why it's such an important factor in all of this. I just have to decide because of how much money he has. Come on, cut it out. That's superficial shit, but that's how Umar can talk. But really, what Umar is attempting to do is to justify why it is that his broke bum ass ain't in a marriage, ain't in a relationship right now. Because he ain't got $1 million, because he ain't got a job. Even though he done tricked off about 1.6 million already from turning the heat down. You know what I'm saying? And because Umar ain't got a 6-pack, he damn near look like he's 6 months pregnant today. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, today. I was going to say it, but I ain't going to do it. This guy, he has to, because he got to explain why it is that he ain't got no woman, see? Because he ain't got no money. And his belly full. Me belly full, but me hungry. That's right. I know all that. Me belly full, because me hungry. My wife love it when I talk like that, when I be making love. I'll be putting it in too, family. I say, me belly full and me nightness. We need you to quench this here thirst. Anyway, she always playing that song. I said, I wish you gonna play it. You better play it. You know what I'm saying? And some of them songs you're trying to. Anyway, let's get back to it. Some of y'all don't know nothing. Some of y'all don't know what I'm talking about, do you? That's okay. All right, here we go.
Someone who can finance a European expensive materialistic lifestyle. No. What kind of black man are you struggling to find?
Let's talk about the culture in Australia versus the culture in America. I don't think it is quite different.
See, here's Umar. He think he knows culture in other places around the world. This guy's, he don't know, but he has to be right. Culture is different even amongst black people here. What you talking about, Umar? Isn't this true, black people? Listen, culture is different even amongst ourselves. But Umar, he already won that first volley, as it were. And he has to capitalize on it. He's pointing. See how he's pointing at her like this? He got his hand all over in her space now. This is Umar. It's disrespectful, but she's probably not used to this type of behavior either. She's probably not. Okay. But she's going to do her best. It looks like she's going to be combative. So good for her. Women, don't let these broke pookies tear you down like this. Don't like Umar trying to do.
It is. No, it is. It is. I think now we're being more influenced.
One of the biggest mistakes that I find in the diet.
See this? She's not used to this type of treatment. She's not used to it. But see, Umar, this is how Umar is. This is exactly how he is. Over talking her, raising his voice, pointing his finger. It's really aggression to shut her down. That's how. And men, this is not how. That ain't how you do. You don't do these women like this. That's not how you do women. Okay, you're supposed. Again, part of it is you're supposed to keep them safe and make them feel secure. This does not make her feel safe or secure, even though it's subtle. Okay, it's subtle. I'm not here to overstate shit, but understand that Umar, tactically speaking, he's trying to intimidate her. He won that first volley. He wants to make sure that he capitalizes on it. Haas says Umar is pregnant with twins. Milwaukee's best. And Milwaukee's best at budget. Yeah, Umar, I mean, he has some nerve. See, so Umar thinks that he's God's gift to women. And that's why he thinks that he can talk on these topics of relationships, but he has no practical experience in relationships whatsoever. None. And I've studied this guy. And it's ironic because Umar, he thinks he's God's gift to all women. But if you look at Umar for who he is, there's nothing about Umar that speaks to anything about manhood, including the fact that he looked like he's pregnant. Now, I'm not here to shame men, but at a certain point, if you got to stay healthy. That's the point. And Umar, he's way so beyond that. He looked like he's pregnant. It's been like that for some time. Okay. That's why Tashke said he had childbearing hips. I said, oh no. He said she got childbearing hips. Anyway, okay. But if you think about it, Umar really represents the worst negative stereotypes about black men. And we can start with the fact that he looked pregnant, but we're going to set that aside. Okay. Because, some of us, we got a little gut. We got to work on it. I got my little gut coming in. I get it. Okay. But Umar doesn't take care of his kids. Umar doesn't pay his child support. Umar doesn't have a job. Umar still lives with his mama when he can at the age of 50. Umar doesn't have his own vehicle. See? Umar doesn't pay his bills. And with FDMG, he doesn't pay his bills on time. See, Umar is out here living a sexually promiscuous lifestyle and sexually exploiting black women as a Lothario. You see, all these negative stereotypes about black men that people can come up with, they apply to Umar. He's a pookie. It applies to Umar. And yet, Umar feels as if he has some level of authority to speak on manhood and to speak on male-female relationships. See, again, so you remember how earlier Umar, when he starts talking superficially, he starts talking about the antithesis of him. Men who have money, men who have a six-pack. And what he's saying to the sister is, those are the type, well, you have a problem because those are the type of men you're looking for, but I'm not those men. You should be looking for me. That's Umar. It's some wild shit, but that's really what's going on in his mind. Meanwhile, he looked like he's 6 months pregnant. Anyway, thanks, Hasa, for the super chat. Okay, let's start winding this down, everyone. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I appreciate everyone to cook question. We'll be tomorrow. We're going to be doing a marathon. That's why I want to end this a little earlier so I can get me some sleep and get prepared for tomorrow. I hope Walmart is open tomorrow so I can give me a pick up a cheesecake so I can have something for y'all tomorrow.
diaspora is we swear we're so randomly different. That's probably the most to find what kind of black.
Okay.
By the way, it's not just Umar. You can look at her body language too. She's not used to being spoken like this. But again, like I said before, Umar's a pookster. Okay, he represents the worst examples of black manhood and masculinity. This is how a lot of these deadbeats, black men, this is how they behave. And a lot of these Umar Johnson follows these women in particular. I mean, I'm not here to shame y'all, but you're so used to that shit. That's why you accept Umar. And then he does this like this woman over here. She's not used to being treated like this. It's very clear. I mean, look at her body language. Watch this.
Let's talk about it.
Black men all in Australia.
No. We have.
So what kind of black men are you struggling to find? Are you struggling to find a millionaire? Are you struggling to find somebody who's 6'3" with a six-pack stomach?
No.
Are you struggling to find someone who can finance a European expensive materialistic lifestyle?
No.
What kind of black man are you?
See his eyes too? Boy, the body language is everything.
You struggling to find?
Look, see that? Look at it. See that?
Let's talk about the culture in Australia versus the culture in.
I'm sorry, this is not how you talk to women. I don't care what the situation is. I know some of y'all will be like, "Leonard, you're so sexist." No, I don't. You should not be treating women like that. You shouldn't be talking to them like that. Just so unnecessary and so disrespectful too. Have some respect. You on her show. You up here looking like a pregnant Pookie. House says, Mr. Lover. I don't think my wife liked that one though. She said, turn it. Because I think I'll play out because sometimes I put on because she liked the reggae. She grew up on that. But she was it Isaac's? Some I can't remember this. I put one of them songs on. I thought it was a Lover Man, and she said, I don't want to hear that one. Because some songs she don't like. Lover Man Lenon is hungry, so him a call upon his empress and him and his blood clot beaming. I need to get her groove back, no lie me tell. My wife, she knows how to talk like that. She do. I'm sorry, I call my wife Mama. Not Mama, I call her Mommy. That's how I just call her. I don't even call her Aida in the house. I say, Mommy. Yeah, baby. I call her baby too. Then she called me daddy or she called me baby. Anyway. No lie me dad. Sometimes I'll be listening. I'm like, I don't know what they saying, and she just starts explaining to me. Yeah, well, they're saying this right here. So, okay. One time that she had, there's a video that came up where Umar called Tariq, what do you call Tariq? A Batiman? And I said, what does that mean? Because I didn't know what it meant. And she said, well, I said, oh, my Lord. I said, okay, let's move on. The way she explained it to it was like, wait, what? Wait a minute. What in the world? What kind of P. Diddy freak off shit is we talking about here? Okay. Anyway, I said, yeah, that's what he said. Something like that. And the Bati boy. I said, what is that? He says, well, how kid you not? She was like, well, I didn't know what Bati was until she explained it to me. I said, oh no. I meant to shout. So I was supposed to text her back. I've been running my mouth. Yeah, she was saying, can they wash the dishes or would it be too loud? But I can't hear nothing up here. So I hope they wash them. That way I won't have to do it. They be having me. I'll be cleaning up too much. I don't think I should have to. I got my full-time job plus YouTube, which is part-time. Then I got to clean up after these kids. All right. Anyway, we're gonna move on. I'm start ending my sentence with no lie me dad. No lie me dad. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go. I apologize. I've been going off. Thanks us. Let me. I'll support the super chat and Haas. Thank you so much. And Bear, I hope I can't remember if I thanked you or not. Thank you so much. Okay, if I'm missing it, I apologize. Okay, here we go. Let's finish this up.
America. I don't think it is quite different. It is.
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
It is. I think now we're being more influenced.
One of the biggest mistakes that I find in the diaspora is we swear we're so.
See, look at her body language. Boy, this is sad.
Randomly different. As probably the most traveled African in the Western Hemisphere, we're not that significantly different.
No, but we
there
are.
Might be something new. No, we're not. No, we're not.
I don't think black women. Okay, let's talk about it, because I'm getting dilemmas where women are talking about they're successful, they're in their careers, and they're looking for a decent guy. They're not asking for a man to earn triple the amount that he's earning.
What is decent? Give me 3 criteria for decent. I'm a psychologist. You must define the term.
See this? You must. Now he's giving orders on her show. But let me say this, Umar. Why don't your broke bum ass define the term? See, because the truth of the matter is that who you are as a man is the antithesis of what any decent woman would want. Like I said before, you ain't got no job. You got baby mamas. You don't take care of your kids. You're a scammer. You're a deadbeat. These are all statements of facts too. Okay? You live a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. You're non-committal. You're arrogant, narcissistic. I mean, I can just keep going on forever and ever and ever. I mean, sexual pervert. List goes on and on and on. See? Why don't you define the terms? And see, Umar doesn't want to have this conversation because he knows who he is. He knows that he is the problem. That's why he's getting so belligerent, unnecessarily belligerent. She's not used to being treated like this, too. She probably got a good man in her life, don't treat her like shit. But Umar, this is again, some of you black women, you're used to this type of bullshit from these black men, and you're so used to it that it doesn't even register. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad, but it is what it is.
Give me 3 criteria for decent.
So he's emotionally intelligent.
Okay. Umar is emotionally immature. He lacks emotional intelligence. I've already talked about that. Let's go step by step. That's why he rants and he rages the way that he does. Said he ran is an excellent example. That the Zora, we'll watch the Zora rant tomorrow for our marathon. And that's an excellent example right there. What else?
Intelligent.
Okay.
Assuming she is as well.
So he has to flip it around, but that's not what the question is. Umar, the question is, what type of man are these women looking? What type of man is the woman looking for? And the fact that what she's looking for is not you, because you're not that type of man. And what these women are really looking for, you're not that type of man. That's why you're 50 and you can't recite one long-term relationship with a woman. Not one. I've done research. I've yet to hear this guy give one example of a long-standing relationship. He can't even tell you stories, about walking in the park, or, I remember we used to go out to eat here. I can give you all kinds of examples, especially when my wife was young. We used to go out and go out to eat and all kind of stuff. I can give you so many examples, literally thousands of things I could just talk about. Same thing with my kids. I give you stories about my kids over and over again, but Umar can't even give you stories about his kids. He's a deadbeat.
She is as well. He is a provider.
Umar's not a provider. See, I anticipate Umar getting belligerent because really she's talking about men that Umar, he doesn't fit this mold at all. Umar's not a provider. Umar's a taker. That's why he's always saying, I want, I need. He doesn't provide for his kids. He's a deadbeat. He ain't providing for these black women. In fact, he wants you black women to take care of him like you his mamas. Get on your CashApp, get on your PayPal. He's not a provider. He never has been too, by the way. If you guys do the research on Umar, he's never been a provider. See, from the time he gets into the military school, 8th grade or 9th grade, everything is provided for him. And he was spoiled by his mother prior to that. But once he gets into his daddy sent him away, everything is provided for him. Food is provided for him. I mean, this is really where he gets this idea of FDMG. It's a boarding school that, they have uniforms, clothes are provided for him, Food is provided for him. Everything is provided. Lodging is provided for him. And then after he graduates, he goes to college and he takes out student loans. He's also said that he was able to get some scholarship, but he didn't pay for everything. I can't even imagine how much student loan this guy got. But the point is that he's not put in a position where he has to work to earn a living in order to make a way for himself. And this continues on. I mean, this guy was in school for over 12 years. And see, to this day, Umar can't provide for himself. So the fact that he can't provide for himself today, how is he going to provide for a woman? How is he going to provide for kids? He don't know shit about that. Any of you guys who've been parents dealing with these kids, there's always something coming up. And it'd be some stuff come up. You be like, what in the world? With the kids, the fees at the school. I mean, we didn't have to pay all these fees when we was coming up, but they got fees for everything. I said, what in the world? What you mean I got to pay a fee for them to be in the class? I said, what? I thought this was public school. I pay my taxes. Umar don't know nothing about that. They need new clothes. One of my sons, he's already tall. It's crazy. The younger one, he grow out of his shoes real quick. So we got to get him new shoes. We had to go get him some new pants. Umar, he can't tell you any of those types of stories because he's not a provider. Now, I've struggled mightily. I've told people that. People know about that. It's been a long, but I'm doing a whole lot better now. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. But I had to put together a plan. I had to work that plan and work my ass off to get to where I'm at today. I still got a long way to go, humbly, I say. See, but I can tell you stories of what it means to be a provider, even if you're struggling to do it. Part of being a man. Some people have it easier. Some people are able to do it a lot sooner in life and do it well earlier on. Okay, great. But Umar ain't even doing it at 50. Opposite says, Umar needs to leave my Ethiopian sister alone and other black women, or we of the Ethiopian nation will come and conquer his mama. Yeah. See, the thing is that culturally it is different. See, the Ethiopian sister was trying to explain that to Umar. Umar thinks that black people is one thing, but the real issue with Umar is that he just wants to be right. His daddy's like that too. I noticed that about his daddy. They're like that. They're overbearing and they have to be right no matter what. And even if they have to concoct some foolishness in order to be right and start instigating, it's really like a simulated debate where there really isn't no debate. I mean, he won't even let the sister talk. You know what I'm saying? He's just domineering. He's trying to just take over shit. That's what he does. But I'm not surprised. But I have a sense he's going to get more belligerent too as this goes on. But the point I want to make is that Umar, he has to be right no matter what. And so he's willing to say that over in Australia that it's the same there as it is, let's say, I don't know, in Philadelphia, wherever. But the argument, it doesn't even make sense. But he would do that anyway, just because he wants to be combative and he wants to prove himself to be true and to what he's saying to be true, even though there's no foundation for it. See? But understand this, that this sister, Ethiopian sister, she's not used to being spoken to like this. And that in and of itself shows you that there's a difference. Okay. Y'all follow me on this? There's a cultural difference. See, let me just say this. First of all, there's cultural differences even amongst black people. I'm not going to be shouting down no woman like that. I'm just not going to do that. Okay. If she want to listen, she's going to listen. If she don't want to listen, okay, well, I'm going to go about my business. That's okay. You got something to say, go on, get it. Let me hear. Okay. But I'm not going to be yelling and screaming and pointing fingers and shit. That's not the manly thing to do. I'm going to say it. I feel strongly that part of a man's role is to make a woman feel comfortable. That's why I told my sons. I said, if you're gonna have a young lady up over here, you need to clean shit up. Don't your bathroom better be clean. Don't have them coming. That's what I tell them. Don't have them coming up over here. Your bathroom looking like straight trash. Clean this shit up. It's disrespectful. That's what I tell them. Now they may not be thinking about that at their age, but it's what I want them to understand, that it's disrespectful to have a woman come over and a young lady come over and your shit is all stank and dirty like that. I just don't believe in that. Because if you clean it up, it shows a level of respect. See, that's a different cultural dynamic. And there are some men, even black men here in the United States of America, they don't give a shit. It's like, man, fuck that. That's how they be. Fuck this bitch. That type of thing. That's Umar. Really, y'all really listen to Umar. That's really Umar. See, So what I'm getting at is even amongst black people, there's different standards that we set in terms of how women should be treated and how levels of respect and even the level of reverence. Okay. And listen, I'm that way. It don't even have to be a woman. It could be some woman I don't even know. I don't care. She could be white. She could be Asian. I don't really care. It don't make me no difference. It's just a level of respect. If I open up the door for you, I'll open up the door for you. You may not appreciate it. The older women tend to appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, but listen, I'm not necessarily even just doing it just for you. It's just for me to prove, my manhood, that this is what I should be doing out of respect. And some women don't like that. It's like, no, that's sexist. Okay, well, whatever. Do you. Let me speak my speech. Put some respect on my name. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up also is because with Umar represents this ghetto-centric, overbearing, ultra-masculine, deadbeat persona or archetype of black men. And this woman over there who's Ethiopian, she's not used to that, which proves the point that no, culturally, it's not all the same. That there are men who have a level of respect and reverence for women, and that can be over there on the other side of the planet somewhere. There'll be some of us over here, but not all of us, and someplace over there on the other side of the planet, some of them, not all of them. And that in and of itself proves that she was right in the first place, that culturally is totally different. See, but what's most revealing before we finish this up is that Umar actually shows his true colors as he's trying to shout her down. He's actually proven that there's a cultural difference because she's not used to dealing with black men like this that behave like Umar's ass. See, and I'm going to say it, a lot of you black women here in the United States of America, you're so used to that shit that when Umar does it, you're like, oh, okay, no. Yeah, but that's because you're used to that shit. It's sad. Thanks for the soup. I don't mean to go off. Okay, let's finish this up, everybody. We already 3 hours. It went by so quick. Here we go.
So he's able to, he has a decent job. They are on
Umar does not have a job. He doesn't have a career. He's unemployed and has been since in and around 2011.
What is a decent job? Define the term.
He makes an amount that is in the same tax bracket as the woman. Let's just say that. Same tax bracket.
Okay.
Emotionally
Financial
intelligent.
equity.
Yes.
Okay.
I would just say he's a provider, he's nurturing, and he cares to build a family with her.
Okay. Umar's not a nurturer. He don't even take care of his own kids, and he doesn't care to build a family either. He's a baby mama creator. You see this? So it's amazing that Umar is even, I don't know. Listen, I just have to say this, and no disrespect to the Ethiopian sister right here. You don't know Umar. You probably know him more now since you had his ass up on here and him acting a damn fool. I don't know, maybe you're not used to black men over the United States of America. I'm just telling you like it is, young lady. Okay. Umar's a deadbeat. Over here in the United States of America, he's what we would call, he's a pookster. You just didn't know that. You didn't know that because you see some videos of him on YouTube, and he's a great deceiver. He will deceive the shit out of people. But like I said, all these things that you're talking about, and they're all good. That's great. Yeah, he should be a provider. He should have some emotional intelligence and maturity. Yeah, absolutely. That's what a man should provide. I mean, she should. Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. But that's not Umar. You didn't know that, young lady. So that's why even having a conversation, it makes no sense. That's why the poll question is whether or not Umar should be speaking on these topics in the first place. And he shouldn't be because he's not living any of this. In fact, everything that this young lady was saying about Umar, or excuse me, what she was saying in terms of what would be the ideal type of partner, all of those things are not reflective of who Umar Johnson is. He's the antithesis of that. He's the opposite of that. I sure hope this young lady sees this. I hope you see this because, the thing is that we learn. There's people in the Cookie Crush chat, the chat room right now. They used to believe in Umar. Like, he's just a great deceiver. And see, if he treats you like this on your own show, it's indicative. How do you think he treats women behind the scenes where the camera's not on? Something to think about. This is for everyone to think about. That's why Umar, he's the great deceiver of our time in the black conscious space. Anyway, this young lady, she just didn't know. She don't know, but I'm sure she knows more now. I hope she sees this video.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the question?
And the question is, women are...
See, Umar doesn't have a response to what she's saying because Umar knows that he doesn't fit the bill for any of that shit. He has to say, okay, in the question. You realize, and him even he even said in the question, the way that he does is combative. Look at Umar's demeanor. Look at the body language. See, he does not like to be challenged, especially by Black women. There's some levels of disrespect that he has.
Okay.
I would just say he's a provider, he's nurturing, and he cares to build a family with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the question?
And the question is, women are
See Umar tapping?
struggling to find men that they can date.
Okay. Couple things. Number one, Black women cannot, shall not, should not expect a Black man to be able to provide them with the same type of a lifestyle that a Caucasian can provide for the white.
No one said that shit. What are you talking about? This is coming, and Umar's talking from someone who don't even have a job. Y'all catch this? See, he has to flip it into let's compare white men to Black men, but that's not even the conversation. This is what I mean. Umar really fails to hold Black men accountable in ways that are reasonable. He'll go to, well, the white man, and we shouldn't be compared to the white man. That ain't what she's talking about. It don't even make any sense. Now, if she brought up white men, now what does Umar do? Oh, now we got the snow bunny crisis. That's the problem with you Black women, is you always dating outside the race. See this? He's so crafty. He's like a slithering snake. He's a slithering snake. He's a sloth as well, but he's a slithering snake. He tried to spin it now. See? But if you listen closely, really what he's saying, you can't expect Black men to provide for you like white men. But Umar, I thought you so superior with your melanin and your melanin drip and all this other shit talking you be talking. Listen, Umar, you're a bum. That's all it is. You're a bum. You're a cyber bum, bro. You ain't got no job. So I mean, how can you even speak on this? And Black men, we can provide. Listen, I used to struggle mighty. I always try, but I just struggle, but I do a lot better today. I still got a long way to go. But I can't just dismiss it and say, oh, yeah, but we can't, you Black women, you shall not. Now he giving orders. See this shit? You cannot, you shall not, thou shall not. Who are you? You ain't, what you God? What's going on now? Thou shall not. Living in your mama closet. Man, if you don't cut it out, Umar, man, you a trip, bro. You such a trip. You old broke ass bum. You old broke ass Twinkie eating bum. I'm sorry. I don't need to do. I have to, because he's getting on my nerves now. But you see how he trying to flip it up, and you can't expect us. No, Black men, you can make money. You can provide for your family. Just you got to do what you got to do. I remember I had 3 jobs and shit. I remember I was working as a forklift operator. I was getting paid like $16 an hour. I said, did I think about that shit? I'm like, damn. But I was out there. I was hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Thank the Lord. I make a whole lot more money these days. Thank the Lord. But I'm not sitting back saying, oh, yeah, but I got to compare myself to how white men are. No, that's funny. Bullshit. Also says, Umar thinks Black women should settle for pookies like him. Yeah, he does. Providing a home and basic necessities for a woman is not just a Caucasian trait. I know. Yeah, but this is such a good point, because it also exposes the truth of Umar's mentality about what Black men are to do and what we should be doing, right? Also, in other words, in Umar's mind, you don't have to provide some basic necessity for the woman, or even for the kids for that matter, right? In his own mind. But isn't that true? That's Umar. He don't provide no basic needs, necessities for anybody except himself. And I mean, it's really amazing. I mean, this is such a good point. See, he wants Black women the world over to accept Black men like him, who's nothing more than a pookie, who is unwilling to provide basic necessities for a woman. And you should. I used to talk about this all the time back in the day. And there's Black men that just couldn't figure it out. I don't understand what you mean. No, listen, it's training. You train yourself, and you're supposed to be able to provide. I mean, you work together and you help each other, but you want to provide the basic necessities within the household for yourself and your woman, so that when she becomes pregnant, and somebody gonna get pregnant at some point. You can talk all that talk about, the prophylactics and all of this and pull it out even. I wouldn't do good at that. I do. That's the hardest thing to do, because once you get to that point, you know what I'm saying, you don't, something happen. I don't know. You can try if you want to. You can try all you want. Anyway, somebody getting pregnant, and it ain't gonna be you. So once she gets pregnant, you have to be able to provide the basic necessities for her as she goes through the pregnancy, and then she gives birth, and then postpartum and all that stuff, and it's training. But Umar doesn't know anything about that because he wasn't around for his baby's the birth and all that stuff. That's why he admitted that he didn't even have the name. He didn't even know the name of the baby, the middle name of the baby, because that obviously wasn't there for the birth, because he would put his name on the birth certificate and all that information. That's why they had to go, when they put him on child support, they had to go and get the DNA test done to make sure that it was his baby. I'm sure she already knew that, but Umar probably, I don't know. I probably wasn't even mine. No, it was yours. DNA test proved that. That's all. You can find out online. Anyway, the point is, Hassa, is that it's true. Umar wants black women to settle for these deadbeat black men, and he will go so far as to try to criticize higher standards that you should have, and to somehow twist it up to say, no, you're trying to compare us to white men. No, ain't got nothing to do with that. See, this interesting conversation that Umar is attempting to have. He's really not the person to be talking about male-female relationships at all, because he's a deadbeat. He's non-committal to black women. He'll crush your cookies though. Right? Thanks, Hassa Fosu. It's such a great point right there. It's such a great point. Now I want to rewind it just to give you guys because this. Let me lead this up here. Hold on one second. Watch this.
He is a provider. So he's able to, or he has a decent job. They are on the same.
What is a decent job? Define the term.
He makes an amount that is in the same tax bracket as the woman. Let's just say that. Same tax bracket.
Okay.
Emotionally
Financial
intelligent.
equity.
Yes.
Okay.
I would just say he's a provider, he's nurturing, and he cares to build a family with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the question?
And the question is, women are struggling to find men that they can date.
Okay.
See, yeah. He seems to think we don't even deserve the bare minimum. And yeah, a lot of men would agree with him. Yeah, listen, it's sad. It really is. It's sad. It really is. And it's so, see, I know what benefits come out of being in a long-standing, loving relationship with a woman. Okay, and I don't care if y'all want to date out, quote unquote, outside the race. That's your business. I don't really give a shit. I really don't. I know Umar will throw that into your black women's face, but listen, if black men ain't shit like Umar, do what you got to do. Listen, do what you got to do. It ain't got nothing to do. If you guys, black men, if you want to set these low standards where you don't even got to do the bare minimum for these women out here. It shows a level of disrespect, in my opinion. Okay, then don't complain when they go and find somebody else outside of your quote unquote race, which is a social construct, not a scientific fact. I'm not even into all that shit, but you should not be complaining otherwise. And I'm gonna tell you all, I'm not gonna say it's not difficult. It is difficult when we have to look ourselves in the mirror and say, what do I need to do to change myself as a man so that I can provide something of consequence to a woman? I've been there. And I said, shit, I got to get my shit together. I'm still not where I would like to be, but I know how to treat a woman. I know how to keep a woman. I ain't never cheated on none of the women I ever dealt with. And I had plenty of opportunity to trust me. Plenty of opportunities, especially the older white women. Boy, they be looking at me, rubbing on them. Can you put a baby in me? I said, no, ma'am. I just came to get some French fries. I came to Walmart to get some French fries. I wasn't coming here to try to. You can't put a baby in me, sir. Handsome man. Anyway, let's get back to it, shall we? You'll be amazed at what happens at Walmart, family. Well, you'll be amazed what happens at Walmart on a Sunday evening. Okay, let's get back to it. We need to finish up. Here we go.
Okay, couple things. Number one, black women cannot, shall not, should not expect a black man to be able to provide them with the same type of a lifestyle that a Caucasian can provide for the white female. Because the Caucasian benefits from white privilege, the black man suffers from white racism.
I don't want to hear that shit. Go get a job. Damn, Umar, just go get a job. I don't get it. And if you don't make enough, go get 2 of them. And work. Be there on time. I tell my sons, be on time. It's not that big. No, be on time. When you're there, don't be on your phone. Work. You boom, 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 boom. That's what I tell my wife too. I would say about making love. I said, baby, you got. I'm just playing. I was like, because it matters. You got to show, and you do good. You do better. You do better. You do better, and you prepare yourself for the next job, or the raise, or the next position, and you just keep working. Umar, just go get a job.
So we should not be, no sister should be looking for a European equivalent or an African equivalent.
Yeah, but that she didn't say nothing. She's about any of that, Umar. You're just deflecting right here.
Of a European. A black man has to work twice as hard to get half as much.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't. I promise I didn't. I'm hopefully tonight though. It's just because I'm close to this bed. That's the big thing. You guys have to understand this too. Women, I don't mean to, I try to be very respectful and everything like that, but I got to tell y'all straight up, because I know I'll be going in on these deadbeat men like Umar, but I got to tell y'all something, okay? This right here, okay, you have to understand something. You guys, you see it as a place to relax and rest and sleep. I get it. And we understand that as men, we understand that. However, for the sake of equality, please understand that we don't see this the same way. We don't see it as a place for sleep and relaxation and these types of things. No, we don't. And you need to understand this. It's a place of carnal bliss. I'm just telling you, we ain't trying to sleep. That's not what we're in there for. Don't do that. Don't. I'm going. No, we not. That's not why we get into bed. That's the thing. Don't get into bed too. You just took a shower, your hair is wet. You got to put on the shea butter. You got a little thing on. You know what I'm saying? Just a little thing. Don't do that. And you expect us to go to sleep. That's nuts. Okay, I just have to say that because I want you women, please understand that. Okay, men, you know what I'm talking about. We're not trying to go to sleep. And it's so unfair because y'all be smelling good, you be warm. Now, if you want to go to sleep, go on and go get a hammock or something and put it in another room. I don't know. Anyway. No, I promise. I didn't beam in. I ain't beaming in a couple of months. No, I'm telling the truth though. Seriously though, women, that's just something to think about because, and men, you know what I'm talking about. We don't get into bed when you in the bed. We don't get into bed to go to sleep. We don't. Now, we may want to. We probably should. We probably tired and all that stuff. But once we get in there, man, you know what I'm talking about. Hit the one. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go.
So although I can appreciate the financial equity, but if you are a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer as an African woman in Australia or America or the UK or Toronto or Johannesburg, looking for a black man who has financial equity with your type of career success, that's going to be difficult. You might got to tone it down a little bit.
Why though? See, this is the thing. The standards that we set for black men is less than the standard we should set for black women. See, I don't believe in that shit. Umar, he's again, like Hassan was saying earlier, the bare minimum. This guy, he's such an excuse maker.
What I find as a therapist who works with couples.
Okay, he's lying. Umar's not a therapist, and he does not work with couples either. Where's his office at? This young lady right now, if you see this video, Ask yourself, because Umar, he's a liar. He lies a lot. If you interview Umar and you said, where's your office? He won't be able to tell. He start lying and coming up with some shit. He has no office. So where is he doing this therapy at? You guys do realize that one of the reasons why he was called into court because dealing with his license was, wait a minute. No, it wasn't even his license. This is the thing. All that was twisted up. Umar twisted that up real good. See, Umar never had a license. He never had a license to practice independently, including to do therapy. And a child psychologist is not the same as, let's say, a family therapist, or let's say a relationship therapist or a marriage counselor. It's not the same. You got to get certification for that. Umar ain't got that. He never did. He was never licensed to do anything independently. People have to understand this about Umar. Umar never had a license to do anything independent. He always had to have been under the tutelage of someone else who signs off on his work. So if he's doing all of this therapy, there has to be he's not even qualified to do it, but there has to be someone farther up the chain that's signing up off of this work. Okay, where's that person at? It doesn't exist. And all this would be online too, by the way. That's why you can't find Umar's license online. And he already admitted, I got the videos where he admits he never had a license. So Umar's making this shit up literally. I do therapy, but he's really, let me explain something to y'all. What Umar's doing here is he's playing psychological games with this young lady, and he's trying to put himself in the superior position by, because I'm a therapist and I'm a psychologist. Remember, you have to define the terms because I'm a psychologist. Now he's running game on her here. This is really to put her in a subservient position and to place himself as what? The authority figure. That's exactly what he's doing here. And he'll even go so far as to concoct this fantasy that he's a therapy and he does couples therapy and all this other shit, when in point of fact, he doesn't do any of that. He's not even qualified to doing that. And he can't even work by himself independently. He never could. He's such a liar. This guy is a liar. He was never able to even operate independently as a school psychologist. He had to have people sign up off of his shit. Well, Umar, he's something else. This lady, she gonna learn.
Married, divorced, and otherwise. Too often, Black women prioritize a man's income over his masculinity.
That's not true at all. That's some bullshit. If I done ever heard, some Black women are the most loyal. I mean, some of y'all too loyal. You be trying to stick with this guy. This guy, he's sometimes he's trying, but he ain't trying hard enough. Sometimes he ain't even trying. He's making beats, and his mama calls to talk about, I'm gonna be the next, I don't know, Dr. Dre or somebody. I don't know. He got a little Casio keyboard. He got a little Casio keyboard and GarageBand. He ain't even got no digital audio interface. He just got a USB microphone he connect to the compact computer. They got less than 1 gigabyte of RAM on it. There's 1.7 gigahertz. Let me stop. But the point, yeah, y'all heard the old cat. He's like, I'm the next Timberland, and y'all be sticking with his ass. Yeah, okay, baby, yeah. Let me go to work. I'll see when I get home. I'll see you when I get home, baby. Let me go put in this 12-hour shift. Let me. Well, I'm taking care of the kids, and I'm in college trying to get this degree so we can get this income up, our family income. All right, I'll be in mama closet. If you need me, go ahead and page me. You black women, I'm sorry. They'll be putting up with so much bullshit. It's sad. Okay, the point I'm making is Umar trying to make it seem like you Black women don't. No, y'all's too loyal, in my opinion. And it's been like that for such a long time. Y'all the ones that's been holding down and keeping things going in the Black community for what, at least three generations now. So what are you talking about? Umar, all the money, the vast majority of the money you get is from Black women. Such a bum. Up in there making mix. You know, we're making mixtapes. Boy, you 50 years old talking about making my first mixtape, man, because I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna get paid. Then I'm opening up a school called FDMG. You know what I'm saying? You know, boy, you start making up shit. Yeah, then after that. No, you ain't doing nothing. I get it if you in your 20s or whatever, you trying to find your way. I get it. Trust me. I got sons. You got to be patient with them. But at a certain point, I'm going to be like, listen, that's it. See, you black women, y'all just be too late. Oh, just move on. Go get it. Got it. I'm telling you, I get it. It's a sunk cost fallacy I've talked about in the past. We ain't going to get into that right now, but it's sad because there should be a limit as to the bullshit that you guys will take before you say, okay, enough is enough. But Umar wants that to be extended indefinitely. He wants y'all to take care of I don't get that shit. I just don't. That's crazy. It actually bothers me. That's why I want to move on. It does. It bothers me. This is so reductive and an insult to black men. Yes, systematic barriers exist for black men, but do not equate certain barriers in place as an excuse to not try to be better for those you love. Absolutely. And isn't that really what it comes down to? See, I think the levels of selfishness that Umar possesses, it's so far, it's beyond measure because see, you have to be selfish to think that you don't have to do better for your loved ones. You know what I'm saying? That you have to be so selfish. And Umar here is a very selfish person. It's a narcissism. And there are black men who are like that. And I'm not saying just black, because there's other groups of people too, but we're talking black men that they're so selfish that they don't give a shit. It's like, I don't have to do better. I know I got 15 kids and 20 baby mamas, but I don't have to do better. And I just don't believe in that. You always have to do better. And some of us, we do a lot better early. I got friends. I got one guy, he wasn't necessarily a friend, but I knew him when he was growing up. In my senior year, he didn't go to my school, but his parents were doctors. He became a neuro surgeon. I got friends who became lawyers and shit. You know, it does so much better to me, and I get it. You know, and I can look back at my life and say, okay, I should have done this different. I should have done this different. But I can't. You know, the way I look at it now is, hey, listen, just do better. And I've been doing a whole lot, but I'm so thankful. I really am. You know, but I have to put in the work. And then you can't be so selfish and so self-centered to say, okay, wait a minute, I don't have to do better because of race. So fuck all that. I don't want to hear all that. In 2020, we're going into 2025. Listen, black men, there's nothing that can stop you really except you. There's nothing that can stop you. You can say that the game is rigged and it's more difficult. I get that, but they ain't no different than how it was a decade ago or 2 decades ago or 100 years ago. It's far more difficult back then. But if other of us, our ancestors were able to do it, we ain't got no excuse. Plus, we got the internet. But Umar will go through all lengths to make excuses. All I'm saying is, listen, I don't want to be bashing on black men because there's a lot of us, we doing the best that we can and we're doing better. I've struggled mightily. You guys know that. Okay, I've had to deal with a lot of shame and guilt and shit, but I've gotten better to at least I recognize, okay, that's where I was at. It was what it was. And I figured out what do I need to do. And I've been working my plan. But I'm not here to bash you, black man. I just want you to understand that there's nothing that can really stop you here and going into 2025 except you. And you can blame it on all the stuff you want to. But I'm going to tell you something right now. It's only a punk bitch that's going to blame everything on everybody else and be so selfish as to think that somehow they don't have to do better, especially for the people that you love. And there's no excuses. That's what we used to call, that's some punk shit. You can punk out as you want to. You go and punk out. Just don't be complaining to nobody else. And as you're punking out, don't drag these black women down with you. Leave them alone. These days, there's no excuse. There's none. Okay. I apologize for going on. Thanks, SOB, for super chat. Appreciate it. And the house says, it seems Umar thinks all black men are poor and working minimum wage jobs as well. There are definitely black male doctors, etc. He thinks so low. Yeah. And this is something that you'll see with Umar, even in older videos. He always reduces black people down to like these, the worst case hood ratchet type of scenarios, you know, including black women. He did a lot of that with black women. Okay. But it's interesting that when he frames his narrative about black men, it's always like, you know, we're so lowly. But really what he's doing is he's really projecting where he's at, but doing it in such a way to where it doesn't reveal where he's at in his own life. And we know him to be a projector. He projects all the time. And that's why he does that. See, he'll pick these lesser examples. I also think these lesser examples, it really makes him feel better about where he's at in his life. See, and so he will also attack Black men who are widely successful, far more successful than he is, but it makes him feel better about how broke and destitute he is. See, that's the thing about Umar, and that's why he's so dangerous, because there's no accountability. There's no sense that Umar feels as if he needs to get his life on track, or that he needs to improve, or that he needs to do better for the people that he loves. But here's the thing, Hassa, Umar don't love nobody. See, now it all makes sense. See, if we really think about this, the levels of selfishness that Umar Johnson has, it's really reflective of the fact that he don't love nobody. It's all about him. He don't care about nobody. It's all about him. He don't care about his daughters. He don't even care about his mama. That's more of a possession thing, because she's able to provide consistent residence on Section 8. He'll hold on to her as long as he can. Okay? And that's deep right there. Yeah, Umar, he does that because it makes him feel as if he's really projecting, but it makes him feel better about himself, because in his mind, he thinks he's this great African leader. No, he's just a broke bum on the internet. That's all. Who's unwilling to do better in life for the people that he loves. But the truth is, he doesn't love anybody. Yeah, that's got to be. I'm sorry to go off. We're going to finish this up. Thanks, Hassa, for super chat and SOB. But I think that's probably one of the reasons why Umar is the way that he is because he doesn't have the capacity to love others, so therefore he doesn't have the incentive to do better in life. It's just about continuously exploiting people like narcissists do, exploiting people. But because he doesn't have the capacity to love, he has no calling. He has no reason. See, I got 5 kids. I got a wife. I got you all. I mean, I can look at it that way. If y'all didn't show up, y'all think I'll be up on here running my mouth? No. But you're all here, so I have a calling. I have a reason to be here. Same thing. I wake up in the morning. Sometimes, like before I go to work, I'm like, shit, I don't feel like going today. But I say, wait a minute. I have to keep that. I got to make sure we got the insurance for I got to make sure we got the blah blah blah. Go down the list and get my ass up, and I got to go get the shower. And I go handle my business. See, but Umar doesn't have that. See, that's interesting. I wonder when Umar wakes up. I wonder what's the first thing he thinks about. I mean, because when I wake up, I'm thinking, okay. I got it. What do I need to do today to do better for my family? But when he wakes up, I wonder what he thinks. What do I got to do today to get some money and crush cookies? I don't know. That's such a good point. Thanks, Hassa. Okay, we got to finish this up now because I got to go to bed because we're gonna get into back into it tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning on. Everyone started Cook Crush Chat. I appreciate y'all. Also, everyone who sent in super chats. I appreciate y'all, the mods, for handling business as well. Let's go.
Meaning he can provide. He's willing to help with those children. He will nurture you, look out for you, but he might not be able to put you in a Mercedes. He might not be able to help you with that $1 million mortgage. And I've seen.
Listen, people, Umar, what in the world?
Black women turn down good men, very good men, because he didn't have the economics, but he had everything else. Sisters need to be careful not to fall into this European narrative of judging men primarily by how much they make.
Listen, in my opinion, most Black women aren't judging men primarily based upon how much they make. In my opinion, I just think Umar, he's just throwing that out there. I think it's ridiculous. In my opinion, it's just ridiculous.
I can agree with.
Yeah, that's what he said. $1 million mortgage. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. He has to throw out $1 million because he's a broke ass bum. Umar's not paying any rent. He's not paying a mortgage. He's not paying a lease. He ain't doing none of that. He don't even have his own residence. He stay with his mama. Then otherwise, if people sending him money, he gets a hotel and motel. That's why he's saying that. Umar, he's a trip. He really is. And he will, because it's disrespectful to Black women when you're saying shit like, Black. I apologize. I'm just loose with the tongue. It is what it is. Maybe it's just I'm in this room right here. I just, But Umar, he'll even disrespect you Black women to make it appear as if basically you guys are gold diggers, all y'all. And that's simply not true. Most women aren't even thinking like that. They just looking for a man who's decent and who's trying and is doing good and is able to provide and protect, and to serve. And that's part of it too. You serve your family. Umar ain't doing none of that. But he's willing to disrespect you by putting you in this category like you black women, you guys are gold diggers and you guys worry about how much a man make. No, most women ain't even worrying about that, period. Most of y'all ain't. That's all I know. He ain't dealt with no women because he has no clue. He don't know what he's talking about. Women ain't most women ain't looking for that. That's not what they're looking for. They're trying to look and see what kind of person you are. See, Umar can't even talk about that. See, they're trying to look at where your morals are at. They're trying to look at how you treat them, how these types of things. What kind of father you're gonna be. See, Umar can't speak to any of that. He has to go superficial because he doesn't know shit about male-female relationships. Anyway, let's go.
With that, I think that these are two extreme scenarios here, because I think if a man we're talking about financial equity, if he is making enough to build a household with you, to be a leader in the household, I think women are okay with that. I think that's not what they're getting. I think they're getting the other end of the spectrum. That's what we're hearing. You know what I mean?
Would you have a problem if you met a man who made half of what you made or a third of what you made, but he had a financial vision of an empire, a business, some sort of an entrepreneurial undertaking?
See, I think that's dangerous.
Stay with me.
I think that's dangerous.
See this? FDMG. Let's watch what he's doing here.
But he had a
Yeah, DD. Here it is. This is all this is where it comes down. I've already been talking on it. Watch this. Umar, he's a trip.
The spectrum. That's what we're hearing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Tori.
If you met a man who made half of what you made or a third of what you made, but he had a financial vision of an empire, a business, some sort of an entrepreneurial undertaking.
See, I think that's dangerous.
Stay with me.
I think that's dangerous.
Let me finish it, and then I want you to respond. And he needed you to help.
See how you domineering? It's her show.
Invest in his dream. And he gave you a definitive timeline.
I told y'all Umar he's a slickster. See? We're in the Cook Crush chat. We know what it is. We know. Come on now. We know what it is. We've studied this guy. See? But you see how Umar also slips in and he gives you a definitive time. Okay. Umar, you said the school was going to open back in 2010. You said the school was going to open September 11, 2013. Then you said 2014, 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And now you say in 2025. You see how much of a slick talking, slithering snake this is? I wonder if this lady knows about the FDMG school scam. I'm gonna tell you what, if someone reminds me, obviously it's gonna be so further down the line, everyone's probably gonna forget. But when this documentary is done, someone remind me to get in contact with this young lady and send her a link for her to watch it. See, it's perfectly predictable. In other words, did you donate? Dee, what you were saying already, that's exactly, and we already knew. Here you go. Yeah, but that's Umar running game. He said, yeah, if you want to invest in me, queen, you see, in a man in his dream. Umar, you such a anyway. We gotta finish. Yeah, thanks so much, these people super chat. It turned out to be. I wasn't even planning on doing this show. I was going to show up tomorrow and see if people want to show up for the marathon. But I said, let me go ahead. I set the computer up. I put this new table up here. I may just leave it over here like this, and that way I can live stream when I want to. And then maybe get another computer, put it down there if I want to live stream that. But I want the family to be able to enjoy the downstairs, especially tomorrow for Thanksgiving. My wife gonna order out, and she don't have to cook. But we'll live stream and we'll get into some videos. And you guys got recommendations during the live stream. We'll get into it tomorrow. We'll just hang out for today and have a good old time. Okay. Thank you so much, ECB, for super chat. And I didn't expect for this to get to this point. I just had no clue. But Umar is so clear because we've covered this guy so much. And I was thinking about this today. There's so much that Umar Johnson has done in response to the Cookie Crush chat and what we've said about Umar and what we've criticized him about. You see, especially when it comes to the FDMG school scam. We've symbolically speaking, we've lit a fire under his lazy ass to get shit done. And see, the reason why we're able to do that and make these predictions on what will happen or what he should be doing and then he doesn't, and we expect him to do it, is because we've studied this guy long enough. And so that's why in this scenario, as he starts to talk, now we get to what really this is all about for Umar. It's about you black women funding his dream. It's about you black women capitulating to him and bowing down to him and supporting him financially as a 50-year-old deadbeat that doesn't have a job, that lives inside his mama closet and done ripped off black people for over $2.67 million, and not one black child has been educated, but he still expects y'all to fund his lifestyle. Meanwhile, making excuses for black men as to why we can't do better. He's something else. Thank you, East B. Okay, we got to finish this up. Here we go.
He said, give me 12 months or 24.
12 months.
No more than that. If you invest in me, I promise you what I'm going to build will equal where you are. Which
Okay, Umar, how much time have people given you? $2.7 million. How much time have people given you? 6 months, 12 months, 24 months? It's been 14 years since you announced the school was going to open September 11, 2013. So let's go with 2013 then. It's been over 11 years. This school is 11 years late, and you still ask for money. This is something else.
you have a problem investing in him.
What does investing in him mean?
Let's say he needed $700 a month to help.
What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of man needs $700 for a woman? What are you talking about? $700. What kind of what? Why would a woman get with a man and pay him $700 a month? I just need a minute. If y'all don't mind, just give me one.
See, I think that's dangerous.
Stay with me.
I think that's dangerous.
Let me finish it, and then I want you to respond. And he needed you to help invest in his dream. And he gave you a definitive timeline. He said, give me 12 months or 24. No more than that. If you invest in me, I promise you what I'm going to build will equal where you are. Would you have a problem investing in him?
What does investing in him mean?
Let's say he needed $700 a month to.
All right, I'm sorry, everybody. I went off too. That's all. I just was saying, what kind of man wants a woman, gets with a woman and expects her to give him $700 a month? And for Umar, what does he say? He said for no longer than 12 months. Hold on, we got to rewind this. I'm sorry. I apologize I got blowed off. Can y'all hear me now? At least I caught it. One time I was talking for about 45 minutes. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said, what kind of bum is he is? I'm sorry. That's all. Thanks for super chat. But what kind of man expects a woman to give him $700 a month? Look at this guy. Just look at him. Did he say 24? Oh my God, DD Tour. What in the world? $700 a month. For 24 months. He wants you black women to give him $16,800. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't know. That's more than snack money. Agent President, that's $16,800 over 2 years. I guess no, that's for Umar. He's probably just snack money. Umar's a Suki. He's a super pookie. Why would you want a woman to give you? That's crazy. If I told my wife, listen, dear, you're going to have to give me over the next 24 months, dear, I need $16,800 from you. My wife, okay, yeah, all right. Okay. Okay. This is crazy. Look at Umar. Look at him. He got his beads on his and all that shit.
24. No more than that.
No more than 24 months.
If you invest in me, I promise you what I'm going to build will equal where you are. Would you have a problem investing in him?
What does investing in him mean?
Why are you investing in a man? What in the world? What in the world is going on here? Why would you be in a relationship to invest money into a man? The man need to go get a job. That's really what it is. I just don't get this one. I'm sorry. I'm just like, what in the world? I cannot believe this guy.
Let's say he needed $700 a month to help fuel this dream. He needed $700 for 24 months. Could you do it? You're reluctant.
Black women, you're a bank now. But you know what? I'm not surprised by Umar's mentality on this, because there are black men who do see you black women as a resource in that way, including Umar. He sees you guys as a bank. He can just make withdrawals, get on your Cash App, get on your PayPal. I hope this young lady sees this video. And if you happen to see this video, I just want to say this. If I've said anything, and I understand that we're black people over here, we're a little bit different. So, I'll say, shit and all this kind of stuff. No disrespect. That's just how we talk. I hope I haven't said anything to offend you or to make you feel disrespected in any way. Okay. I call it like I see it. I try to have respect. Umar is a clown though. And I hope you see this video and that you will see at least part, and this is just scratching the surface with Umar. We've done extensive research into this guy here in the Cook Crush chat. I hope you see this and you come to the realization, like many people have, that Umar is nothing more than a charlatan, and he has no respect for black women. None, period. And I can't, I don't want to say, I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, but I can't apologize for Umar's treatment of you during this podcast. Okay. It's over the line. I want you to understand that that's not how all black men over here in the United States of America, we don't all treat women like that. Okay. I can't, again, like I said, I can't apologize for Umar because a man should be held accountable for his own actions. But I just want you to be clear, if you happen to see this video, that we're not all like that. Some of us, we have respect. Okay. We're not going to overtalk you. We're not going to shout. We're not going to demean you. We're not going to put you in a position where you feel as if you have to argue with us and you have to prove, and now I got to prove you wrong. We're not all like that. Umar is a very unique case here in the United States of America. I just think that you don't know. You just did not know. And hopefully this experience with Umar is enough for you to at least start to think critically about who this guy is and his character. And then hopefully if you see this video, more of that the truth will come to light for you. But I just feel bad because I know how Umar is, and I know how Umar sees women, and I know how he treats women. And I just want you to know that Black people here in the United States of America, we're not all like that. I'm talking about as Black men. We're not all like that. Tori says, is that the standard? Then he proved her point of why her listeners can't find an eligible man. You're absolutely right about that. If Umar's presenting the standard, then he actually proved her point. See, the way I look at this, and I can't tell a woman what to do, but if a man ain't shit, just move on. Just move on. If he ain't shit, don't just move on. Right? You can't just be, I got to stick with him and I'm going to pay him $700 a month for 24 months. No. Just move on. I'm telling you, men who really appreciate women, we want you in our lives. We want to be there. We want to do right by you. We want to do right by the kids. We want the children. That's what we want to do. Okay. And I know some people say, well, Lenny, you know, Umar be talking that way too sometimes, and you're just doing it. No, listen, I'm married. I ain't trying to get with none of y'all. Okay, so yeah, some of y'all cute and all that. That's fine, but that's besides the point. I'm not on here trying to get with none of. Not one of y'all gonna be able to get up on here and say, well, you know, Lenon, he done sent me a booty pic. It ain't gonna happen. Although there was a gay guy that said I sent him a booty. I think he said I sent him a booty pic. I said, I don't even know who he was. I said, what? I ain't never sent nobody a booty pic. My generation, we don't do stuff like that. Okay, I did it one time. I sent my wife a booty pic. She blocked me. It was on the phone when I think I was drinking some Alizé or some shit. I got lost. I just, you know, sometimes I got a little careless. I sent her and she blocked me on the phone. And I said, why you blocked me? It's offensive. Like, I promise I won't do it again. Can you unblock me? She unblocked me. You know what I'm saying? So about a month later, I was in the bed by myself. I sent her another one. True story. She blocked me again. So I sent it to her on Facebook. She blocked me there. I sent it to her on Instagram. She blocked me on everything. I emailed it to her too. Just said it came back undeliverable. I got the message. I stopped. And then after about 6 months, I sent her one last time. I sent her what? She filed for divorce. Okay. We was in court. The judge says, what's the reason for the divorce? She stood up. She said, unreconcilable penis. It was a gay man judge. He's like, we're going to have to look at these. We're going to have to take a look. I said, okay, I'm going too far. I apologize. Anyway, he proved her point because the standard that Umar is saying is basically you women, you got to send him thousands of dollars. That's why these women can't find an eligible man. Okay, I'm tripping. I need to get up off here. I done gone too far tonight. Okay, next story. $700 a month is plenty of money for a hotel stay. That sounds about right. About $700 a month. Yeah. Umar need a place to stay. No, it's not that I'm tired, but I do need to go to bed because I got to have energy for tomorrow. I have this stand-up routine, and it is so out there. And that's part of my stand-up routine. It's this whole thing because I talk about how it really is called, it's about equality amongst men and women. And I do believe in us, equality, but I have this stand-up routine where I kind of twist things up. And that's one of the stories that I tell. And there's this whole story. It's longer than that, but that's why I was kind of going off. So it's not that I'm tired. It's just I've been wanting to tell that joke for such a long time. Sometimes I go too far, so I don't want to say nothing. Some stuff I probably should never repeat, period. My favorite comedian was Paul Mooney, and he used to take stuff way too far. Okay, it was funny, but I'd be like, man, that's going too far. Anyway, let's finish this up, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Oh, thank you so much, KRP. We'll be back tomorrow with the marathon. Okay, I'll get up early, get things set up, and I'm just gonna leave everything how it is right here, and I'll get videos lined up, and we'll get into it. What did you I don't perform it. I just have it. I've been developing in my mind for many years now. And I'm not a comedian or stand-up or anything like that, but it's in my opinion, it's some funny shit. But it's over the top. But black comedy is like that anyway. You know, it's just, for me, it's like if I go there, once you go there, you can't go back. You know what I'm saying? But if it brings some laughs to people, you know, maybe it will be worth it. Anyway, yeah, I got blowed off. Let's finish this up now, okay? Yeah, he was so underrated. He really was. And rest in peace, Paul Mooney. In my opinion, he's one of the top 3 all-time greats. Period. And I'm not even talking about black comedians. I'm just talking about period. It's just he used to go too far sometimes. Anyway, let's finish this up, everybody. Here we go.
I am reluctant because what's the guarantee?
There is no guarantees in love. There is no guarantees in romance.
And also,
so love and romance is equated with what? Money. See, this is Umar. Let me rewind this. Let me let this play. Watch this.
Fuel this dream. He needed $700 for 24 months. Could you do it? You're reluctant.
I am reluctant because what's the guarantee?
There is no guarantees in love. There is no guarantees in romance.
This is deep. This is some deep shit right here. Yeah, he really does, Hassa. He struggled up. It's deep, isn't it? I got a premise for a great joke. A man asked for $700. That's good, K Diggy. Y'all funny too. That's good right there. Yeah, love, what's up, Amber? Love equals HVAC. He can't get no loan. How he gonna get a loan when he had tax liens? I mean, tens of thousands of dollars, because all that money was collecting. It wasn't tax exempt back then. Anyway, I got all the receipts on that. Here we go. But you see, everything comes down to money with this guy. If you guys go back to real quick, and then we're gonna finish up real quick. If you go back to earlier videos with Umar 10 years ago, Umar would talk about relationships more than he does even now. But he would often frame relationships within the scope of what? Business. Everything was a financial transaction. But that's because the way he perceives black women is you're a financial resource, and of course you're a sexual resource. But he can't talk to you all about anything tangible. You know, like what happens if a woman, let's say, you know, she's upset about a particular issue, and you have to help her to resolve that particular issue, and you have to develop the ability to listen, and then you also have to develop the ability to respond in such a way to where you can impart words that will bring her a level of calm and peace. Okay, how does that process work? Umar can't say no shit about that. He has to reduce shit down the list. You need to give me that money. Let me just be real. You need to give me that money, ho, because that's really what this shit is. Everything is it's a financial venture with this guy when it comes to women, because he sees you as a financial resource. It's pimp game because he also sees you as a sexual resource. That's pimp game. He's a pimp. Umar's a pimp. Okay, he's a black conscious pimp, and I'm just talking about crudely speaking. You want to get down to the bottom of it. He can't tell you anything that speaks to a long-standing, loving relationship with the woman wherein you're building with each other over time. My wife and I, we've come a long way. We really have. We still got a long way to go. I mean, it's been almost 25 years, but we still got a long way to go. But we can see where we're headed. We can see where we come from. Sometimes we'll just take a step back, and she'll say, "You remember back then, and we didn't have this, and we didn't." Yeah. And look at where we're at now. And I know, you know, you would like, because I'm real hard on myself. I know you like to be further along, but let's be thankful for. Yeah, you're right. See. Umar can't tell you any type of stories about those types of interactions. See, I always had a level of respect for women, but when you're in a relationship with a good woman for an extended period of time, your appreciation for her, it goes out there. But then your appreciation for women, period. You appreciate, you know, their mannerisms, this stuff that we don't even think about under normal circumstances, the mannerisms, the tone in their voice, how they walk. You just appreciate when she puts some clothes on in front of you. I'll be so thankful. I know y'all think I'm joking, but I just be and I'll pause and I just look. And I'm just so thankful, you know. Cause y'all be looking. Well, we wild today. Let's finish this up for real this time. Here we go.
And also, I think context matters. How long have we been together?
I agree.
You know, if it's just a guy that I met last year and all of a sudden he has these dreams and he wants me to fund it.
Even how women do their hands when they be talking. Watch her left hand. This is my left.
It's just the guy that I met last
year. See that? When they do like that, and they be like, "What?" Wow, just simple stuff like that. Men, we don't do that shit. We don't be like, nah, we we don't be like this. It's just stuff like that. You just be so appreciative. Anyway, let's go.
Yeah, and all of a sudden he has these dreams and he wants me to fund it.
Y'all been dating for about 2 years. You like him. There might even be some love there. And he's saying
there might be some love there is crazy. There has to be some love there.
Let's say there
has to be a future there. And I think that's what I'm saying. Context matters. If I see myself with this man.
But you didn't answer the question. Let's say all those things are there. Will you financially invest in him?
This is crazy.
Be honest, my queen.
My queen. Possessive. She ain't playing these games. She ain't used to dealing with you. I was gonna say it again. One day I wish this is my dream. See, if I go there with the comedy routine, it's a path that there's no turning back. It's the point of no return, and then I can just drop my N-bomb with impunity. I don't care. I'll drop them. see, she ain't used to dealing with these types of black male. She's not. I could tell she ain't used to it. She over there in Australia. She probably got her a good man that got a job and they support each other, they love and all that kind of stuff. She ain't used to this type of scenario. This is Umar shit. Like Hassan was saying earlier, he comes up with this ghetto shit. I'm so tired of this ghetto shit. It's just so dysfunctional and they don't gotta be that way. And we are not all like that. Us black men, we not all like that. But Umar got to reduce everything down to some ghetto shit because that's where he at. He's a boomer. Umar Johnson. Okay? No, and that's what it is. Listen, I have to, before we finish for sure now, I have to say this. I've spent most of my life trying to separate my ghetto centrism from my life. And you don't have to grow up in the ghetto or hood to get it. You just have to go through stupid shit when you were a kid. I went through a lot of stupid shit. It was ghetto shit. And so I've tried my best to separate it so that when people see me, they're like, oh, this is some ghetto. You know, I just, because it's non-functional. That's one thing black people have to understand. We got to, I don't want to have to not be who I am. What, ghetto? See, I'm telling you, you just want to be ghetto. That's fine. Go on and be ghetto, but it's going to be more difficult for you to be successful in the real world when you're dealing with the ghetto shit. And when you're on your free time, you be ghetto if you want to. But in the real world, it's non-functional. See what I'm saying? So I've tried my best. I try to keep myself, I try my best. Sometimes it slip out. I can't help it. The older I get, the more I really don't give a shit. At some point, I'm probably going to be up here dropping F-bombs and N's and all kind of stuff. Try not to get there. But the point I want to make is I've tried it's a process and it's something you have to maintain. Some people are able to do it because they don't have all that ghetto shit in them, so they don't have to work as hard. But I've had to work really hard. See, and that's the sad part about Umar, because he represents that ghetto shit, and he presents that to black people as if that's who we are. It's not. It could be an aspect of who we are, and it's functional too in certain situations, but in the real world, it's really not functional. That's why he's like Hassan was saying, he always got to bring shit down to some ghetto shit. And that's not who we are as Black people. And it's okay to have some ghetto in you. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But pick your spots. I was going to say it there. I'll go and drop another one. Pick your spots, my guy. That's what I'm saying. I try to keep it, but see, sometimes people, they see that, especially some of these white people, they be like, they be overstepping their bounds, and I'll say something to them, they be like, oh, yeah, okay, well, you shouldn't have said that shit. See? Now, if I got up in here, I was acting ghetto in the first place, you wouldn't have said that shit, but you got too comfortable. Start to run off your mouth. Then when I come back at you with the same energy, but I do it from the hood level, then all of a sudden, oh my God. Anyway, just a little side note. Yeah, I'm trying to get ghetto sanitized. All right. Yeah, I understand. I totally understand what you mean. You always got that side. I got it on both sides, to be honest with you, but we always got at least one side of the family. You know what I'm talking about. You don't want to deal with them. But that's okay. This is part of life, and Black people, we're not a monolith. Okay. All right, let's finish this up for sure. Yeah, well, I think we all do. You know, I got it bad. I ain't gonna lie. I'm real good at it. I try to dress in a nice blue shirt, put on my glasses. I don't even need them right now, but you know, I try to look professional. I'm gonna start wearing ties, Kev. I'm gonna start wearing ties next month. Okay, let's get back to this sister right here. Umar asked her something crazy. She's showing too much leg, in my opinion, though. But that's just me. Let's go.
I think that's what I'm saying. Context matters. If I see myself with this man,
but you didn't answer the question. Let's say all those things are there. Will you financially invest in him? Be honest, my queen. They already answered for you. They said hell to the nizzo.
Yeah. Look.
Why not, though? Why do you have a problem with that? Given the atmosphere of racism and economic oppression that...
No. Go get a job. I mean, come on now. What kind of shit is this? See, Umar wants a mama. That's all this is. That's why everything he frames like, you Black women got to take care of these Black men. Black women, it's not your responsibility to take care of these Black men like they're your sons. That's not your responsibility. I'm so tired of this. This is, I mean, and we want to blame it on white supremacy, and white people ain't got shit to do with nothing. It's not your job to give these men $16,800 for every 2 years. This is what you supposed Umar talking. It's not your job. It's not your responsibility. But see, y'all so loyal. Y'all so loyal. I don't even want to say it, but you let my daughter have some pookie ass. See, I go. See. If my daughters, that's when the ghetto. I already give these young boys a hard time anyway. But they're friends. Some of them, I say, well, is he gay? Yeah, he gay. Okay, that's fine. You can go and talk with him. I would say he's welcome over anytime. That's fine. What about that? Yeah, boy, is he gay? No, fuck him. We're not. He's not gonna be. You get off the phone with this one. We're not gonna be going there. But God forbid, hypothetically, if my daughter had dealing with someone like this Umar type of thing he talking about, boy, that's when my real ghetto will come out. Because I don't be playing with these, even the young men that I don't be playing with them. I scare them. I do. I scare them just to see what type of person they are. And they be fidgeting and shit and stuttering and shit. I said, okay, you a punk. Now I know. I ain't got to worry about you too much because you a punk. You ain't all I gotta do is say a couple more things to you over the next couple of weeks. You ain't gonna be around here no more. y'all think I'm bullshit, but I'll be giving them a hard time. I do, but I think that's what we should do as fathers. Just keep our daughters protected and make these younger males prove themselves worthy of our daughters. Umar don't know nothing about that either. Okay. Y'all think I'm playing? I give them a hard time. Okay, I did that's unless they gay. I told them, I said that's fine. Y'all go ahead and talk. Because these days, real quick, these days, the younger generation, they don't care about that stuff. You know, they know about all of this and buying. I think it's anti-binary or something like that, whatever it's called, and all of these different. They know all of that stuff. They can recite it to you, and they can explain it to you. Our generations, we didn't really know much about all that stuff, and so it's different. So they talk with different people, and with my daughters in particular, I always ask, is he gay? If he's gay, I say, okay, well, I'm going to talk with him. That's fine. But if he's not, then I interrogate him. You know, that's just how I am. Anyway, I don't even know how I got onto that topic. Let's go ahead and finish this up.
Black men suffer in Australia. Why would you have a problem
But what are black
investing
men
in
subject
your king?
to that women are not? We're
Say
going
that
through
again.
the
There you
same
go.
thing.
There we go. And here it is right here. Shout out to this young lady real quick. And I don't know how old she is. She looked young. I'm old. But let me tell y'all, this is another reason why I don't get down with this rhetoric about white supremacy and it's oppressing black men, because oftentimes it's framed in terms of the plight of the black men without any consideration for the black women. As if black women aren't facing racism. And on top of that, sexism, and not just sexism from the dominant culture, but also sexism and misogyny from clowns like Umar, the black men that they're dealing with. See, these black conscious types, they don't want to get into that, but it goes to show you that the focus is always on them. It's a very self-centered approach to life in terms of what black people have to deal with on a daily basis. Yeah, racism does exist. Okay, I've already said that. You don't believe race? No, it exists. I have to deal with the shit too, but I get it. But I'm not going to use it as an excuse. And I'm not going to be rose me and I can't do this and I don't want to hear that shit. That you got to be a punk to think like that. That's what we used to call my uncles. They say the punk. That's what I'm saying. It. You got to be a punk to approach life like that. Okay. But you notice that you rarely hear these black conscious types. They talk all this white supremacy shit, but they never frame it within the scope of what black women have to deal with. See, it's very selfish and self-centered. It really speaks to sexism. It's always about the black man and always about the black man dealing with all that white supremacy, but no consideration for the black women. It speaks a deeper issue here, does it not? See, it even sounds strange, doesn't it? When we say black women and white supremacy, and then whites, they have to deal with white supremacy. What? Wait a minute. Because we rarely hear that. See? Black women have to deal with racism. We rarely hear that. But we will hear these black males crying like, but let me stop. Let's go. So she's making a good point right here.
Australia, why would you have a problem investing in your king?
But what are black men subject to that women are not? We're going through the same thing.
True, but it operates differently. The racism against black men is significantly more aggressive than the racism against black women. Now,
what in the world are you talking about? How do you quantify that? Well, but it's so divisive too, as if we don't work together through these issues.
I don't want to get into an oppression Olympics because I agree with you. We all suffer and we suffer together. But a man's primary responsibility is to be a provider. And
but Umar, you're not a provider. You just asked this lady that she's supposed to be somehow giving these pookster deadbeats like you $16,800 every 24 months to fund their dreams. What are you talking about? And you ain't even got a job. Umar, you really are. You pathetic. Like that's all I was saying. You so pathetic. It's such a horrible the guy, anyway.
Don't feel adequate as men when we can't provide. So your king, who you love, who you've been dating for 2 or 3 years, is saying, baby, invest in me for these 18 to 24 months, and I promise you I will cross that finish line.
Finish line for what? What is this hypothetical? Why does it have to come down to money? Why don't this black man get up off his ass, Umar, and go get a job and make your own $16,800 over the course of 20? It's just $16,800 in 24 months. See, when you be spending like $2,000 a month just on food for your kids, you can't be sitting up here thinking that black women gotta. This is crazy to me. I don't know what in the world, Swagonito. This is crazy. Yeah, she is. She giving him the business. Yeah, exactly. Ain't no return. I just don't get it. And what is the business exactly? Yeah, I know. That's really what it comes down to. That's all I'm saying. Really, I should have just said this. We could have had a 20-minute show. I should say Umar Dusty. he trying to get through the nose. Y'all crazy. Okay. Who wants the man that can't come on? I know what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, lady. Y'all got to feel me on that one. I don't get that. Why can't this guy, here we go. Why can't this guy just come up with $700 himself? It's just $700. And I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying when you be spending $2,200 just on food, the idea of coming up with $700 a month. Come on, now that's crazy. Why can't the black man go do it himself? When you got the black woman got to do it for him? Listen, you black women, if you're dealing with a man like this, just go. Just stop. Just go. I mean, even if you got kids, go figure something else out. I mean, it don't make no sense. Umar 50 years old talking like this. Y'all don't find this to be, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, I'm looking away because I'm disturbed. Y'all don't find this to be just one of the craziest shits, I mean, that you've ever heard, that the black woman's job is to invest in the black man, and he need to give him $16,800 over the course of 24 months to invest in his dream. $700 a month, man. Come on, go get a job or go get a second job. You can go get a part-time job and make. I mean, it's just nuts. I don't get it. But see, Umar's so used to black women giving him free money. I think that's where all this is coming from. I'm just saying that it's disturbing because the idea that a 50-year-old black man who's supposed to be this black conscious leader, he's talking and framing things like this. It's just beyond me. It's you black women. It's your responsibility to take care of these. I'm sorry. Let's just keep going. That's crazy. All right, I've been saying we're gonna finish now for 3. I mean, my goodness, it's 4 hours and 25 minutes. What happened? Let me get there anyway. Here we go.
Still reluctant.
I'm reluctant. I'm reluctant. As my husband, if we were married and something like that happened, of course, I would be open to doing that.
But would you be open to even marrying him if he was not the provider you needed him to be? He's saying, help me level up so I can become the person you want to marry. He's asking you to help him level up.
I think.
Let me tell you why you're reluctant.
No. Don't tell her why. See, here we go. Let her respond. But this is what Umar has to do. He always has to do this. Let me see if I can switch this thing out. Boy, this is so agitating. I'm supposed to have a quick 2 hour, 30-minute show. We already have 4 hours, and it went by so quick too. So thank y'all so much for tuning. I love y'all. Thank y'all so much for hanging in there. For those of y'all who were able to do it, I know the Umar Johnson files, they left a long time ago. Let me see if this other earpiece, man. You know what I need to do? Let me put. Okay, it connected now, but I'm gonna have to get me a backup off of Amazon for Black Friday. Anyway, here we go.
And I don't have a problem with your reluctance, but I want to explain something.
Okay.
And I want all my young sisters to hear me. A big difference between the snow bunny and the African queen is the snow bunny will find a black man in progress. She will find him on the job. She will find him on the university. And that snow bunny will see a black man with potential, and she will invest in him. She will help him level up. And then when the sisters see him 5 years ago, 5 years later, he's a millionaire, and the sisters say, look at that sellout. He went and got a white girl. But guess what? When he was looking for a sister to help him level up, to invest in him, none of them wanted it. You know why?
This is such bullshit. Umar, you ain't shit, man. I'm sorry for dropping all of these S-bombs tonight, but that's my favorite word. I got that from my uncles. They used to cuss all the time. They still do. And when I talk with them, I don't be cursing because it's out of respect, but that's where I got it from. Especially calling people punks and punks, but that's how they to talk to us. They do. You guys get your asses out of here. Y'all getting on my nerves. Anyway, I done lost my train of thought. I was gonna make a point. Hold on, let me just go back. We're gonna finish at some point today.
And then when the sisters see him 5 years ago, 5 years.
Oh, yeah. And I've seen him do this before. Really, what he's doing is he's setting up this dynamic. And what's interesting is that really what it puts, the premise is that white women are better than black women because white women are more willing to invest in black men, and black women are not. it also sets up this dynamic wherein black women are being led to believe that this is how you secure your relationship with your black man, by giving him money and investing in him instead of his lazy ass getting a job. But you see what it does? It actually puts white women in a superior position, relatively speaking, to black women, because they're more willing to invest in black men. So they're more desirable, therefore, by these black men. And then when these black men become millionaires, then you black women complain and you say they are sellouts because they went to the white women, but you weren't. They see this shit, but you weren't willing to support them and to invest in them when they were down and out. That's your fault. And these white women, they did the right thing and they get to reap the rewards. And you black women, you ain't shit. That's really what this comes down to. Y'all think again, levels of disrespect of you black women. He does this all the time. He's been doing this for decades now. I got old receipts on this, and this is just another example of it. And again, this is a hypothetical shit that he's creating in his mind, some ghetto shit, like Hazel was saying earlier. It's just he always goes down to these base levels, and it's quite disturbing. But that's Umar. One more time, and then I'm gonna let this
black man in progress. She will find him on the job. She will find him on the university. And that snow bunny will see a black man with potential, and she will invest in him. She will help him level up. And then when the sisters see him 5 years ago, 5 years later, he's a millionaire, and the sisters say, look at that sellout. He went and got a white girl. But guess what? When he was looking for a sister to help him level up, to invest in him, none of them wanted it. You know why? Too many black women want a finished product.
This is such bullshit. And I've heard Umar say things about how the white women, they'll marry these black men, and then when the black men get a certain level of money, they end up taking half. So which one is it, Umar? Excuse me. That's one of Umar's talking points when why he's against interracial relationships, in point of fact, is that these white women, they'll go after the black athletes. You see, and I've even heard Umar say things like these black, when he's going ranting, look, follow me on this. When Umar rants on black athletes, he'll say shit like, yeah, when you weren't making all that money, the sisters, they were good enough and they were supporting you. But then when you make all this money, you leave the black women and you get with these white women. Okay, well, which one is it, though? I thought you said that the white women are the ones that invest from the beginning to get him to level up. But in this other scenarios, when you're talking shit about black athletes, it's the black women that was there down with him from the beginning. But then when they blow up, they discard the black women and they get with the white women. So which one is it? Hit the one on this if y'all hear me, because again, I can go and find it. You just look up one of the videos where he's talking about black athletes, and he has a lot of those. But he uses this this as a talking point. But here he is. It's totally contradictory. Now he's flipping around, says, you black women, it's y'all's fault. Y'all ain't investing in these black men. So the white women come in and they get these men, they invest in them, they blow up, and they become millionaires, leave you in the dust. But now it's your fault because you didn't invest in them when they, okay, which one is it, Umar? See? Y'all know what I'm talking about? And it wouldn't take long to find it either. I can find it because he's done it a lot of times. He's such a he's a contradictosaurus. That's my wife. She called me a harassosaurus. I know they say sexual harassment is wrong, but is it really wrong if it's your wife? I don't know. We got to think about this. You know, we really got, because I think it's wrong if you under normal, but if it's your wife, I don't know if it's wrong or not. She's such a harassosaurus. Go to sleep. I'm sorry, baby. I'm gonna go to sleep. That's part of stand-up routine too. That's a lot of that stuff I shouldn't even be saying. Get myself in trouble. Okay, let's go.
Black women have to stay with me. Black women have to stop expecting men to be a finished product. It's harder on us. Help him level up. What? Stay with me. Help him level up and become what you need him to be. Because the big reason why these snow bunnies are running off with black men is they're meeting them when they have nothing, but they believe in their vision. And black women are waiting for him to cross the...
Well, then go and get you a white woman then, Umar, that'll fund all of this bullshit. Why don't you go do that? But you see, but he's so contradictory because in other ones, like I said, other videos, he said how the black women, you guys stay the course, but then when these black men, when they become famous, they kick you to the curb and get a white woman. Umar, go get you a white woman. I mean, really, isn't that really what this is all about? You want a white woman, you want the snow bunny, just go get you a white woman and go retire. Go on to it and let her take care of your stank ass. Go get you 2 of them. Go get you 2. Go get you 2 big ones. Go get you. Umar, go get you them 2 because that's what you wanted all the time. That's what you've been wanting your whole life. Go get you 2 big white women, okay, and go retire onto an island and let them take care of your broke ass. I can see it too. I can see it now. 2025, Umar Johnson has disappeared. Where is Umar Johnson? He's not at the trap bandos. He's not at the schools. And he come out with a TV show. Pookie's Island. Pookie's Island coming on Monday. Umar Johnson stranded on with these two big old white women, Shirley Ann and May. You know what I'm saying? Sure, Umar, Shirley Ann and May. All right, there's 2 of them, Shirley Ann and May. Okay, that's 2 of them. All right. The struggle. Okay, let's keep going. Umar, all he do is say what he need money for. And I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I need money. I need $16,000 a month. All right, that'd be hilarious. I'll pay to see it. I put that on Netflix, boy. I'll pay to see it. That's how you know it's a white woman because they name them kids. They give them kids 2 names: Shirley May, Carrie Ann. I don't know. That's what they call bunny money. Umar, get you 2 big white women to get the bunny money. I ain't gonna hold you. Listen, I would not. Would I clown you? I probably would. Should I? Probably not. But I'll clown the shit out you. But I would. I mean, I'll be like, fine. At least you leave a black woman alone. You know what I'm saying? Go get you two big old white women. Go on down there. Get that money. Cam, that's the winner right there. We need, Anna Lee. Kay Lee. All right, let's finish this up. We way over the top tonight. It's been $350 a month each. And to get you to that $700 threshold, family. Boy, I will pay to see it. Get that money. All right. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, but at least he'll leave the black women alone. You know what I'm saying? He leave the black women alone. Okay. All right, here we go. He's such a dusty bum. That's a winner. That is Athena. That is the winner right there. Who said that? Yeah. Shout out to Cam on that one. It's that money, family. Here we go.
Finish line. And by the time he crosses the finish line, the snow bunny done snatched him already.
I disagree. And I think that I'm basing it on case studies. I know black women. I'm friends with black women. You know, when I see the dating issues that happen, sorry, the mic.
No, we good. Go ahead.
Umar getting frustrated because she ain't agreeing. She ain't got no ring on her finger. You need to get up out of here from this dusty bum. Anyway.
We good.
It's never that. It's never that they don't want to invest. It's actually the opposite. Black women are willing to be in relationships with men that are still leveling up, that are still working their way up. And then
yet you were reluctant. So why are they different from you?
Y'all crazy.
Well, maybe because I've been through that and now I'm not trying to do that right now. Do you know what I mean? I've been through a relationship where I have supported someone and it went really badly for me. You know what I mean? So for me now, I don't need to coddle a man and be there. And I've worked my way up the same way.
Yeah, no. Umar, you want to be coddled, and that's the primary word. You go on, girl, give them this business. You giving them the business, because that's really what this is. And shout out to her for standing up. No, see, the thing is, Umar, you can try to pressure women to think a certain way to support your lazy bum ass. You can do that. You can, and some of them will fall for that shit. But this lady right here, she ain't falling for it. She already done been through it. And she already knows. Some of you black women up in this chat room, you already done been through it. You already know. You ain't gonna put yourself in that scenario again. Lazy ass bum taking your money. I don't get it. I wish. Listen, I'm saying this all with due respect to my wife. You know, I love my baby, but I will look forward to the day she make more money than I do, because it'll take a lot of stress off my ass. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna be having her paying. No, giving me no. That's crazy. That is crazy. Umar, you're 50. I can understand early on. You know, you guys are trying to work through things and you help each other. I get it. That's really what family is about. You know, there's times you got to help your kids, and on one level you should be doing this yourself, but you say, okay, let me help him out. I got to, this is just what family is. And one of my sons said, you need some money, and I gave him some money. He said, I don't even want to take it. I said, no, you better take this money. What you talking about? He says, no, it's okay. I said, no, go and take this money. That's what we're here for. See? So I get that, but you 50, Umar. Man, you dusty. You so dusty. Damn. And she ain't going for it either. Good for her. Okay, we got to finish up for sure. My goodness, almost 4 hours and 40 minutes. It's crazy. Here we go.
Do you know what I mean? I've been through a relationship where I have supported someone and it went really badly for me. You know what I mean? So for me now, I'm not I don't need to coddle a man and be there. And Amen. I've worked my way up the same way.
Umar, shut your ass up. Just shut up. Let her talk. Let her finish her point. Man, you such a bitch. I mean, you are, bro. You such a bitch. So disrespectful. I apologize. I ain't even got no space to walk today. I need me a drink. Where's the Alizé? I don't know. Give me a King Cobra 40 ounce or something. No, I can't do that, because once I do that, I can't. I get it. I start. I can't stop. I might tell you. I get to jumping on the bed. I can't stop. That 2 or 3 minutes worth. It go by quick too. It's like these YouTube commercials that be popping up. I said, what kind of freak off shit is this? The lady comes on and says, yeah, I couldn't believe it. My husband, after he did this little trick, I couldn't stop looking at his crotch. I said, what is the freak off? Y'all see these things? I don't know how I be getting these things. And it's that, and he took this particular pill and he pounded for 2 hours. I said, 2 hours. I said, what in the world? I said, what in the world's going on? What you mean he went in for 2 hours? What kind of shit? I said, what? I was shocked. I said, what does this mean? I said 2 minutes, 45 seconds the most. 2 hours? You guys get those things on the YouTube. I said, what kind of porn shit is this? I'll be watching these flight videos, these tragic, because I like to see how could these things be avoided. So I watch these videos with these flight instructors. They break it all down with these debriefings. And for some reason, these videos, the women be saying stuff, yeah, and, his man parts. I said, man part? I said, what in the world are you talking about, ma'am? First he had 2 inches and now he has 20. What? 20? I don't want to hear that. What does that have to do with the airplane? I'm just trying to see what happened with the crash. Anyway, I don't know if you guys ever get these. I've been getting them. I'm like, what in the world? And the ladies just be talking. I think it's AI, and I'm just so casually. I said, no, women don't be talking like this. Not that I know of. I mean, I wish my wife, you know what I'm saying? This was one lady said, he pounded me for 20 hours. I was sore for weeks. I said, what? I said, what in the P. Diddy freak offense is going on YouTube? It's ridiculous. Then I start believing it. You know what I'm saying? You be like, damn, 20 hours? What did he do? How did he do that? Anyway, I don't even say you have time for that. You get 4 minutes max. 4 minutes, family. It ain't our fault. It's y'all women's fault. It's God's fault, really, because that's what God did it that way. It's not fair. So when we can't go on past that 3 minute 27-second mark, women don't complain about it. Ain't got nothing to do with us. Okay, we trying to put in that work, family. You know what I'm saying? We trying to put in that work. That's y'all's fault. All right, here we go. All right, we got to finish for sure now. This is crazy. Here we go.
I don't need to coddle a man and be there. And I've worked my way up the same way. Investing in a man
is not coddling.
I don't think you need to invest. I don't think it's necessary in that way. Why is it only finance?
See this? See, Umar?
Financial investment. Why is it only financial investment?
Well, no, that's what he's asking for, because at the end of the day, you just said yourself, financial equity is a major concern for women. So it has to be financial equity or investment, because that's what a lot of women are looking for from their men. Y'all want economic parity, and I don't have a problem with y'all wanting economic parity. I'm simply saying, with the obstacles facing black
Umar, you ain't even got no job. What you talking about?
Men in Australia, the US, or any other white society, it comes with a lot of obstacles for us to get there, and it's unrealistic to expect me to be where you are when you are not considered the threat that I am.
What? What in the world is this clown talking about? I know I've been joking and goofing off, but it's because this right here, with Umar, we've been covering for such a long time. You guys know this about Umar. There are certain videos that Umar Johnson does. It could be his own videos, or it could be where he's being interviewed or what have you, where he says some of the most outlandish, and it's so disrespectful to you black women that I try to bring some level of humor to it, because it's easy, at least for me, it's easier to process. It's so out there, it's so disrespectful. There's levels of disrespect for you black women. It's just insane. And I'm not just talking about how he's treating and speaking to this young lady, the Ethiopian young lady, during her show. He's already taken over the show. You guys realize that. Okay, he's already dominated it. From the time that when she conceded that first point to present, everything has turned. But that's what Umar wanted to do. He wanted to capitalize. Like I said in the beginning, it was about 4 hours ago. I told y'all he wanted to capitalize on that, in his mind, that victory. That's why he had that narcissistic smirk, which is the antithesis of the narcissistic injury. When people challenge him, he doesn't win. See, the narcissistic smirk, he feels as if he's victorious, and then he wants to capitalize on it. And everything has turned since that time to it. And that's why where we're at now inside of this so-called interview. See, but it's really now him interrogating her. He's totally flipped the script on this. See, but see, for me to see this, to see any man, but in particular Umar, because you guys know how I feel about Umar. Okay, to see him do this young lady like this on her show and on her platform, and she's in a whole nother country. To me, it's hard for me to stomach that without, trying to put some sort of comedic relief in this, because it's really disturbing. At the end of the day, it's disturbing. How do you go to another country and you get on a woman's platform? You should feel privileged to even be on the platform, Umar, because you're a bum. You're a scamming ass bum punk. You're a punk. See, that's what my uncle used to call dudes like you. You just a punk. I ain't gonna say the whole thing they used to say, but you a punk. See, your whole life is really about punking black people. See, and then you ain't got the testicular fortitude to deal with black men one-on-one. So you go and bully these black women, and you go over there to a whole nother country on her platform and bully her. You ain't shit.
Sorry, I need to process this because I
see this. Yeah, see something else. Umar, man.
Damn.
Sorry, I need to process this because I think
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
King Kong is here.
See this? Boy, the
I don't know. I
narcissism.
disagree.
See, Umar thinks he's a solution, but really he's the one that causes her to feel this way. He thinks that somehow he's enlightened her, but what he's done is he's bullied her.
Get there, and it's unrealistic to expect me to be where you are when you are not considered the threat that I am.
Sorry, I need to.
See, she's like, that's such bullshit. She don't even know how to respond to that. You see this?
I need to process this because I think.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
King Kong is here.
Damn, the narcissism is deep. Yeah, he done turned into werewolf mode. See? But you see the narcissist, he thinks that he's God's gift, and he thinks that he's a solution, that he's enlightened her, but she's a woman and she don't quite understand. But don't worry, because King Kong is here. Umar, you ain't nothing but a broke ass bum pookie, dusty one too. I don't mean to go there, but you are. Let's keep going. We're gonna finish this up now. Umar, you're a trip.
I don't know. I disagree. I just think that black women are willing to hold it down for the man. I feel like we're always there supporting them. And
and it's traditional. And Umar Johnson, your own mama, she did the same thing after your daddy abandoned y'all's ass. I shouldn't have said that, but I'm agitated at Umar's ass. I don't like how he's treating this lady. Let me take that back and apologize, okay? Because I don't want to put this on the other kids, but his daddy did make a decision to leave that family and start a new one. And guess who stuck around to keep the lights on and to keep Umar fed consistently and to provide for Umar until he was shipped away by his father, who wasn't even living in the house at the time? It was his mama and his grandmama. Umar Johnson's mama and grandmama, they don't want to held it down for your stank ass. So I don't know what you're talking about. And that's not uncommon too in the black community for the mama and the grandmama to handle, but in some cases just be the grandma. I'm not saying all the time, but it's not uncommon. See? But Umar wants to flip this around as if black women ain't been handling, trying to support black men. That's totally crazy. It's just untrue. But Umar, he posits this because he wants to be in contradiction to what she's saying. But the other thing is that he feels as if you black women should be taking care of him and funding his dream of FDMG, the school scam. Yeah, she right. She sure is.
I need to process this because I think.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
King Kong is here.
And Umar, you ain't shit. Yeah, he never grew up.
I don't know. I disagree. I just think that black women are willing to hold it down for the man. I feel like we're always there supporting them. And I think that, if anything, black women get the short.
And too much. In my opinion, too much. You guys go too far with the shit. And I'm not a criticism of you black women. I'm just saying, what I've seen is just too much. Sometimes you got to let these men just fall on their ass. I've been there myself. And so they can learn to pick themselves up and get to walking. And then get to running and get to sprinting. You can't coddle them and just treat them like little babies and giving them $16,800 for 24 over the course of 24 months. You know, today my son, he helped me out. I get because we had to move everything upstairs, so he helps me out a lot. My youngest son, he does. And I try to interact with him, and we, son, let's go do this, let's go do that. And a lot of times it's just organizing shit, or we're cleaning up the kitchen, that kind of stuff, or living room. And I gave him $10 afterwards. He didn't even think about it. I mean, he wasn't expecting it, but when he came up after we brought the last piece of technology up here to get it to set everything up, I gave him $10. He's all, thanks, Dad. So you welcome. But the difference is, my son, my son's not 50. you know what I'm saying? He's a young teenager. So this idea that Umar expects women, Umar, if you're so broken, anyway, I just don't get it. At the age of 50, you expect women to be, that's crazy. It's just totally crazy. Here we go.
end of the stick. We don't
get. A lot of times y'all do.
We do. So
and
how
I'll
are
give
you?
you 3 short sticks that y'all tend to get. Number 1, black men need to stop
Watch him project. Watch this.
telling y'all they're monogamous if they're polygynous.
See what Umar is really saying here. Black men need to tell you all that they're non-committal. No, black men shouldn't tell you that they're committing to you when they're non-committal and they're having sexual intercourse with other black women or women. That's really what Umar Johnson is saying when he says polygamy and this type of talk. Really, what he's talking about is sexual exploitation. It's what I call black conscious pimpism. That's what all this is. So understand that Umar, he uses these phrases, but really he's talking about is a black man who if he tells you that he's committed, you have to be clear that he may not be committed and he may be having extra affairs outside of the so-called commitment that he has to you. Understand that if you guys look into Umar when he talks about marriage, what he's not talking about a traditional type of interaction between a man and a woman. Really what he's phrasing, his phraseology is such that marriage and him having 2 wives, it's really about the sexual exploitation of 2 women, but then these 2 women are able to invest in him like a mother would coddle their sons. See, Umar, when he talks about marriage, it has nothing to do with a traditional marriage when a man and a woman build a relationship over time. They're working together. They're building something together. They're raising a family. That's not what he's talking about. What he's really talking about is sexual exploitation and financial exploitation, for that matter. So be very clear. Any of you guys, if you follow Umar long enough, this should be clear to you when he speaks in these terms. Let me replay that. Watch this.
And I think that, if anything, black women get the short end of the stick. We don't.
A lot of times y'all do.
We do. So
and
how
I'll
are
give
you?
you 3 short sticks that y'all tend to get. Number 1, black men need to stop telling y'all they're monogamous if they're polygynous.
Okay, it's not even that's not even it. It's really, they should stop telling you that they're committed to you when they're not. They should stop telling you that they're only having sex with you when they're not. They're having sex with other women, because that's really Umar. This is what I mean by Umar's projecting here. Watch, he'll do it for these other 2. I know Umar. Watch this.
Too many black women are being manipulated.
Yeah. Here we go. But Hassan, that's not Umar's framework. See, Umar's framework is conscious pimpism. It's pimp culture. I said this years and years, over a decade ago. I told people that the idea of polygamy within the scope of the African American community, I'm talking about black people here in the United States of America, black men, is non-functional. There's no infrastructure for it. There's not a culture that backs it up. There's not a framework that lends to this guidance of it. Because ultimately what you have is men, and you can look at Umar, men who have been exposed to high levels of porn. They've been listening to hip hop, which is much of which is about the disparaging black women, the sexual exploitation of black women for financial gain, etc. Many of them are raised without their fathers, Umar Johnson's daddy. Okay, many of them were raised in a culture of what people call hypermasculinity, and it's about the sexual domination of black women. I go on and on and on. The point is that these cultural factors do not lend themselves to the support of polygamy, which is taking care of more than one household. How you gonna take care of more than one household, Umar, when you ain't even got a home? You're inside your mama closet or in a hotel motel. You're gonna bring the women over to the hotel motel, these queens. See, but the truth of it is that for Umar, it's about having sex with multiple women, and then also they're not only being a sexual service to him, but also to be a financial service to him. They're going to take care of his broke down ass. That's really what it comes down with Umar. So when Umar speaks in these terms, I want people to be clear about the terminology. It's the vernacular of Umar Johnson. He may frame it within the scope of marriage or even polygamy, but that's not really what he's talking about, because if it really meant something to him at the age of 50, he would already have this shit done. It ain't that hard. Oh, I mean, there's so many good women. And listen, I've been with a good woman now for almost 25 years. I know them when I see them. Okay, I'm not gonna touch. I ain't going none of that. I ain't never cheated. Ain't gonna happen. I'm just loyal like a hound dog. I've always been like that. I had women cheating on me and all that shit. I was a side piece. That's the worst feeling when you realize you thought you was the number one, but you realize you were a side piece. But did I cheat after that? No. I tried to stick it out, try to work it out. It just didn't work because I couldn't get over it. I said, no, because I ain't like that. You do that, we done. I'm good. I'll go get me a better woman. That's what I did. And then here come my wife. She looked good too, by the way. She had cut her all her hair off. She had locks because she raised at the rosters and all that stuff. But she had locks all the way down to her backside. The day before I met her, she cut all her hair off. So when I saw her, I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "The Lord done blessed me today." I was 25. I said, "Oh, Mom, I'm alive, family. Thank you." Anyway, Umar's not talking about that. What he's talking about is pimp culture. It's whoredom. Straight facts. Here we go.
Manipulated into poor relationships that they didn't sign up with because of disingenuous men. Okay? I'm going to have 2 wives. Dr. Umar going to have 2 queens. If you don't like it, don't flirt with me. Leave it there. But I'm going to have 2. I'm going to be honest, right?
See, notice how he says, don't flirt with me. Everything is so mundane. See, he can't get past just like this juvenile shit. Nothing about, learning about the other person, nothing about, meeting their family, nothing about, learning how to talk with each other properly, none of that stuff. He don't know. I figured out what the business Umar wants women to invest in. It's rent. Doesn't sound like Umar want an escort service. Okay, it's gonna cost you $700 a month. It's true though, because that's what it comes down to with this guy. It's always comes down to sex. It's not about a relationship. See, if I ask you all, what's amazing, Haas is young. So I'm so happy that young people can see this shit for what it is. Okay, because that gives me hope. I mean, there's black women out there that they don't see any of this. But for the young people to be seeing this, shout out to the young people. Okay, it makes me feel good. It really does. Because it has to stop at some point. See, you have people like Umar running around and running out in these YouTube streets and on the internet streets. And what he's saying and what he represents is really so backwards. It's so backwards. And there are women who fall for it. And there are young, impressionable ladies who they're seeing this as modeling for what they should expect from black men. But the bar has been set so low. So it's good to see younger people seeing it for what it is. And that's the thing I've noticed. The younger generations, they see Umar a lot more clearly than the older generations do. And they see him as like a meme. He's like a joke to them. See? And if you really listen to Umar and what his talking points, it is like a joke. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, he's just running off. It's running off the side of his deck, not really saying anything of consequence. And everything is put within this mundane scope. It has nothing to do with the relationship and having respect for women whatsoever. I'm going to say this, then we got to finish. Thanks for the super chat. Everyone else, too, thank you so much for all the support tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with a marathon. At the end of the day, women choose. There's men, it ain't even black men, but there are men who tell you different. They'll say, no, the men choose. That's not true. Women choose at the end of the day. And what you should ask yourself, and I shouldn't even phrase it that way, but something you should consider. I don't want to be dictatorial. I mean, you do whatever you want to. I'm just telling you, because I got daughters, I would tell them the same thing. Well, and I will tell them the same thing. I ain't all in their business like that, but I'll say it this way, that it's totally up to you. And just because you may have seen some horrible examples, that doesn't mean that those examples should be the standard for you. And you don't lose anything by kicking these pookies like Umar and these dusty males. I'm sorry, I don't like using that term, but I got to use it today. These dusty males, and let's just say it straight out, dusty black males, because that's really what we're dealing with Umar. You don't lose anything by kicking them to the curb. You gain. See, at the end of the day, that's really what relationships are supposed to be about. It's really about us figuring out a way to gain together. Not to where one person gains and the other person does not. And see, Umar frames everything from the gain as really financial and sexual exploitation. Gaining from black women. That's why he needs 2 wives, because he wants to gain the sexual exploitation times 2. He's so greedy, but then also the financial exploitation times 2. He's greedy. And then, of course, the enmeshment issues with his mother. Now he has 2 mamas to take care of his lazy, broke, bum ass. See? But at the end of the day, women, you're the ones who choose. So keep that in mind. You don't have to settle for Umar Johnson, an Umar Johnson type. You don't have to settle. And there's nothing in the universe that says you have to. And you can say, oh, well, because he's a black man. They ain't got shit to do with anything. There's plenty of black men out here. Some of them in the chat room right now, good black men, make a great husband, raise kids and all that stuff. Okay. So that's not what this is about. It's about your choice and your decision making. And this is why I would tell my daughter the same thing. Listen, if this guy, if he ain't shit, that's okay. Kick him to the curb and you don't lose anything by doing so. You gain. See, that's what relationships are supposed to be about. You're someone that you gain something with and you build with over time. And as you gain, you build. You gain, you build. You build, you gain. You build, you gain. That's what relationships are. And what the core principle is a level of respect that you should have for your partner. Umar doesn't speak to that. He never does. He doesn't understand what that is because he has a level of disrespect for women in general, black women in particular. But shout out to these younger black women who see the truth now, because you will save yourself a lot of stress, unnecessary strife in life simply by choosing more appropriately. And the Umar types, it's not the appropriate choice. Again, you choose whatever you want to. I'm not here to tell people what they should be doing. But as someone who has daughters and I want the best for everybody, I want the best for you women out there. Understand that you don't lose anything by letting go of a low quality man like Umar Johnson. He ain't even a man. You don't lose anything, you gain. And if you put your life within that scope of gaining, okay, not for selfish reasons, but gaining because you respect yourself enough to say, I'm not going to settle for some bullshit. If you do that and you do that consistently, you know, what you'll do is you'll filter out all of these unnecessarily self-destructive and disrespectful men that ain't got shit to offer you. And then you open up the door to where you're filtering in men who do have something to offer. Then you choose between them. Then you make the best choice for yourself. Man, shout out to Hassa too. I wish. Well, I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you so much for super chat. I'll leave it there because there's a lot of black women that have been through all kind of shit dealing with these types of black men that Umar is really talking about. He's really talking about himself, and it's sad because it's so unnecessary. You don't got to settle for that. All right, let's finish this up for sure. Here we go.
Have to stop manipulating women who looking for monogamy into polygamy. It's not right. You got a wife over here, you got a
Yeah, but that's precisely what Umar Johnson has been doing with his platform. He's trying to manipulate these black women. Real quick, I got to say this. This is something that I realized about Umar in my research, that what ultimately the idea of polygamy for Umar, it's really a comfortable excuse for him to continue to sexually exploit black women. So there are black women that he's dealt with that he used to take to Africa, and it was like a harem. He would have sex with all of them. But see, if he says, I want to have 2 wives, but I'm undecided, well, he'll keep luring them and making them feel as if they're going to be the next wifey, quote unquote wifey, and he just continue to sexually exploit, have sex with all of them. That's what he's doing over in the Africa, P. Diddy Africa shit. A lot of them women ain't around anymore, but that's what that shit was. I could tell. I mean, what are we talking about? I've been around. I know what the deal is. You black men, listen. Umar, he was running. It was like a freak, African freaknik up over there. And them ladies laughing at him and giggling and shit. He had a monkey on his shoulder. It was an African freaknik freak off. Zebras and all that shit. They had zebras up in there, and the anacondas, all that. Crocodile. Fish. Anyway, that's all that was. But he would keep them going with this idea. I'm gonna marry you. You're gonna be one of my wives and all this. But see, he can't say, I just want one wife, because if he says one wife and he having sex with all of them, wait a minute, just marry one of them. But see, it was not about the marriage. It's not about the commitment. It's not about building anything of consequence over time. It's really about sexual exploitation and financial exploitation. That's really that simple. All over here with this freaky safari shit. They tried to get Petey to come. Petey said, "No, it's too much for me." What's up, Dog? What's up? It's just transatlantic freak offs. That's what it was. And for the wives to do all that actual work, he just talks about, well, yeah, I know. Yeah, the women do all the work. He don't do nothing. Okay, we got to finish for sure now. Here we go. We got to do a marathon tomorrow. This is on turn to a marathon already. Here we go.
Baby mama over here. You should have been honest up front. That's number one. Number two, it's not right. You got a wife over here. You got a baby mama over here. You should.
Umar, you got 2 baby mamas over there and no wife.
Should have been honest up front. That's number one. Number 2, black men have to stop holding women on an emotional leash, giving her the belief that you may one day commit, knowing damn well you don't want her.
Okay, he's projecting. Didn't I just tell you all that this is what Umar Johnson does? I just explained this to you. Hit the one. If we almost done, hit the one. I want some credit on that. See, I know Umar well enough. I just told y'all that this is what he's been doing for a long time. But when he used to take these women over there to Africa, that's what he was doing. Freak off safari. I just told y'all that. I need to see some ones. Otherwise, we ain't doing no live stream tomorrow. I sound like Umar and shit. Tomorrow we ain't doing no marathon tomorrow. Thank you, Tori. I appreciate it. But I just explained that to everybody, Derek, and here we are. And I ain't seen this, but I know Umar well enough. I haven't seen this video yet. Okay, just another. What's up, segment? This just goes to show you. I know this guy.
Let her go, but you won't let her go because your ego can't stand to see something you throw away get picked out the trash by another man and turned into a jewel.
What?
We are wasting too much of y'all time by dragging y'all along emotionally, and that's not good because black women have a biological clock. Y'all have a tick-tock on how long y'all can have.
See, everything is reduced down to what? Sex. Making babies. Money. Yeah, we talked about this. What was the word, too? I don't forgot it already. Superficial. Everything is superficial with this guy. So now he's trying to make you guys feel as if the urgency is so great because of your biological clock is ticking. Black women, don't fall for that shit. Don't fall for that. You got to settle for some clown Dusty because you're biological. Why would you want to have a baby with the clown Dusty? I'm sorry. I told myself I wouldn't be using that word, but I got to it during this live stream. I'm just dropping them because that's what Umar is. And it's sad that he's talking this shit. I said shit about 100 times, literally. I normally don't do this, but I had to today because he's getting on my nerves. This guy done got my blood pressure up. Now I'm hungry. I don't even know what I was talking about.
Dragging y'all along emotionally, and that's not good because black women have a biological clock. Y'all have a tick-tock on how long y'all can have babies, and because of that, we shouldn't be wasting time with y'all. If we're not serious, we should let y'all go.
Yeah, and
number three.
No. Let her say something. You big clown. Look at him. He done dominated ever since he got that narcissistic victory. He done dominated. Treated her like straight trash. It's her show.
Let me add to that.
We got to stop putting our hands on our women. Too much domestic abuse, too much domestic violence. Too many black children are watching their mothers get abused by their fathers, and it's creating intergenerational.
Umar, you're the one who has supervised visitations. Anyway, we're gonna fix
trauma. So yes, there's a lot we need to do better for y'all. And I'm here to apologize to all my sisters in Australia for any black man that has done you wrong.
Umar, you're out here doing wrong to all these black women around the world. You're not qualified. I'm offended. You're not qualified to apologize on behalf of anybody because you're part of the problem in the first place. You're the one out here sexually exploiting these black women. This young lady don't know this. Like I said at the beginning of this live stream, which started like a week ago, I told people that I have video footage of Umar video recording black women's body parts. Sneak, like this. And they walk by, he put it on their backside, he put it on their breast. And then he did it on an airplane. He did it over in Africa when he was at the I think it was Elmina, something like that. The cave, the slave dungeon. He was doing it to a black woman up over there. Who does that? I also have video footage of doing it to little girls on these college tours that he used to do back in 2016. And I'm telling you guys, it was so disturbing. And it's no less disturbing than him doing it to little girls. But he does it to little boys too. Because there's the little boy that's sitting next to him and they're eating at this table. And Umar takes his phone and he puts it down into under the table and puts it into the little boy's crotch and video records. These videos are still online too. I already downloaded them. In this case they ever get taken. I already have them. I've already downloaded them. It's just so disturbing. This guy. So I don't even know what to say. Let's finish this up. Yeah, no, I have them. I see, and I didn't see the ones where he does it to the little boys, but because I've been downloading these videos for the documentary. And I'm taking notes on videos. I'm going through one by one, year by year. I know it's crazy, but it's got to be done because this guy, at some point, the shit's going to hit the fan, and then people are going to be able to say, oh, this guy right here, the bald guy, the hairline that was suspect, he was right all along. And that's not why I am doing it. But at some point, it's going to hit the fan and people are going to realize the truth, including you, Umar Johnson followers. Some of y'all going to be making excuses and shit. Yeah, it's the government trying to take you. No, I ain't got nothing to do with that. Everything is archived. Everything is documented. And I have the receipts. And when it go down, when y'all come back and watch that documentary, the one I'm working on now, you're going to be like, oh, wait a minute, this guy, he was right all along. I've been trying to warn people for such a long time about this guy. But this guy, Derek, this guy was taking for these college tours, targeting these black girls. And I happened to be going through this one video, and I because I hadn't seen it before. A lot of them I haven't even watched, but I downloaded all of them. And he actually takes his cell phone and puts it under the table into this little boy's crotch. I said, what the fuck is going on? The little boy doesn't even know what's going on. I said to my, you guys don't even want to know what I thought to my mind. Because, see, if that was my child, I'll be in jail somewhere. So this guy, the father, done went off and he went off the rails. You know, though we can't condone what he did to this guy for doing this, taking this video of his son's crotch. We can't condone it, but we do understand where. And I would be in jail. I already know I'll be in jail. Y'all wouldn't see me for a very long time. One day it's going to come out. And people are going to realize the truth. And when it happens, I don't want to hear any of you Umar Johnson followers talking about how no, they're trying to tear a black man down. I've been telling you all this shit for such a long time. And it's only a matter of time. Let's finish this up. And I have all the receipts. I thought that those videos were taken down. I actually found all of them. I downloaded all of them. I have them archived. This was in 2016. All right, we got to finish now. Here we go.
Because we need to level up in ways other than money that money can't fix for us. So I'm with you, Queen.
Absolutely.
We need to become better men, but we need y'all to be a little bit more sensitive to the economic challenges that black men face. I don't have that issue. I got 60
I thought, and the reason why is because I'm grappling with it's an ethical dilemma. People need to see it to see what type of person Umar is. He's a pervert. And not just towards women, but to little girls and little boys. And I'm gonna say it. See, a lot of people are they don't have the courage to say it. I'm gonna say it, and I'll stand on it. See, I don't give a fuck at the end of the day. See, we're supposed to be about that life and keeping women safe and keeping children safe. Well, here's an opportunity to do so. I don't give a fuck what anybody ever says. What he does is perverted and it's wrong. And I've thought about it. It's an ethical dilemma. On one hand, people need to see it so they can see what Umar is really about and why it is that he wants to open up a school for black boys. And originally, he said it was going to be for black boys and black girls. It's going to be a boarding school. He said, your kids going to be staying with me in the dorms. This is what he said. And I have a video where he actually says, I kid you, it's not even video, it's audio from the Big Papa Podcast, episode 8. Thought it was 6, but it's 8. And he says that he wants to have the little boys dressed in suits. What the fuck is going on? And he's going to bring them back to the school in the evening time. What? Dressed in suits? What's going on here? And they come and he wants to cuddle with them by the fire. And I said, what? And I'm not making up, hit the one, because we already covered this. I said, what in the world? You put all the pieces together and all the other sexualized talk. You talk about these little girls and little boys for that matter, including talking about little girls' private parts and calling them rotten cookies. He's talking about rotten vaginas. Why are you talking about little girls like that? I wonder if this Ethiopian woman knows about this. See? You guys remember the time where no, you haven't seen, most of y'all ain't seen this. There's a video where he was eating it was like some sort of a sweet cake or something like that with ice cream on it or something like that. And a little girl sitting next to him, and the one that he mainly targets when he's filming these little girls' body parts, little boy sitting right here. And the little girl, she gets up and starts dancing. I don't know why, because I haven't actually watched and listened to the audio, but to see what's the context. But she gets up and starts dancing. Little boy starts dancing. Umar's filming it with his camera. Okay, she has on some very short shorts. Okay, then she sits down, and what does Umar do? He takes his camera and he puts it down into her crotch, where you can see her shorts, and he has the camera down here, focused on her crotch, and then Umar makes this comment. I said, what in the world? This guy, I'm paraphrasing. He said, let's say the little boy's name was Robert. He says Robert said that the police are going to come and arrest you for those shorts because you have on those short shorts. And I said to myself, what kind of man makes that type of a comment about somebody else's daughter? And he just had his camera filming her crotch area while she was sitting next to him. I thought about it. Take it to the police. Because see, the thing is, I can say, wait a minute, and I wouldn't even show that first because there's plenty of it. He does it so much too. I would show the video of him doing this on the airplane first to give context, and then start rolling it back to show the pattern of behavior that goes back since at least 2016. Well, he's filming, and he was filming these little kids' body parts. See, I wonder if this Ethiopian woman knows about that. See, at some point, the shit is going to hit the fan. And when it does, I don't want to hear any of you Umar Johnson followers saying that it's about trying to tear a black man down, because that's what they were saying about Polite, these Polite followers in that sex cult. They were saying that about a Polite. Listen, you guys can actually go and find this for yourself. I can't promote it, and I can't tell you where to find it because it is so out there and so inappropriate. And I just can't. There's an ethical dilemma. People need to see who Umar Johnson is, but I can't promote that shit. Listen, I'm saying too much, but I was talking with my wife about this shit because it's been such a conundrum for me. And I said, one of these days, they're going to go into this. I ain't going to say exactly what I said. They're going to go into this guy's phone. And what they find on that phone, he going to get locked up. And when he gets locked up, people going to be saying that it's COINTELPRO and that somehow they're trying to tear a black man down. And it ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's the fact that Umar is a pervert and ain't got no fucking business being around anybody's kids, period. People want to talk about Umar. Let's get to some of that shit. Let's talk about that. Most people ain't got the courage to talk about it, but I'll talk about it. I don't give a fuck. He ain't got no business being around nobody's kids, period. Can't even see his own kids unsupervised. What's that telling you? All right, let's finish this up.
I got my doctorate. I'm the most popular pan-Africanist in the world. I'm good. But a lot of my brothers ain't where I'm at. You understand? And I need my women to understand that not every black man is going to be where Dr. Umar is. And it ain't because he was lazy. And it's not because he...
See how she looking? She looking like this guy's so narcissistic.
Was intelligent. I had my father in my home. You understand? And because...
See, this is what I was talking about earlier today. See, Umar, he's had this... It's like I talk about this in the documentary where he has an identity crisis where he thinks that he's all these other great people, but he's also Prince of Pan-African. He's King Kong consciousness. He's, Dr. Ifa Tunde. He's Ifa Tunde International, Ifa Tunde, all these different caricatures, personality types. It's like split personality type of shit that goes on with Umar. But it's not that it's not just that. He has cognitive dissonance when it comes to his own history and how he frames his experiences. And if you study Umar long enough, you do enough research, you'll realize that he'll give a story about his childhood, let's say in 2014, that spins a particular narrative about an event, and it'll be one way. But then in 2018, he'll tell the same story, but he spins the narrative in another way to where it's contradictory to what he told in 2014. Does this make sense? And this is an example. I made reference to this earlier. On one hand, Umar thinks that he's superior to black people because he feels as if his father was in his life. In fact, if you go to the video from 2014, wherein Umar is giving an update video on the crowdfunding campaign for FDMG, Umar talks about how his father was in his life and that he was provided with opportunities that his brothers, talking about other black males around his age group in his community or at his school didn't have because their fathers weren't present. But in other stories, he talks about his father wasn't absent and how his mama and his grandmama took care of the family and how they remember living homeless in a homeless shelter and all this shit. Well, if your daddy was there, why are you living in a homeless shelter with your mama and your grandma? Unless he really wasn't there. And guess what? He couldn't be there because he's traveling. I have the article, already done the research on his dad. There's a whole section dealing with his daddy. No disrespect. Okay. It's just interesting how people try to repaint narratives in their adulthood, not acknowledging the fact of the destructive behavior they engaged in when their children were young. See, it's not uncommon for parents to do that, but that's besides the point. The point is that his daddy was in the military, and he was stationed outside of Pennsylvania for the vast majority of the time while Umar was living in Pennsylvania, but then he was also stationed overseas. But Umar will spin this narrative because he feels as if it gives legitimacy to this idea that that's why he's so much better than black people. And that's why he has a doctorate, because my daddy was in the home. And that's why I don't have ADHD, because ADHD really means ain't no daddy in the home, but he does have ADHD, and he's admitted that. But instead of dealing with the ADHD and admitting that that's why he can't get shit done, he don't have the resource, and he hasn't gone through the therapy that he needs in order to get shit done. So he learned the skills to get shit done, even though he has it. Because plenty of people have ADHD, they develop the skills to deal with it. No big deal. Okay, it's still a challenge, but you get it done. But instead of Umar dealing with that, he spins a whole new false narrative that his father was in his life consistently, which really tells him that, hey, listen, I don't have ADHD because ADHD means that ain't no daddy at home, but my daddy was at home. No, he wasn't. At a certain point, he started a whole other family. When they shipped Umar off, his daddy made the decision. He had a whole new family and a whole another wife. That's what he was working for the post office. And he also said he worked in Florida, was it? You're talking about your daddy in your life. He down there in Florida because the daddy said he worked for Disney for years. Yeah, that's down there in Florida. Ain't that where the Disney thing is at? What you talking about? Your daddy was in your life. But he says that for two reasons, because it gives credence to this idea that that's why he's so successful, even though he's a broke-ass bum. See, but then also it helps fortify in his mind that he doesn't have ADHD, but when he really does, because listen, I can't have ADHD because my daddy was at home. And ADHD means ain't no daddy at home disorder. Don't even make no sense. There's plenty of people that don't have their daddy at home ain't got no ADHD. Huh? Your daughters that you abandoned, does that mean automatically they have ADHD? Some of y'all got ADHD. It is what it is, and your daddy was in your life. So what you talk about, Umar? But this goes to show you the delusional thinking of Umar, that he will concoct this whole fantasy land of his father being in his life, which is totally contradictory with what he said in other times. When he talked about his daddy wasn't home, and how his mama was a single mother, and how he was living with his grandma, and he had to ask his mama for $2 and his grandmama for $2 so he can go down to go watch Rambo and go watch Beach Street and go watch Shuck It, Duck It, Quack Quack and all this other shit. Well, where was your daddy at then?
That not every black man is going to be where Dr. Umar is, and it ain't because he was lazy, and it's not because he was intelligent.
Umar, you're lazy.
I had my father in my home. You understand? And because of that, the white power structure dealt with me differently because my father was there.
No. And I can pull up the receipt right now. I can pull up, and I have plenty of them. When Umar talks about his daddy wasn't in his life. I have the notes. I have all the receipts. I ain't gonna put, because we done gone 5, but this is a mini marathon already. We got to come back tomorrow. Boy, I tell you, this Ethiopian lady, she ain't gonna watch this whole video. I hope she do though.
I saw how I was given programs other black boys were not given because their father were not there.
Okay, what he's really referring to, which is really interesting, before we finish, after 5 hours, after I told y'all we're gonna be done 40 hours ago. But really, what Umar's really talking about is, damn, well, my wife done got me pregnant again, y'all. I told her to pull out. You women, I'm so tired of y'all. Y'all don't listen. You say, don't worry about it. I don't need to put on that. I don't need to live. I'm gonna pull out. I said, okay. I wish my wife would say. I wish she would, because it ain't the same. That's the thing. I don't know, the condom. Whoever came up with that is just y'all, man. Boy. Yeah. Anyway, what Umar is referring to here is the opportunity that was granted to his father, because his father was in the military, to put his children into a private school that was for veterans' children. And so his father qualified for that. And so therefore Umar and his siblings qualified, but Umar was the only one who was sent away. And his father wasn't even living in the house at the time. Father had already remarried and had his own life. He was doing his own thing. But see, this is why Umar being sent away is so monumental in his development, his early development too. Because, and this is an example, Umar sees it as his father was always in his life and that it afforded him this great opportunity. But then there's also videos, and I can pull it up, where Umar talks about how much of a struggle it was to be there and how he was sent away from his family. And the enmeshment issues, his daddy sent him away because he said he was a mama's boy. He's still a mama boy to this day. Now, I know there was black men, I talked about this before, but listen, if you have a wife, your wife is your primary. If you have children, your children are primary. Okay. Your mama, your daddy, your siblings, your cousins, secondary, tertiary. Okay, doesn't mean that you love them any less, but your main focus and main responsibility is to your wife and to your kids. And a lot of black men don't get that because, a lot of our mamas, they didn't have, the daddy just left them and whatever. So we feel obligated, like we have to make up for the difference. But that's not our responsibility. Our primary responsibility is to our wives and to our children. And the first doesn't mean that you don't help your mama or that you don't find value. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying that you have an adulthood family and you have a childhood family. Umar still is attached to his childhood family. And that's the reason why, in particular his mama, with the enmeshment issues, with his unhealthy relationship. That's why Umar is non-committal to black women, because his commitment is to his mama, but it's tied to him being shipped away from his mama. He's always trying to get back to his mama. See, okay, I'm not saying that you should not be an active participant in your mama's life, but you don't supersede your children's participate in your children's life or your wife's life because you want to go live inside your mama's closet. In fact, you black men, you shouldn't somehow think that you give up on the idea of even committing to a black woman because you have an obligation to your mama that's concocted in your mind, which is really you're in a relationship with your mama. It's a healthy enmeshment relationship. It's called emotional incest. Go look it up. And that's Umar. See? So Umar talked about how when he was shipped away, how he was struggling, and part of it was the enmeshment issue. He was shipped away from his mama. His dad didn't want him dealing with his mama, because he said he was too close to his mama, and he was a mama's boy. You see? But on the other hand, and that has to be traumatized to Umar, who was, I think he was in the 9th grade when they shipped him off. I can go look it up inside my notes in the timeline. I'm almost done. And he talked about how that was very difficult for him to deal with. So it wasn't that his father did him a favor. And obviously, look at how Umar turned out. It actually didn't pan out to actually serve the purpose of somehow turning Umar into a man, because he's still a little boy to this day. And he's still stuck living inside his mama closet and living on the Section 8. But Umar will spin a whole false narrative about how because his daddy had this opportunity for him to be shipped away. No, his daddy shipped him away, not because Umar was somehow special, because his other boy, he didn't ship nobody else away. He shipped him away because he didn't want him interacting with his mama like he was interacting. I'm gonna leave it there. There's other reasons too. See, all of this perversion shit with Umar, with him filming the little kids in their crotch areas. Y'all need to really start thinking about that. I ain't gonna go too far on that. We're gonna finish for sure right now. Here we go.
Children I went to elementary and middle school with, they in prison, they in the cemetery, not because they was less intelligent than me, but because my father was there, they dealt with me differently. So I wasn't better than them. I was given opportunities they were not given.
Yeah, let's talk about how we can create, because I know that we're talking about the divide. We're talking about black women, black men, why they don't get along, why they're not coming together. How can we start to create an understanding between the two of us?
Number one.
Yeah.
Too often when we get into relationships, we're looking for an emotional slave and a psychological cheerleader. We're not looking for a partner. Too often I see women who are looking for men who will just obey and do as I say. I see men who are looking for women who will just obey and do as I.
Okay, that's what Umar is looking for. He wants to see, it's deep. This is some deep shit. It really is. See, and Umar's talked about the type of woman that he wants, and he was really talking, when he was talking, you listen, it sounds like a toddler, a relationship between a mother and a toddler. He wants black women to do certain things for him, including you take care of him, you bring him money, you give him money, $16,800 over the course of 24 months. You feed him. Umar even said, I kid you not, he said something like, I have the video because we covered it recently, where he said something like, you women, you got to wipe our noses. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? My wife ain't. Now, listen, if I'm sick and I'm in the bed and it's really, really bad, okay, I can see that. Or if she is, I can see that. But I'm not going to be running around my wife and she ain't going to be running around me wiping my nose. That's what the women, the men too, for that matter, I'll do for the kids. When they sick or they little toddlers, you got to wipe their nose, that kind of stuff. But you see what Umar is, his expectation, what he's really looking for is his mama. But he wants two of them. That's what Umar's talking about right here. Everything goes back to that. It's enmeshment. He has some extreme enmeshment issues with his mama. Ongoing. 9th grade, 8th grade, 7th grade, they shipped his ass away. He's never recovered from that. And he's always striving to get back to his mama. Let me say one other thing. I remember there's a video, and I hope I run back into it, but Umar was talking about, he was real sad. He was talking about how, sometimes, your relatives, they don't want you living with them anymore. He was talking about himself because he wasn't supposed to be staying with his mama in that Section 8 housing. You can't do that. So there's been times where his mama had to kick his ass out, but he always finds a way back. But that's the enmeshment issues that go back to childhood. That's what he's talking about here.
Into relationships, we're looking for an emotional slave and a psychological cheerleader. We're not looking for
He's talking about his mama. Well, I just told you guys about that. It's the part of the enmeshment is emotional incest.
Partner. Too often I see women who are looking for men who will just obey and do as I say. I see men who are looking for women who will just obey and do as
I really think that this is what his mother's expectation is of him, and this is what his expectation of his mother is. If that makes sense to people, let me rephrase that. I think Umar's projecting, on one hand, he's expressing his mother's longstanding expectation of him as the oldest son, his father abandoning that family, starting a new family, and leaving kids in the wake to have to grapple in as Umar explains it, in poverty, living in homeless shelters and shit. But then on the other hand, Umar's expectation of his mother to this day. That's what I think Umar's talking about here. It's a form of projecting, but it's projecting not just on his behalf, but on his mama's behalf. Let me replay that.
For women who will just obey and do as I say. Are you really looking for a partnership, or are you looking for a cheerleader or a slave? Too many relationships are not partnerships. They are dictatorships of the more powerful partner over the less powerful partner. That's one.
Yeah, it is. Because he's really talking about his mama's power and domination of him when he was a child. But then he's flipping it because he's also talking about the levels of domination and power that he has over his mama today. He calls himself the primary caretaker, but it's more of a power play more than anything else. He's possessive in that way. Enmeshment issues. Fascinating stuff.
Number 2, we need to stop getting into relationships when we have unmet psychological needs from our childhood that we have not addressed. Too many.
He's talking about himself, and I have this on record. I'll show this in a documentary, but I'll eliminate it. Play.
Women are dealing with the abandonment of their fathers.
Talking about himself.
You cannot put it on a man to heal the emotional wounds that your father caused. Too many men are looking for women to heal the emotional needs caused by their mother.
Yeah, look at her body language. Yeah, she tuned out such a long time ago.
There's abandonment. Deal with the trust issues from your parents. Deal with the abandonment issues from your parents.
Yeah, he's talking about himself. You understand that it's not just his father leaving the family and abandoning him, Umar, his siblings, the grandmama and the mama. It's not just that. It's also the abandonment that's associated with being shipped away and living away from the family. And he was the only child that was shipped away. That's another form of abandonment that Umar has not rectified to this day. He's projecting here. It's fascinating stuff.
With the lack of ability issues from your parents, it is not your partner's job to heal you psychologically. And so what we often end up doing is getting into relationships with emotionally unavailable people. And the reason they're emotionally unavailable.
She ain't listening to nothing you saying, Umar, and good for her. All this psycho babble.
Is they're too consumed with their own issues that they should have dealt with before I came into your life.
I came into your life. You see this? Umar, boy, he's slick.
You see that?
Yeah.
We got to do a better job of screening people, because in Australia, you got emotional vampires, unhealthy women who look healthy, unhealthy men.
I agree.
These are old talking points of the emotional vampire. You really want to talk about himself.
I agree with that.
You understand?
I agree with that.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
And jump into relationships too quickly. Like we'll leave one and then we'll go into another before we heal. I do agree with that. And I do think that there's a lack of understanding from both sides. And all we're doing is everybody's just very loud. But I think that if there was some sort of there are so many points I wanted to go into with what you were saying, but I just feel.
But because you run your mouth and don't let anyone else talk.
Feel like we can meet at a middle ground.
I agree.
It's just, there's just a lot of noise.
And I don't think we study each other's values
I don't think so.
enough.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. We meet hypothetically, right?
Mm-hmm.
He always does this shit. He did this to Maria. See, this is Umar trying to groom this young lady. I doubt she said falling for this. Where I go, I was going to drop another one. Let me let this play. Cause I've been, almost 6 hours.
We meet. You're a psychologist. I'm a psychologist. You're a pan-Africanist. I'm a pan-Africanist.
Yeah, I know. Did you all catch that? Mm-hmm. She's a pan-Africanist. What you talking about? You showing too much leg in my opinion. I guess you could be a pan-African showing a little leg. I'm just playing. If you see this, I'm just playing. Okay, don't take offense. I just be goof. I goof off. I shouldn't do it, but I couldn't help myself. I apologize, young lady. Here we go.
You're a Leo. I'm a Leo.
This man. Now, who I say you're a Leo. I'm a Leo. Hypothetically, you and I. Hypothetically, you and I are sleeping together, ma'am. What's up, Pierre? Umar crazy. He is. He grew me. He trying to get them cookies. All right. I know. I'm sorry. I just think it's too much leg. That's all. What's up, Pam? Pierre said, hypothetically, you and I are sleeping together, ma'am. Let's go here. I don't want to go here, but let's hypothetically. I know. Listen, I'm just playing. That's all. We have all this in common, my love. Oh no, Swaggo need to always take it too far. Hypothetically, we having sex in my mama closet. Hypothetically, it's clean in there. Hypothetically, there's not any rat droppings or roaches. Yeah, I know. You know who are? He got to go to the astrology like they did the old films. Excuse me, the old what was that? The old I can't remember what it was. You don't remember that song, Float On? There's a long version. He said, I'm Aquarius. I'm a Leo. You hear the background music and shit. Float on. My name is Paul. I'm a Sagittarius. You young people like, what is he talking about? That's an Umar. You know, Umar, he got it because he's trying to run the game now. He's hypothetically. Hypothetically, we making love in the bushes. I said, oh no. I said, oh no. I said, Umar, don't do that. Hypothetically. Umar, wild boy, he's so wild. What's up, Pam? I had such a huge crush on Pam. First, I had a crush on Gina. But then Pam, I'll say, even to this day, Pam, she done aged so well. She fine, even to this day. She got a belly too. I said, damn, Pam. Hey, I'm already married, but I'm just letting you know. Boy, Pam, that's one of the finest ones. Another one was on Living Single, the lawyer lady. What? I know she look good to this day. I bet her neck smell real good. Real good. I'm whooping off too much. All right, let's finish up.
But guess what? You believe in saving money. I believe in spending it. Guess what? I want to have a big family. You don't plan on having no kids. Guess what? I have a close relationship with my mother. I spend every Sunday with her. You can't stand your mother.
Here we go. Did I just tell y'all? See? I have older videos with Umar real quick. Well, Umar was saying something like, your first intimate relationship, some shit. What did he say? I can't, I mean, even in my mind, I can't believe he said that. I'll have it in a documentary, but I said, man, this guy, he's out there. Your first romantic relationship should, as a boy, should be with your mama. I said, what?
Mother. I want to save for retirement. I believe in saving money. I believe in spending it. Guess
Umar,
what?
you ain't got no
I want
money.
to have a big family. You don't plan on having no kids. Guess what? I have a close relationship with my mother. I spend every Sunday with her. You can't stand your mother. I want to save for retirement. You believe in spending all your money. You see that?
Umar, what are you talking about? You ain't even got a job. I know you ain't got no 401k. You ain't got no retirement fund, nothing. All you do is got to get on your Cash App, get on your PayPal so you can go turn that heat down.
On the surface, we got everything in common. But when you go beneath and look at the values, it's completely different.
He ain't let her talk at all. Y'all notice this?
You have to start studying.
See, she wanted to have a conversation, but Umar, he has to dominate. And once he got that victory in the beginning, that perceived victory at least, he's dominated ever since. That was early on in this so-called interview.
Our potential mates' values. And the other thing that we also need to do is we need to slow down on the sex.
Look who's talking. Umar, you're a sexual deviant. And I'll say it. Listen, this is the truth. Look who's talking. Sometimes you get up there and live stream, and your whole goal is to find a woman to have sex with. That's a doggone shame. How are you gonna be living like that at 50? Something wrong with you. Yeah, he always got to take it there. He always do this every single time. He got to take it to sex. So that's what he's about. Now, Umar gonna be up there. He gonna be 65 up there talking about get on your Cash App. Watch. Up there at the FDMG trap bandos. He gonna be 65. Watch. Y'all mark my words. Lord willing, God willing, if I'm still alive, I'll be covering it. By then, YouTube will be a thing of the past, family. MySpace will be back in style. Okay. This whole internet thing, and the fad will end by that time. Anyway, let's go.
Women in particular. One of the things I don't like about African women today is they're trying to operate like males. You don't care. You just had sex with me. I don't care. I'm going to have sex with you. But there's a big difference there. Women are internal.
So what you're saying, Umar, which is in line with his philosophy, is that it's okay for a man to live a sexually promiscuous lifestyle, but he has a problem if a woman decides to have a sexually promiscuous lifestyle. And here's why. Because women, it's internal. Everything is internal. You see this? See, this is coming from someone who is a misogynist. This is the misogynist talk. It's sexist. You have a different standard for black women than you do for yourself. Umar, you're the one out here living sexually promiscuous, but somehow you get a pass. What's up, Identity with Hell? Yeah, tomorrow we're going to do the actual marathon. I'm sorry, we were supposed to go for like an hour and a half, but here we are. It is what it is. I know I've been gone. Here we go.
Whoever y'all lay with, y'all pick up our spiritual DNA. I don't care if he's wearing a condom or not. A piece of me is in you forever.
Why are you talking to this woman like that? Y'all don't find that to be weird? He's making it so personal. A piece of me is inside you forever. I don't care if we don't have a condom. What? If you wear a condom, it don't matter. I'm still going to be. Are you such a freak? Spiritual DNA, all swimming all in your skin. because you internal. Why are you talking to this lady like that? It's so inappropriate. I feel so bad for her. I feel bad. I'm sorry. I don't know why I tried to drink that while I'm just disturbed by this guy. He is. Umar, he's such a freak. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. All right, let's go. Here we go. He said, piece of me. And I said, whoa.
You just had sex with me. I don't care. I'm gonna have sex with you. But there's a big difference there. Women are internal. Whoever y'all lay with, y'all pick up our spiritual DNA. I don't care if he's wearing a condom or not. A piece of me is in you forever.
I don't care if but then he makes it personal. He said a piece of me now. Here we go.
There's been research that shows
Umar is so crafty. Like he's really, all of this is really leading up to him putting himself in a scenario where he's having sex with this Ethiopian lady. That's really what this shit comes down to. Y'all follow this? Hit the one, because that's really all this is. See, Umar been operating like this for such a long time. And I hope that this lady sees this, because it opened things up, because I'm sure even while all this is going on, she's probably somewhat confused about why Umar is talking like this throughout this whole so-called interview. It's supposed to be anyway.
Sex changes your DNA. When I'm in you, I'm literally in you for the rest of your life.
What the fuck are you talking about? He's saying when I'm in you, like it's her. What is this guy? Boy, he's trying. He's trying to set her up, try to get them cookies, them let me stop.
There's been research that shows sex changes your DNA.
What are you talking about? I just can't.
When I'm in you, I'm literally in you for the rest of your life. And women have to stop consuming all these toxic male energies, because it affects the way y'all think. Your vagina is an extension of your unconscious.
Yeah, he used to say this in old videos. Boy, this guy, he out there. I know, Pam. Why would he be talking like this? And he talking to this woman like that. I wouldn't even talk to my wife like this. Even if I just wouldn't. It's just.
And the same thing happened for men. When we lay with women, we pick up a piece of you. You always carry a piece of everybody you ever laid with.
And I think
life.
that's a message that we need to spread to the men as well, because it's not just, it's not one way.
A lot of us are serial.
Boy, they edited so much shit out of here. Umar, I wish I had the full version of this, because Umar was probably acting a doggone fool.
Monogamous.
100%.
A lot of us are serial monogamous.
Yeah.
And we don't
want to be alone.
Yes.
And I think that's
and we don't want to commit. I don't want to be alone.
Yeah.
But I don't want to.
Yeah, you talk about itself.
Commit.
Yeah.
Let her talk sometime.
Serial monogamy.
Let's get into the last segment before we wrap up. This is called Bitter or Sweet. It's a game. I'm going to give you this paddle. So basically, I'm going to run through. We're going to have to do this really quickly. So bitter or sweet.
Because you've been running your mouth so much.
Sweet.
Take your time. You're a sister.
Let me give you this one.
They can wait.
So bitter or sweet.
Umar, cut it out.
Bitter meaning you disagree, and sweet meaning you agree. I'm going to give you some scenarios. First one is wigs and weaves. Bitter or sweet?
Bitter. If it ain't nappy, I ain't happy. If I can't grab it, you can't have it. Bitter.
Such a clown.
I want all nappy, everything, all natural. I want organically African Australian queens from head to toe.
Yeah, I remember Umar explained why the nappy hair was important for you black women. He talked about how the nappier the hair, the better the sex. Anybody remember this? Hit the one. Because it really gets to the pathology of Umar. And really what it's tied to is the nappier, or the more African, quote unquote. I'm just using that. This is how Umar thinks. The more Africanized a woman is, the more desirable she is in terms of sexual exploitation. It's not even desirable. That's not it. The more African the nappy hair, the natural, this type of stuff, the more subject to sexual exploitation and debauchery she should be. It doesn't mean that he doesn't exploit, let's say, black women who have straighter, quote unquote, straighter hair, whatever people want to call it. But that the ones who have the nappy hair, they are more easily subjected to, I should phrase it this way, they should be more easily subjected to being sexually exploited in sexually deviant ways. That's what this is about, because he explains this in an older video. And that's why the idea of grabbing it, meaning to grab her hair while he's engaged in sex, but not with the women that have the quote unquote straight hair, which would be in Umar's mind, the light-skinned women, or the women that are more, have more Europeanized features. See, really what this gets to is a slave master mentality. Umar explains, I was really taken back by that. But he was explaining this, and really what he was expressing is that the slave master would sexually exploit, because he saw the black women who were of darker complexion, or the black women who had the quote unquote, as Umar says, the nappier hair, or who had the more Africanized feature, that they were less than human beings, more so than the slaves who, let's say, had lighter skin complexion, right? Or who had thinner hair. You guys understand what I'm saying? Right? That would be the Africans who, let's say, their parent was raped by the slave master, and so they come out with a different skin color, etc. This is what Umar is really referring to here. He's referring to this dynamic of the darker skinned black women that have the nappier hair. He calls them the blue, black, purple of women. That they should be more subject to sexual exploitation and sexual deviancy at the hands of the slave master, which in this case is Umar Johnson. An excellent example of this dynamic is, I don't even know if it's a dichotomy. We could say that it's a dichotomy in terms of Umar's sense of the treatment of darker skinned black women versus lighter skinned black women. If you guys go back to when they were doing work inside of the gym, you guys would notice that the darker skinned black women would be out doing the manual labor, the more manually strenuous labor, whereas two of the women who were part of his sex cult at the time, part of his harem, when you go over to Africa and have these African safari freak off shit, two of them were what he would call biracial. One of them, their name was Sharon. The other one's name was Pilar. And they were given a light duty work inside of the bathroom where they're painting shit and they're making things all nice. But all the darker skinned ones, they was out doing the more hard manual labor. This is how Umar Johnson thinks. So when Umar talks about the nappier hair or the more quote unquote Africanized features, I'm just talking about this whole white supremacist talk. I'll kind of open up the show to talk about this a little bit. What he's really referencing is his own approach. It's not even, it's approach, his own approach to the sexual exploitation of black women. And that is to say that the ones who are darker skin and nappier, what he calls nappier hair, that they should be perceived to be more exploitive and then also subject to more debauchery, sexual debauchery, than the ones who are of lighter skin complexion. That's what Umar's talking about here. Fascinating stuff. I remember he broke this down. He didn't mean to say this in this. There's a couple of videos, but this older videos. But as I've studied Umar, that's really what he's referring to. And when he did the video where he talked about how the nappier the hair, the better the sex, I said, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on here? Okay, but it's not about sex within the context of a loving relationship. It's about sex within the context of sexual exploitation of black women, and that the darker your skin color, the more subjective you should be to sexual debauchery. Extreme sexual debauchery. We talking about paddling and all this other freak off shit. Let's go.
I love it and I hate it at the same time, because I don't like that black women are always criticized. I don't like that. I get what you're saying. Let's empower our women. Let's do all those things. Yes. But then
you don't empower black women simply by saying you need to wear your hair natural. You know what I'm saying? That's not empowerment. Okay. Especially when it's a criticism to subjugate.
And also, we need to be mindful that, I feel like black women are always they're always the topic of conversation. Our attitude, our hair, you can't do this, you can't wear this,
I agree.
you can't.
Overly
and I don't like that.
I agree.
And
Yeah, that's Umar. He always does that.
I think that you saying that.
See look at how he won't let her talk, won't let her make her point.
Who date women with wigs and weaves have no business criticizing them for having wigs and weaves.
Yeah, but Umar, you were dealing with the stripper and she had a blonde weave. You were having sex with her. Remember? Y'all remember this? So therefore, you should not be criticized. By the way, Umar, you dye your beard. Isn't that also a form? If you talk about black women can't do that, they want them all natural. Well, why don't you go on and let your mangy ass beard, let all that gray come in so you look, well, anyway, I'm gonna let it go.
When you had your talk, I remember you said the same thing. You spoke about weaves. The way that the men felt, they rose and they were clapping. And I just feel like it doesn't come from a place of... Yeah, it comes from...
If you date women with processed hair, you have no business criticizing them. I only date natural hair queens.
That's not true, Umar. You were dealing with the stripper. Let me pull it up real quick. I tell you, we have 6 hours now. My goodness. Hold on. Understand that even the discussion about black women's hair, it's more. Umar knows that it's a sensitive topic, so it's exploitive in those regards. It's a tool of subjugation, but also a tool of power, control, and domination from a psychological standpoint. That's why he speaks on that a lot. It goes back to when there was an organization that used to bring him out to speak. It was called Happy to be Nappy. A lot of people don't know about this. I've already done the research. That's where he really starts to get into this mind, but he realized that it's such a controversial topic and it's a very sensitive and emotion-driven topic for black women in particular, so he uses it against you. Okay. Yeah, it's not coming up. I mean, I can pull it up, but I'm in the wrong browser. That's why. Let me let this play so we can finish up. Thanks, Pam, for the super chat. Or super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Because there's only about a minute left on this. Let me go ahead and finish this up because I got to get some sleep for tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. When I go on the first date, I'm going to grab your hair as hard as I can to make sure it don't come off.
That's crazy.
And if it come off, I'm walking out the restaurant. Black.
Umar, you're such a clown. Such a clown. See, everything is trivial too. We talked about this earlier. What was the word? I can't remember. It was trivial. Umar Johnson, conscious. You open up other browser, stripper. Here it go right here. I know I have this which it's large, but this will work just fine. Here, let me just show you this. Umar's such a hypocrite. And understand that Umar's interaction with this stripper, he knew that she was a stripper. He denies that. He'll tell people otherwise, but he knew that she was a stripper. Hold on one second. Okay, here it is right here. Let me bring this into my other browser if it'll come up. Let's see. You sure was hugging on Sugihana too. Yeah, I remember that. He gave her a kiss. He be sneak kissing. That's what it's called. I have examples of that. It's very invasive. He'll kiss the woman and on her head and real quick. It's like I call it a sneak kiss. Sneak diss. But that just goes to show you how Umar is. He feels entitled. He'll kiss you on your head, on the side of your hair, real quick. Birded ass. He don't know no boundary. That's the problem with this clown. Here is, and we'll be done here in about 3 minutes. Here's a picture of the stripper that he was dealing with. Her name is Kim Ringold. Okay, so she was at a strip club. She had on that blonde weave. She was texting him these images of her being in the strip club and everything, and he was fine with it. He was like, yeah, go on, because I need to go on and make that money. Okay. And he knew it. He tried to act like, well, she didn't tell me. I didn't know. No, he knew that she was a stripper. That's what he likes. He likes that. He also likes the blonde weave shit. Again, whatever. It don't make me no difference. Whatever you're into. Men, that's your business. Women, that's your business too. See, people have preferences and all that kind of stuff. I get it. But the thing is that I've seen him in other pictures where there's black women who have blonde weave, and you can tell he gets excited. He not even blonde weave, but they'll color their hair blonde. And Umar, you can tell he gets so happy and excited. See? So he's lying here, which is what he does. Umar is a habitual liar.
Power. We want black. No business criticizing them. I only date natural haired queens.
Okay.
Okay, when I go on the first date, I'm going to grab your hair as hard as I can to make sure it don't come off.
That's crazy.
And if it come off, I'm walking out the restaurant. Black power. We want black power, brothers and sisters.
All right. I mean, you kind of answered this during the podcast, but settling for a man that makes less than you, bitter or sweet?
I think it is sweet, because if a woman can settle for a man, and I don't want to say settle, accept a man who earns less than him, she's sending him a message that she is there for much more than his paycheck. That type of relationship is going to last a long time, because he knows she's there to hold him down.
Okay. And
it's always about money and exploitation.
Finally, black men and women casually dating people from another race.
Absolutely no bunny hopping. No ice, no rice, no spice, no sand, no salsa. Let me say it again. No ice, no rice, no spice.
Wait,
no
let me say it with you.
Salsa.
What is it? No
black
ice?
Men for black women for black men. I don't want to see no snow bunnies. I want honey bunnies. I want caramel bunnies. I want butter almond bunnies. I want walnut bunnies. I want guava bunnies. I want butterscotch bunnies. I want warm peanut butter bunnies. I want fudge bunnies. I don't want no snow bunnies.
Damn. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Black queens forever.
Snow bunnies never.
Yeah, he'll talk that talk, but as the receipts show, back in December 13th of 2017,
Hummus. How we doing there, gorgeous? How we doing there, gorgeous? How we doing there, gorgeous?
Hear that?
How we doing there, gorgeous? All right. I want to try your black eyed pea hummus.
Okay.
I also want to do.
Thanks, Sigmund. I appreciate it. Yeah. Old big ass. You see where he got the camera too, by the way. Watch this.
Sesame kale salad. Large.
Okay.
And what is tempeh? What is that?
Tempeh is cultured soy.
It's cultured soy.
See where he got the camera?
Let me go with the. I'm gonna try it. The smothered
tempeh.
Thank you. See how he got the camera on her?
Yes.
He did it to this white woman right here, but he also did it to little black girls. He did it to black women, and he's actually done it to little boys too. We put the camera under the table and put it in the little boy's crotch. I said, boy, I tell you. Yeah, he right on that booty. That is what it is. Y'all see this?
Would like, do y'all have hot tea?
Yeah, you want to grab your left?
I'd definitely like to do hot tea.
He's holding the phone. It's not like he set it down. This is street. He has a history of this.
And I also want to try your green life smoothie. And I got a little cold, so whatever we need to put in that tea to help me out, put it in there.
Okay.
Lemon, ginger, whatever we got.
I did it with hell. Don't do that. You be playing too much. Man, you be playing too much.
What kind of tea you think you want? You want to do black tea, green tea?
I want vanilla tea.
What's the best one for a cold? What would you do? Let's do the green. Let's do the green.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah, he do. He always do this stuff.
Thank you.
You see this woman? This ain't no black woman.
All right.
Hold on, one more time, real quick. I'll skip through that.
Little cold life drink.
Cultured soy.
How we doing there, gorgeous?
How are you doing?
How we doing there, gorgeous? All right. I want to try your black eyed pea hummus.
Okay.
I also want to do. I want to try your black eyed pea hummus.
Okay.
I also want to do sesame kale salad.
Large or small?
Large.
Okay.
And what is tempeh? What is that?
Tempeh is cultured soy.
It's cultured soy. Let me go with I'm gonna try
crazy.
the smothered
The
tempeh.
tempeh.
See, look at this lady. This ain't no black woman. How you doing there, gorgeous? He's trying to run game. Man, you know what it is. There's nowhere around. I mean, there was Umar Johnson. I was like, oh, no, he's not. It's just okay. I was yeah, he say that, but that's not what he said when he talking to this Ethiopian lady. See? All right, here we go. This is it right here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my queen.
Dr.
We got to
Umar
do this
Johnson.
again when I come back.
Yeah, we need to. Guys,
Part
thank you
two.
so much for
Part two,
tuning.
when Dr. Umar comes back. One love.
There's a lot that we're going to get into because I know we
Absolutely.
were on a time crunch and there's so much that I want to get into with you. But
I
thank
didn't
you.
know this was a relationships podcast.
This was a relationship podcast.
Because I would have told McGang to give us the time. But next time we'll be ready.
Yeah, next time
I
we need
didn't
2
know, 'cause
hours.
We don't talk
need
about
time.
this enough.
At all.
So next time we'll be ready.
Thank you guys so much for tuning into this
One
week's
love.
episode. Just
Umar, shut your ass up. Let her finish her. It's her show. He does, boy, I tell you, after he got that narcissistic victory, he just.
another shout out to McGang, who's
In
the founder of.
buyout-
If you don't shut your ass. So disrespectful. I done told y'all he ain't got no respect for you women. None. He's so disrespectful to this young lady. We ain't all like that. There's black men over here. Just to let you know.
Cable line library.
I have a young son. I don't know how old she is, but you know, he need a girlfriend. Tell my wife. I've been telling my wife he need to. So anyway,
Shout out to McGang, who's
In
the founder
buy
of.
our cable line library. If you live in Melbourne, Australia,
see, look at her body language. He's so rude. No respect.
don't
Watch
talk
this.
about this enough.
At all.
So next time we'll be ready.
Thank you guys so much for tuning into this
One
week's
love.
episode. Just another shout out to McGang, who's
In
the founder
buy
of.
our cable line library. If
Look at her body language. Boy, I tell you, Umar, I'm so sorry for this young lady.
you live in Melbourne, Australia, make sure you support.
It's just fucked up. It really is. It really is. Look at her.
Support my young brother,
Oh, damn.
McGang. Support all the African community. When I come
I think they were supposed to be out long time ago. That's the thing, because they were talking. I think there was some white people that's supposed to come on next. That's what Umar said. They white. They don't have to. So he just keep going.
back, we're going to be doing a lot of programs throughout Australia to
No, you not. You ain't gonna do shit. Cut it out.
bring the African family together. I don't care what nationality. I don't care what religion. I don't care what flag. I don't care what language. One Africa,
He's such a narcissist.
one people, one family. Support the Buy Our Cable Line Library.
All right, guys, we'll be having all the links in the bios. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
All right, everybody. Damn. What happened tonight? I thought we were gonna be here for an hour and a half, 2 hours. All right. I'm gonna give me some sleep, get revamped and recharged for tomorrow. We're gonna do a basically another show like today. Okay, it's supposed to be a short show, but we're gonna do a bit of a mini marathon tomorrow. Once I have the show up for everyone, if you have any particular videos that you would like for me to pull up during tomorrow's long live stream, just let me know. And I already have a list so far. Someone said they want to do the Tyreek rant against Umar. If we do that, we would also have to do some of Umar Johnson's rant that preceded Tariq's rant. The Queen Mother video is another one I want to do. The Granny Archers, we can pull up some of the older videos from the block parties. Those are all crazy. Someone also asked that I pull up when Umar's in the hot tub, and I think they're specifically talking about when he was over in Asia. I think it was either in Japan or China. We'll get to the Zora rant. We did that one last year, and then people asked for the cut video. I call it the "We Gonna Cut It Down" video. We'll pull that one up too. But if you guys have any other suggestions, just comment. You can either comment on the actual video once it's available. Once it's the videos, maybe I'll do it right now. I'll do it right after this live stream, and that way, if you guys have any suggestions, or I'll repost it on the community tab, and you can just post it there any videos that you want. And then during tomorrow's live stream throughout the day, you guys come on in. You gotta go do stuff. That's fine. Come on back. And if you have any suggestions or recommendations on what we can pull up to watch, we'll pull it up and watch it as well. Okay, we'll do our best to do it. All right. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I know I've been away for a little while. Tomorrow I'll do a live stream, a short live stream for members before we get going with the main live stream for the day. And I'll explain why it was that I was out. And I got some other things to talk about too. But I'm back, and I want to thank everyone for your patience. I also want to thank everyone for tuning in to this live stream. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats or super stickers. I appreciate it. I also want to thank our mods for handling business today. I appreciate each and one of you. Not everyone inside the Cook Course said, thank you so much for taking the time to hang out here. I hope you enjoyed the show. Make sure you hit the like button before you exit the building. And I just want to give a final count, and it will be up out of here for the day. In terms of the poll question was, should Umar Johnson, a baby mama creating deadbeat, misogynistic Lothario, be speaking on relationships? We had about 848 votes. 17% say yes, and 83% overwhelmingly said no. And my vote would be obviously no. He shouldn't be talking about relationship. He don't have no sense. And just how he treated this young lady on her show, on her platform, is indicative of the levels of disrespect that he has for not just women, but Black women in particular. And that in and of itself is more than enough reason for him to be disqualified to talk anything about relationships, period. Okay. All right. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I hope you all enjoyed the show. And as we always do,
call on Ashe, the energy is in here. Maybe so much. I always know what it is, because you know y'all tongue can cut. Watch what you say to your son ever. Ashe. And then you want to call us up to come in and play the damn cops. Walk in the house and dance. It's a beast. There's going to be some vampires in there. Like, damn. They look like people, don't they? You think they human. Ready to give up. Everybody was there. Cousins, grandpa with a cane. I said, damn. Y'all want to fight the man just because he want to see a scene? Whether the door locked or not. You think my psychology always going to work? Hell no. Some brothers are straight third. I don't want to hear that. You got 3 master's degree. You ain't my master. Damn. Doctor Who. I ain't never seen you on Oprah. Stop laughing. Up under your skirt and never get that masculine structure. He might start wanting to wear one. He will fix himself. I'm healthy as a mother. He ain't gonna talk about that. I don't even want to shake her left. But you can't. Because you'll get a restraining order. Guilty as hell. And if you think that she's not even cute. Hey, why you playing with your meat, son? I can't do that.
My.
But I can't come out.
That right there, this is another example I was talking about earlier. I don't mean to pause it, but Umar used to talk like this in those earlier videos.
I can't do that. But I can't come out and tell her that. And she become the biggest buck wild at Morgan. Yeah, and a few other people. My God, there's no. And she become the biggest. I can't. You think that she's not even cute? Hey, why you playing with your meat, son?
See this right here?
I can't do that. But I can't come out and tell her that. And she become.
And he says son, but he's really talking about other people's children.
The biggest buck wild at Morgan.
He's talking about, the Black girls that go to these colleges. This is another one of his sexual fantasies where they become what he calls thoughts, those holes over there.
Yeah, and a few other people. My God, there's nothing worse than going in front of a white man and say, can I see my daughter? And one time the judge looked at me and said, wait a minute. I know your face. I said, oh, shit. He was on YouTube. Judge knew who I was, but I was able to get out of it. Because he would have never gave me my baby. I know what I'm talking about. When I'm done, they don't want sex no more. Homo, hetero, nothing.
He's talking about the kids.
Every time I wanted a cookie, I saw a herpes. Damn! Damn! And fellas, I want to be clear now. When we go back to take over the community, because we're going to have to do it, gentlemen, you can't expect the cops to fix this because they started it. But I want to be clear. And I know some of us love our children, but some of our children are so far gone that we're going to have to put some of them to sleep in order to take back the neighborhood. Some of y'all don't want to hear that because you don't live in reality. But I'm telling you, as a psychologist, I'm not going to be able to psychologize all them on the corner. Some of them going to sleep for good, for good, for good.
All right, we'll end it right there. But this guy, he's out there. He's so wild. Okay, thank y'all so much for tuning on. Yeah. Okay, good night to everyone. I got to get some sleep because we got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Quick chat, love y'all. Thank you for all the support. Everyone who's sending the super chat, thank you so much. If you send in Cash Apps or PayPal, thank you so much. I appreciate that as well. Thanks for the mods for handling business. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. If not, if you guys got stuff to do, just come on back into the archive and enjoy your Thanksgiving. Okay, I hope you guys have a wonderful Thanksgiving, whether I see you or not. No matter what, I love y'all. Okay, all right, I'll talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.